what happened with your face? He said, I wanted to iron my pants and I put the iron too close to my face. So after he was cured, he went back to Poland, married the lady next to him, who became my mother. And then he came back to Belgium, but he had to come on his own. He couldn't bring his wife, because the law in Belgium said that he had to had enough money to provide for his wife, which he didn't have, because he came back to look for some work, and he had no work, so no money. So it took him more than a year till he brought his wife to Antwerp. My eldest brother was born in 1932, the one who's standing, Marcel. The one who sits down is
Broadcast, Washington, D.C., hello, and our Washington, D.C. MC, Colleen Grace. I think they'll be joining us on the screens in a moment. Oh, they're there. Great, welcome, Colleen. Colleen, would you like to say a few words, a little hello from Washington, D.C.? Oh, we've got a little lag on the line, so we'll just carry on. But you can see them. They're there. Washington, D.C. has joined us. Hello to Colleen and our audience in D.C. It's wonderful to have Washington, D.C. joining us, and of course, all our participants who are now joining us from other time zones as well. I'm delighted to say that our next session is with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We are going to ask the Secretary General some questions here in Brussels, and then we'll hand over to Colleen in Washington, D.C. for some additional questions. And you get the chance to ask questions of the Secretary General. Just use the app if you've got the app. The Q&A function is where you can submit your questions online, or if you're here in person, raise your hand and I will call on you. Okay, let's give a round of applause to welcome NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to the stage. Welcome. Come on. Right. Brilliant. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Secretary General.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be back. I was here a year ago, and it's good to be back again.
Brilliant. My first question is about what it's like to be NATO Secretary General. You've actually been Secretary General for nearly a decade. You have to work with a lot of different countries and leaders. And I'm wondering, has that tenure given you any particular insight into how to keep NATO united and successful? What is your secret?
I don't know whether I have any secrets, but I think it's very much about keeping people together and different people together, because as you all know, we are 31 nations which are members of NATO, and soon we will be 32 with also Sweden, from both sides of the Atlantic, with different history, different culture, different political parties in power. And of course, that makes us all quite different. But at the same time, we have been able to be together as a big family, and I feel that my main purpose is to keep this big family happy and together. And we are able to be together despite our differences, because we all understand that in a more dangerous world, we are safer when we are together, North America and Europe. So my perhaps not secret, but my main message is that stay together. Unity is our biggest strength. And I used to be Prime Minister in Norway for 10 years, and most of that time I was Prime Minister in a coalition government with different parties. And to keep a government together, it's very much the same as to keep NATO together.
Could you tell us about some of the most formative experiences in your career? You mentioned a couple highlights just now, but how did you become Secretary General of NATO? What did that path look like?
Well, I was surprised when I was asked to become Secretary General of NATO, because I have never planned for being that. Actually, I made one decision, one clear, conscious decision about my career, and that was to not become a politician, but to start to work as a researcher in the Central Bureau of Statistics in Norway in 1989, because then I have finished my master degrees in economics in Norway, and I started on a PhD on something called econometrics, which is statistics and mathematics, and I was so fascinated by that. So my plan was to become a kind of professor, an academic, working on these very, very theoretical stuff. And then I was asked suddenly to become the Deputy Minister for Environment, and I promised myself and my wife only to do that for a year or two, and then to go back to the real important things, which is was this research. But then that happened in 1990, and since then I've been in politics, and now I'm 64 years old. So suddenly I'm here. But then I was active in domestic Norwegian politics, and my main focus was on budgets and health and education and pensions and these big domestic issues. And then and then also become
One
secretary
thing
of
leads
NATO.
to
Yeah.
another.
But I think that my formative years has been very much about actually growing up in a very political family, because I have to admit that both my mother and my father, they were very, as I say, active. I grew up in a flat or where at the kitchen table my parents had many guests from all over the world. This was in the time of the apartheid, so we had freedom fighters from South Africa, and we had the politicians and the trade unionists from all over the world, and they partly lived in our flat and at least had breakfast in our flat, and I listened carefully to all those conversations, and that made me interested in politics. So actually, to try to answer your question, I think my most formative thing is, of course, that I decided to go into politics, and I stayed in politics for many years.
Something very unexpected as well, so it just shows you how life can take turns you don't anticipate.
No.
My next question actually kind of has a little bit to do with your family background and the influences of your family. I think a lot of young people feel kind of a sense of discomfort about war. For some, it's thankfully a completely unfamiliar experience, and for some, it presents a lot of disconcerting moral and ethical dilemmas. And I'm wondering, drawing on your own experiences as a young person growing up in your family, committed to social justice, I believe you even protested against the Vietnam War, what would you say to young people today who are grappling with those difficult feelings about armed conflict? How can we reconcile our ethical and moral discomfort with the unfortunate reality of war?
But first of all, I don't think it's only young people that feel discomfort with wars. Actually, I think just a woman that spoke here just a moment ago, I think she feels even more discomfort than any of us are able to feel, because she has really experienced war. And there are a lot of elderly people in Europe still who have actually lived through the Second World War. So I think this has nothing to do with young or old. I think a very normal human reaction is that you don't like wars, because wars is about use of force. It's about casualties, people being killed. So therefore, you have to remember that the main purpose of NATO is to prevent war. NATO was established after the Second World War to prevent anything like that to happen again. But as the old Romans used to say, if you want peace, you need to prepare for war. Meaning that NATO's main purpose is to deter any potential adversary. And as long as we do that, no NATO ally will be attacked, and we preserve peace, as we have done for NATO allies for close to 75 years. So the fact that we see the need for strong NATO, for strong collective defense, for military forces, does not mean that we like wars. It means actually the opposite, that we dislike wars so much that we feel that we need to invest to prevent wars from happen and at least prevent any military attack on our countries. Then, so you came back to my family. So I'm born in 1959, so meaning I'm born after the Second World War. But I had a mother and a father, and I had the grandparents who all lived through the Second World War, and they told me, and they told the children so much about both the daily life, the ration cards, and how they had dark curtains to prevent air strikes, and the kind of very daily life in Oslo during the war. So sometimes I feel, and when we walked around in Oslo, my parents and grandparents, they pointed at different places where there were, sabotage and also the resistance movement attacked and so on. So sometimes I actually felt I grew up during the Second World War, not because I really did it, but because it was so close to me, because I had family members who told me so much about it. And then my the father of my mother, he actually helped Jews to leave or to flee Norway over to Sweden. And I met one of those Jewish families, and of course that's quite moving to meet. I met the son. He was 3 years old, a Jewish boy that was helped by my grandfather to go to Sweden. And the father of my father, he was a 1940, so he went then back in April and May and June of 1940, and then he was in a prison camp, and he also told a lot. So in that sense,
Yeah, we hear you. Thank you.
Have been part of my childhood, even though I never, of course, experienced war.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go to the audience for a few questions. I think we've got one. Wow, yeah, we have a lot of questions. We've got one right here in the middle. If you just don't mind going to the microphone so we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Secretary General. My question is, why is NATO important for younger people?
Well, as a NATO is important for young people, middle-aged people, old people, children, everyone. Because the whole idea that is only important for one group of people is fundamentally wrong. Because, again, NATO has one big important task, and that is peace. And if we don't have peace, we will not succeed with anything else. Be it to create prosperity, jobs, education, or to address big issues like climate change. But of course, you can say that peace is even more important for young people than elderly people because they have a longer life ahead of them. So if we destroy this earth and we create war and destruction, of course, it has impact for more years for young people than for elderly people. But my main message is that what NATO does matters for everyone, and it's so fundamental. So it is important for so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the question. Okay, another question. Let's go down here on the end. Yes, if you don't mind going to the microphone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dmytro Filonenko. I am president of Yas Atlantic Treaty Association Ukraine, based in Kyiv. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to what NATO did and continue doing in terms of supporting Ukraine to fight against Russian unprovoked and unjustified aggression. My question is, what would be the NATO's response to a potential scenario when China launched its invasion on Taiwan and Russia is supported by Chinese military equipment? Thank you.
Well, so first of all, I think the message is that China should not use force to change status quo for Taiwan. The NATO allies, there are no changes in NATO allies on our policy on one China, and there is no justification for the threats and the coercive or assertive behavior that we have seen China being responsible for around Taiwan for actually several months and actually the last years. So that's the main message. The other message is that any changes, any disputes should be solved by diplomatic, not by military means. Then I think what we see is that China is not only threatening Taiwan, but China is also responsible for coercive actions against neighbors. They try to control the South China Sea. They have taken control over big parts of the South China, at least try to take control of big parts of the South China Sea. And we also see how China and Russia are coming closer and closer. And they recently had a big naval exercise together. We see more Chinese and Russian, both air and naval patrols. So of course, this is something that matters for our security, and that's also the reason why NATO, in the new strategic concept, we agreed at the NATO Summit actually addressed that the military, the economic, the political strength, increasing power of China poses a challenge to our security, to our values.
Thank you, and thank you also for that question. Let's take another question from this audience, right here in the second row in the white top. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Secretary General, as we witness the increasingly severe consequences of climate change, they don't only pose a significant threat to our environments and ecosystems, but also have far-reaching implications for our security and technological development. And considering the scarcity of water and critical minerals, which are essential components for the development of cutting-edge technologies, my question is, how does NATO intend to address these issues with member states, international organizations, in order to secure these resources, minimize potential conflicts, and promote sustainability through new technologies?
One of the areas where we have really seen a change in NATO the last few years is actually on climate change. Again, the strategic concept we adopted in Madrid addresses climate change as a challenge and a threat to our security. In the previous strategic concept, we hardly mentioned climate change at all. But this language in the strategic concept reflects the reality, and that is that climate change is a crisis multiplier. It fuels conflicts and it increases competition over scarce resources like water, land, and also, of course, leads to much more migration. So climate change matters for our security in many different ways, and therefore it matters for NATO, because NATO is about security. Second, we also understand or see that there is a very close link between energy and climate change, and we see how energy has been used as a tool, as a weapon. We saw that we have seen it now recently with the war in Ukraine, where Russia tried to use gas as a weapon to convince or to prevent NATO allies from providing support to Ukraine. And then, of course, we see this energy transition where we move from fossil fuel to renewables, to cleaner and climate-friendly energy sources. And that's something which has to happen, extremely important, and very supported by NATO and NATO allies. But the challenge is that this transition, there is a risk that we create new dependencies, because the solar panels are very much dependent on rare earth minerals coming mainly from China. Windmills and also batteries are dependent on supply chains which are extremely dependent on commodities and products coming from China. So we just have to make sure that we don't make the same mistake as we made with being too dependent on Russian gas, that we are over-dependent on China. Of course, we should trade with China, but we should not be dependent to a degree that makes us vulnerable. So this energy transition, we need to make sure that we actually are able to do that in a way. We also use our own natural resources where we are developing new technologies, so we are not creating new dependencies. And the last thing is, of course, that the way we conduct military operations are directly impacted by climate change. Just the fact that the sea level is rising has a direct impact on many naval bases. The fact that we have more extreme weather, wilder and wetter and windier weather, matters for the way we conduct operations. In Iraq, we have soldiers who are training the Iraqi forces, and of course we have seen more than 55 degrees Celsius. So uniforms, equipment has to change to be able to cope with much more extreme weather. And then NATO also have to take part in the efforts to reduce emissions. And if you look at armored vehicles and battle tanks and fighter jets and big aircraft carrier, you know, they're not normally very environmentally friendly. That's not the way. That's not what characterizes them the most. But at the same time, we have to understand that now there's an energy revolution taking place in the civilian sector, and not in a very distant future, the most powerful, the most effective engines will be non-fossil. So if NATO and our armed forces ends up as the last fossil sector in our societies, it will be bad for the environment, but it will also be bad for our armed forces. Because they need to be part of that transition to ensure that we have the best capabilities, the best engines, the best planes, the best vehicles. So of course, we cannot choose green defense technology if it's not effective, but I'm absolutely certain that in the future, the most effective capabilities will also be the environmentally friendly, and we need to be part of that transition, and that's exactly why NATO allies are investing, and NATO is promoting investment in green technology to ensure that we are part, that also the armed forces as part of this energy revolution, energy transition.
Brilliant, thank you. Got a lot of questions. Let's go all the way to the back there. Please come to the microphone.
Hi everyone, my name is Slobodan Blagovčanin. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a huge honor to be in the same room with you, Mr. Secretary. My question is what we as a young Bosnians and Herzegovinians, what we can expect in the future. Is our country safe, since that I would say that with the NATO we have strong partnership, and also I know that it depends on our politicians, but how is the situation right now when it comes to Euro-Atlantic integration of my country? Thank you.
First, I have to tell you that when I was a child, I lived in Yugoslavia, because that was before, you know, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, and all the other republics became independent countries. And my father worked at the Norwegian embassy in Belgrade, and we traveled a lot around in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I remember we were in Banja Luka, and many times because that was actually on the way when we went down to the coast from Belgrade, but also in Sarajevo, I had my, at least the first ice cream I remember, sladoled, was something I had in Sarajevo in 1963 or something like that. So we have very good, at least at that time, very good ice cream in Sarajevo. That's what I remember. Then, of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a partner of NATO. We have worked with Bosnia and Herzegovina for many years. As you all know, NATO played a key role. We helped to end a brutal war in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the 1990s. Since then, we have been there. We have a headquarters in Sarajevo, and we work closely with the authorities. Of course, you know. There are challenges, there are divisions inside Bosnia and Herzegovina, but NATO will be there to help and to reform your defense and security institutions and help you to move further towards further Euro-Atlantic integration. And it's great to have you here, because the fact that you are here also demonstrates that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a close and highly valued partner.
Brilliant, thank you. I know we have so many more questions in the room, and we actually have loads of questions coming in online, but we also have a live audience waiting for us in DC. So over to you, Colleen. Do you have some questions for the Secretary General?
Yes, thank you, Kira. Thank you so much, Secretary General Stoltenberg. So do we have any questions in the room? Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for being with us. My name is Aubrey. I founded Globally, a nonprofit that invests in rising leaders in foreign policy. And my question is, how is NATO actively contributing to peace and security in conflict-affected countries that are outside its immediate boundaries? And what role can young people play in contributing to those efforts?
So just to be sure I understood the question is about what NATO does for countries after conflict has ended?
No, who are experiencing conflict outside of the immediate borders.
Well, outside NATO borders. Well, we have partners in many places in the world, and of course, some of these partners, they are in conflict, and therefore we have helped them. I think perhaps one very relevant example is Iraq, where NATO has helped over the last years to train the forces which are fighting terrorists, and in particular fighting ISIS. So, of course, different countries receive different types of support from different institutions, it be the UN or individual NATO allies. But what NATO does on behalf of all allies is very often to help to build capacity, to train local forces, and to create stability in our neighborhood. Because when our neighbors are more stable, we are more secure. So we work with also some other countries in Northern Africa, Tunisia, or in the Sahel region, Mauritania, with helping them to stabilize their own countries and to fight terrorism and to modernize and reform their defense and security institutions, because that's important for their countries, but it's also important for us, because if they fail, the whole world and our neighborhood becomes more dangerous.
Thank you for that, and thanks for that question from DC. Do you have another question from DC for us, Colleen?
I'm sure we do. One more. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. My name is Del Hardy. I'm a program assistant at the Atlantic Council. My question takes us back to the issue of climate change. I'm interested in hearing how you plan to maintain unity among the various NATO allied countries in addressing this issue.
Well, so first of all, I welcome the fact that we have unity, because it was a bit controversial in the beginning when we started to raise climate change issues at NATO. But as we always see in NATO, is that we have a process, we have discussions, we have different views, and then we develop common ground and we reach consensus, as we did at the summit last year. We agreed an action plan, we agreed language and ambitions for NATO when it comes to climate change, both how to reduce, the aim of reducing emissions from NATO activities, but also that we should do more on helping to develop greener and cleaner technology also for our armed forces. And I believe that one of the reasons why we are able to sustain unity in NATO on climate change is that, first of all, NATO allies are concerned about climate change, and NATO allies have signed the Paris Accord and other climate change conventions or agreements. But second, regardless of whether you're concerned about climate change or not, you have to be concerned about the fact that if we're not able to ensure that there's an energy revolution taking place also within the armed forces, we will not have the best and the most modern armed forces in the world. Because if you look a couple of decades ahead, there's no way the best engines will be fossil fueled. Because if you look at the civilian sector, there's really a revolution taking place now, with more and more car makers going away from fossil fuel cars to electric cars. So if this only happens in the civilian sector, we will end up with bad equipment, bad technology, and outdated military equipment. So I care about climate change, but even if you don't care about climate change, you should care about the fact that we have to be part of this big technological revolution. Many years ago, I read a book called The Price by Dan Jurgen, and that's about the energy revolution and oil replacing coal in the last, or at least to some extent replacing coal in the last century. And there is a chapter, at least there are some pages in that book about Winston Churchill. He was the secretary for the Navy before the First World War. And he made a very controversial and audacious or courageous decision to decide that the British Navy should go from coal-fired engines to oil-fired or diesel-fired engines. And that was just ahead of the First World War. They didn't know, of course, that the First World War was going to happen. But of course, to move from coal, we have a lot of infrastructure, you have engines, you have coal all around in all the different ports. To go to diesel was controversial, and you were quite vulnerable in that transition period. But it did so, and when the First World War broke out, it was a big advantage for the British Navy that had already made that transition. It was a new technology, and it made the British Navy faster and more sustainable, more stronger than all those navies that still had coal as the energy source for the ships. And the same way, we have to make the same energy transition for our fossil fuel-based engines. The challenge is exactly when, and in that transition period, there are, of course, vulnerabilities. But your question was on unity, and my message is that, well, those who don't care about climate change, they care about the armed forces, and therefore we need to conduct that energy transition.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I think exploring that link between technology and climate change, also the role of NATO in the ecosystem of technology more broadly, is very, very interesting. It's something that's come up throughout the day. I wonder if we might have time for one more question from Washington, D.C. Colleen, do you have one more question for us?
We have quite a few questions, Kira. Yes.
We do too.
Here, let's go. Right there. Thank you, sir.
Am I live? Good morning, Secretary. My name is Daniel Simon. I am a rising lawyer and entrepreneur of Cuban heritage. And my question for you, as we focus on the tensions between Russia and China, there are alliances, economic alliances forming as the war has developed. We have the example of the BRICS, for example. And as recently as a few months ago, we have the Russian foreign minister of Russian affairs hinting at potential deployment of military units in Venezuela and Cuba. How does NATO perceive this geopolitical implication of Russia and China's relationship with Latin American countries and works towards stabilizing peace on this side of the world and particularly Latin America? Thank you.
So what we see is that China and Russia are coming closer and closer. We see that they try to increase their presence and create alliances with different countries around the world. And of course, this is something we follow very closely. And I think the main answer is that when we see that authoritarian powers are coming more close together and are joining forces more closely, then it's even more important that we ensure that all those countries that believe in democracy and freedom stand together in NATO, North America and Europe in NATO, 31, soon 32 nations. And so it makes NATO even more important. But also the fact that NATO is reaching out to countries also beyond the Euro-Atlantic or the North Atlantic area. For instance, at the NATO Summit in Vilnius, I have invited the heads of state and government from Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Australia, which are our close partners in the Pacific, because we believe that it is in a more dangerous world where security is not regional anymore, but truly global. When China and Russia are coming closer, then it's even more important that we work closely with our partners all around the world, and that's the reason why we are reaching out to them, to balance the fact that Russia and China are coming closer and working more closely with other countries in different parts of the world.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Secretary General, for joining us today and for answering all our questions here and in Washington, D.C. It's been a real pleasure to have you. Please, let's thank the Secretary General with a round of applause. Enjoy this time. Wow. I mean, what a spectacular day. It has been such a privilege to be here with you all and to hear all of these incredible speakers, to hear all of your wonderful questions as well. We are about to wrap up the Brussels part of the 2023 NATO Youth Summit. But before we do, I would like to try to conduct the same poll that we did earlier in the day. For those of you who were here in the morning in Brussels, you'll remember the poll and the question. But now that we have our American audience joining us in Washington, D.C., let's see if we get any different results or if it turns out the same way. You can participate in our live poll by going to the Summit app and clicking on the poll function. For those of you watching in DC, maybe you haven't downloaded the app yet, but you can do that by going to your registration email. The poll question is the same as in the morning. Maybe you all in the room have changed your minds, I don't know. What do you see as the most pressing challenge to global security today? Please go online now and submit your responses. Let's see if we get any different answers.
Start just by There you are. Thank you so much. And I also want to acknowledge we're doing something wonderful, which is we're having an international, open, flexible conversation throughout several days. And we do that because we have amazing technology people behind the scenes. So could we give them a round of thanks as well? It's great. William and Mary is just delighted to be co-hosting this NATO Youth Summit with NATO. We have a long-standing relationship with NATO as a research partner in areas such as sustainability and cybersecurity. Many of you know that we're the first university in the country, predating the country, 1693. We were chartered. The second college in the country. College is in one version of our name, and we are a university with a broad research portfolio. We have a long-standing commitment to global leadership. We were founded internationally. And I want to acknowledge as well that we have a deep commitment to questions of peace and security. There are likely to be, I think, many who have served in armed forces in this room. I know you have, Colleen, so thank you for that. If you would just stand up and give us a chance to thank you for your service, we'd appreciate that. So, thank you. Thank you. So, liberal arts and sciences university, that idea of the artes liberales, as one of our great leaders, John Charles Thomas in Virginia, says, he reminds us that the Latin for that phrase, artes liberales, means the skills of freedom. The skills, the generous, expansive, inclusive skills of freedom. And it's in that spirit that we pursue research, that we teach, that we learn at William and Mary, and that we expand the partnerships by which we do that. Because as the Secretary said, Secretary Stoltenberg, we are always more powerful when we're together, when we're unified. At William and Mary, we focus on, especially on 4 key areas. Our strategic plan, Vision 2026, focuses on areas that are powerfully relevant to the kinds of questions we've just heard in this room. The history and future of democracy, the fate of water as a large conservation issue. By any estimate, something like 60% of our world's populations are on coastlines, and our Virginia Institute of Marine Science is focused specifically on coastal resiliency, on future pathways into leadership and careers of passion and purpose, everything that you all in this room are dedicated to. And we're really deeply interested in the utilization of data to serve those larger needs at a moment when the primary commitment of a university, as I see it, is that age-old understanding that facts, true things, verifiable data are public goods that we need in an age of disinformation and manipulation of information to be completely committed to. That's what great universities do. So I'll leave you with one wonderful quote from Director Sam Custer, who's a director of research at our Aid Data Institute. You'll be hearing from them later in the day. She says, if you have unanswerable questions and unmeasurable data, and you need new strategies, new approaches to put those together and get to answers, William and Mary is the place to be. So here we are, focused on how we bring our prowess in gathering data worldwide with partners together to answer some of the most pressing questions that you have, that you've brought forward, that you're already bringing forward right now. With that welcome, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Doug Bunch, as here, member of our Board of Visitors and ambassador from the US to the United Nations, who will extend this welcome further. Thank you.
I am Doug Bunch, the U.S. Public Delegate to the United Nations. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield might question whether I took her job. But thank you, Madam President, for that kind introduction. It's an honor to represent the U.S. mission to the United Nations today and meet all of you, students and young professionals engaged in strengthening our transatlantic relationships. I also want to congratulate NATO representatives, and really all of you here. Our alliance has never been stronger and continues to grow with Finland's and soon, we hope, Sweden's accession. NATO has never been more relevant than it is today, and our work at the US mission to the United Nations in New York demonstrates that. NATO and the UN are symbiotic organizations, independent and each with a distinct but aligned purpose that share many of the same core values. The UN was formed at the very end of World War II to maintain peace and security through collective action. 4 years later, the North Atlantic Treaty was signed, which framed NATO within the parameters of the UN Charter. Principles of peaceful resolution to conflict, but also the right to collective defense, are inherent in both organizations' founding documents. And over the decades since the founding of both organizations, they've worked ever more closely together, whether in supporting peacekeeping missions or disaster relief operations, or working under UN mandates in conflict zones like Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, and Iraq. One key and obvious difference between the organizations, however, is that Russia was one of the founding members of the United Nations, holding veto power in the Security Council, which has made Russia's actions in Ukraine, its flagrant violations of the UN Charter, all the more appalling, both within the UN and to our NATO partners. The US warned of the troubling signs of a possible invasion by Russia before it occurred, and we convened urgent meetings, including at the OSCE, the bilateral US-Russia Strategic Stability Dialogue, the NATO-Russia Council, and the UN Security Council, all in an effort to find a peaceful resolution through diplomacy and dialogue. 1 week before Russia's invasion, Secretary Blinken addressed the UN Security Council, warning of Russia's intent, which was roundly denied by Russia's UN representative. Then, last year, on February 23rd, in one of the more surreal diplomatic moments in history, during an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council on Ukraine, where the Russian ambassador to the UN continued his denials, news broke of the Russian invasion. Hours later, we activated NATO's Defensive Response Force. But as Secretary Blinken said on Friday as he welcomed Finland as the newest NATO member, Putin's aggression will not succeed. While NATO has come together and grown more powerful and unified, the US mission to the UN has worked within the UN to isolate Russia on the world stage. In repeated UN General Assembly resolutions, 2/3 of UN member states have consistently rejected Putin's illegal actions in Ukraine and called for a peaceful resolution in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. Russia has likewise been removed from various UN bodies, including the UN Human Rights Council, and is no longer represented in the UN's Economic and Social Council, an organization in which it has actively participated since the UN's founding. In a series of UN elections to organizations like UNICEF, Russian candidates have been roundly defeated, as the Russian presence at the UN has starkly diminished. We will continue to work through the UN and with our NATO allies and partners to end Russia's senseless and illegal war. We will continue to seek a just and lasting peace that upholds the UN Charter and protects the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence, on which the security of all countries depends. As Secretary Blinken said last week, no nation, not Ukraine, not the United States, not Finland, Sweden, any other country can deliver for its people if it lives in constant fear of aggression. This is why the United Nations was founded, and this is why we need a strong and vibrant NATO. As I close, I'd like to make a quick plug for young professionals and internationalists to consider what you can do to support your country's security through NATO. We need bright young professionals who aspire to make a difference in the world to consider careers at the UN. Some of our strategic adversaries have been quite aggressive and effective at filling the ranks of many UN offices with their own citizens. We'd like to see citizens of the United States and those of our democratic partners and allies also fill positions at the UN and help make a difference in the world. Visit iocareers.state.gov to read more about opportunities to work at the UN and the UN's careers and internship page at careers.un.org. As of last fall, funding is now available for certain UN internships through UNA USA. That's unausa.org. The world needs you, now more than ever. Thank you for your time today, and best of luck in your future endeavors, wherever your path leads. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, for those inspiring remarks. So please join me in welcoming our panel, Diplomacy Through Sports, a conversation with leaders on and off the field. Ms. Jill Ellis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I'm delighted to be here. I'd like to bring in two people that have actually, I've competed against them, I have worked with them, and they've been an inspiration to me. So please help me welcome Nadia Nadim and Will Smith. So we decided back there, I've known these two people, we're going to have a conversation, and so this is just we're going to kind of riff a little bit on certain things that hopefully will resonate. And I'm going to start with Nadia. And in case you don't know Nadia, Nadia is a phenomenal footballer in the women's professional ranks and has competed all over the world. So Nadia, I'm going to start with you, and really a broad question for you in terms of how has sport allowed you to share your message with the world?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, really happy to be among you guys. For those who don't really know a lot about me, a little backstory to for you to make understand me, I guess, a bit more. I was born in Afghanistan, and we had to flee the country because my dad was executed because he was a general in the Afghan army. And my mom and us, 4 girls, so 6 women in total, had to leave the country because it was impossible for us to have a normal life. Somehow, through a lot of difficulties, we ended up in a refugee camp in Denmark, and this is where I discovered football, or soccer as you guys would call it. And I remember, I was in this refugee camp, and what was between me was a fence, and on the other side was these amazing football fields where a lot of kids who used to play football. And this is the first time I saw girls or women's sports, and I fell in love with it right away. I knew this was my calling, and yeah, since then never really left the football again. I became professional. I learned everything that I know through football. It was a important tool for me to understand things about myself, but also about the Danish society and how I could be a part of it. Learn the language quite fast, and taken me to every corner of the world. And yeah, and it's a powerful tool.
Very much so. And Will, you have a very different background, but how have you experienced and used sport to affect positive change and impact?
Yeah, and thanks again for having me here. I think, let me give you some context first. About 10 years ago, I went to Liberia in West Africa for the first time. I was a student at William and Mary, going into my senior year, getting ready to play my final season of college soccer. And I was there for academic reasons, but in preparing for my final season, I started playing as much football, soccer as I could. And through this crazy turn of events, I met George Weah. Today, George Weah is the president of Liberia, but at the time, he was better known as the only African ever named the FIFA World Player of the Year and legend of the game. And at the time, he was the peace ambassador in the country. He was 10 years on from the end of Liberia's 14-year civil conflict. And in his capacity as peace ambassador, he decided to host what was called the Liberian Peace and Reconciliation Match. And so he invited the greatest African footballers of all time to come to Liberia and play in this match. And I think it was more of an act of diplomacy than anything. I definitely did not belong on the pitch with those guys, but he invited me to go out and play. And I had this tremendous experience in front of 35,000 people in the National Stadium with these guys I'd grown up worshiping. And it showed me the transformative potential of football in the country and the passion and energy that young people have for it, the way that people rally around it, the way it brings people together. And it set me on the journey that I've been on now for the last 10 years, building an international network of nonprofit organizations that do leadership development work through education and sport. So coming from a very different background, but seeking to use the power of sport in the same way.
Absolutely. Phenomenal. And Nadia, you've done a lot of work with UNESCO. Talk to us about just how you've been a champion through that for women's education and empowerment.
Sure. You know, education's always been like a key factor in my life growing up. My mom was the first one in her family to attend any kind of school, and she made sure that, you know, the rest of the family were educated. And once I got the opportunity to, you know, be a champion for girls' educations, I thought that was a great match. For me, education it's key. You know, it's your tool to fight for your life, to have a voice, and wherever I go, I try to kind of create that awareness about it. I know, unfortunately, there's so many parts of the world where, especially girls, don't have that, you know, that tool. And especially in my home country, Afghanistan, right now, girls are not allowed to attend school, which for me it's like such a big shame. I don't understand it because, as I said, you're taking away, you know, the weapon for them to fight for their lives, for a better life. I know this because my mom did this for us, and I did it. For me, sports, education's like, you know, hand in hand. So it's a great, you know, it's great to be a part of it. But unfortunately, I just feel there's so much still that we have to do.
Yep, exceptional. And you came obviously from Afghanistan into Denmark. And how did you balance sort of staying connected to where you came from, the values that you grew up with?
Yeah.
And, you know, and myself, I moved from England to the US. And how did you balance that between fully integrating into a society that maybe had different values, you know, in terms of opportunities? Like, did you cling to what you knew? Did you adapt? Talk us through how you did that, because we've got a lot of people that are going to be champions for many, many different people. And I think understanding two cultures is a phenomenal experience you've gone through.
Yeah, that's a great question. I feel, you know, first and foremost, it's important that you keep your background, you keep what you have with you. I don't want to ever lose my roots, because that's what makes me the person I am. But on the other hand, you also want to adapt to understand what's happening around you so you can somehow be a part of society. So the balance still is very hard. I'm still, you know, trying to figure out. And when people ask me where I belong to, I don't really know. You know, I just belong to the earth, I guess.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, it is the reality. But for me, it's always been important to learn. You know, I love to learn, and I'm very curious as a human being, and I wanted to learn what was happening around me. But at the same time, you know, parts of being who you are is what you've experienced, and yeah, I think the balance is not easy, and you know, in our family in general, I think somehow we succeed in it, and then most of it's probably because of my mom, because she always made sure that we, you know, didn't lose ourselves, and at home we were forced to speak Dari, which is my mother language. So in that way, I feel like I still had parts of me that I could, you know, give back to society and still grow as a human being.
Incredible. Well, you are, you know, I've been fortunate in my former position coaching to compete, not me personally, obviously I'm way older than Nadia, but as a coach to compete. And it is a truly remarkable story to come from a country where, you know, soccer was not an opportunity, and to reach the levels. And she's currently a professional soccer player in the NWSL here in the US. So an incredible inspiration. And this is a question for kind of both of you guys, you know, in terms of how do you see sports diplomacy, Will, playing out in, and the focus for you currently in your role? You know, how do you see that? I know we've got major world events, but how do you see that playing out for us?
Sure. I think it's difficult to define what is sports diplomacy, and when we think about it, it happens on a variety of different levels. On the one hand, it happens at the individual level. If you look at my own personal experience, going to Liberia, and I could talk about, I've been all over the world, and the way that I build relationships is through playing soccer in particular, but sport more broadly. it creates a level playing field. It breaks down barriers. It creates a space where you can interact with folks and have something in common, even if you don't speak the same language. So on an individual level, I think sport has a huge role to play in terms of bringing people together from different backgrounds and contexts. But then, of course, at a much greater level, if we talk about governments, we talk about international agencies, we look at major events like the World Cup, which has just happened, or the Women's World Cup that's coming up. We look at the Olympics. These are massive, massive events that bring people together from all sorts of different backgrounds. And they're not always wearing their suits and their ties. They're out there on the pitch. They're in a different type of setting where it's a little bit easier to have discussion and debate and dialogue and to figure out ways to collaborate and move forward. So I think when you think about sports and diplomacy, it's not just like these massive international agencies doing this work. It's also at the individual level. And I've personally had that play out in a major way in my own life. And today, in the work that we do, well, Jill's a good example. She's come to both of our campuses in Liberia and in Morocco as a sports diplomat on behalf of the US government. And that has unlocked so many doors for us as an organization and for our student athletes as well, to see that there are different opportunities out there beyond their own borders, that they can interact and engage with people from different backgrounds. They can connect with them in a very specific way, which is on the sports field, which maybe they didn't realize before. And that creates opportunities for engagement, for collaboration, which is critical. That's ultimately what we're after as human beings. We want to connect. We want to get to understand each other.
Before I asked Nadia, they were both chatting backstage, and Will is he's an entrepreneur, but he's someone who's very passionate about helping athletes create opportunities. And so they're going to connect because they've already spoken a little bit about what Nadia wants to do and the things that she wants to open, and it's about creating opportunities. And just to share a little bit about my own experiences for a second, I spent 30 years on the sidelines coaching, and I suddenly realized that sport can be a conduit to something else. And so I got this opportunity to, I was asked to consult for a gentleman who was buying a professional team. And after hearing his vision, I said, you know what, I was so tired of hearing, the participation in women's sports is declining, the number of coaches we're losing, there aren't enough women in C-suite positions, et cetera, et cetera. And so I said to this owner, I said, I don't want to consult, I want to run the whole damn thing. And now I've been able to hire a female general manager, a female CEO, a female head coach, and create this ripple effect of opportunities. And would never have had that had it not been all the lessons and experiences that I'd taken away from sport about it is the absolute conduit to bring people together. And it's such a joy for me to see it play out. And sorry to take this, but for yourself, Nadia, in terms of sports diplomacy and some of the things you've actually experienced, you've played World Cups, European Championships, the things that maybe you've learned or experienced through seeing that, through seeing nations that potentially, were rivals and have a better understanding of each other through sport.
Yeah, that's, that, as we said, it's like a great tool because of, its values, tolerance, respect. Funny story, I was in Kenya, in Kakuma, for one of my works, and I ended up in this refugee camp in Kakuma. It's like one of the biggest refugee camps in Kenya, and a lot of them, from Sudan and other parts of Africa because of war, civil war, but also some of them were refugees because of climate changes. And they, of course, wanted to play football, but had a lot of problems because they will start out big fights every time there was a match. And so the camp made a rule that if you were to play any kind of football, you had to have like one from each, of the groups on your team. And that's what happens, and they start to having a lot of success, Kakuma United, and then it ended up being in the Kenyan second division. For me, it's like a great story on how you can, you forget all your differences, who you are on the team, you're a part of a team, you're united, and you're fighting for the same goal. And it doesn't have to be on, international level. I see it, in my team, and day to day, you might not like the person. I don't know what the reason is, but at the end of the day, you have to respect them, and you have to, accept that that's the way they are and tolerate their, what they are, what they offer. and work together with them. And that's probably my favorite part of, of sports in general. It allows you to be you.
Yep.
Jill, if I can just jump on that.
Yeah.
I think like sports has potential to shape culture, right? We've seen it countless times over history. We see it here in the US, folks like Colin Kaepernick, folks like Black Players for Change in the MLS, Black Women's Player Collective in NWSL. It creates a space that's very different from being in the classroom or being in the boardroom. And I think that's critical. Like we need more of that in diplomacy. We need to get people out of their sort of corporate settings and into spaces where their barriers are a little bit broken down. There's a sense of camaraderie. Maybe they've just played together and that's created a sense of unity. And that brings them into a different type of dialogue and discussion than they might if they're walking into the boardroom and they're a bit stiff, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So.
Very, very true. One of the things I was, when I took over coaching the U.S. women's national team, as a woman, and Nadia and I had this conversation, when you take a position, a leadership position, sometimes it's just like, I just want to do a good job not to mess it up for all the women that come after me, right?
Yeah.
And then it's also, I just, when I took this position, it was just put my head down and try and do a good job. And a couple of years into my job, and so I didn't see it as a role model. I didn't see it as as a conduit to anything. It was just do a good job, coach the team. And a female leader called me and she said, Jill, can I give you some advice? I'm like, sure, what's up? And she said, Jill, you have a platform. And with that platform, here's the advice I'm going to give you. You have a responsibility to do 3 things. I said, what are those? And she said, be a voice, be visible, and build a community. And it really was at that moment that I realized, yes, I've got to do a good job, but I have a platform, an opportunity, and I'm a role model. And now what can I do for those that come after me? And I share that with you because I would love to hear your thoughts on that as, leaders, young leaders in your spaces with a broad, vast experiences. How does that resonate with you, that advice?
I mean, definitely resonates with me, and I think you're doing great.
Opening the doors.
Me up. No, it's a reality. I think it's important that you do have a platform, and that's something that I feel similar. I have a platform, and I want to use my platform, my voice to make a change, not only for myself but for the coming generations. For me, I was the first kid with a different background than the Danish to play for the Danish national team, that was a big deal for me because now all these other kids in Denmark could have the same dream that, hey, it's possible for her, it's also possible for me. And using my voice to improve things, it's crucial. And especially on the women's side, I feel there's a lot more women athletes who do use their platforms to speak about issues. And I think that's beautiful just because it's an easy way to make a change. I just hope there will be more on the male side that'll do the same.
Absolutely. No, and I think coming at it from a slightly different background because I don't have the platform that you guys have. But within my organizations, I do, right? And so it's about how do you lead a group of people and ensure that they're going to carry on the legacy that you're trying to build. And so in my situation, it's about, I think of leading as empowering those around you. I think the greatest leaders in the world, you can see by the people who are around them, the way that they behave, the confidence that they have in them. That's critical, and that's what we're trying to impart in our organizations. We're in the midst now of a leadership transition where I've realized that it's time for me to take a step back because I'm not the right person to lead the organization. So I think there's also understanding when it's time for you to move forward and have the next person come in and take it to the next level is critical. So it's about also creating those platforms for people. And I think you're both doing that, excelling in your own platforms, but also paving the way for the future.
Well, and just, Nadia, everybody, this is what the advice was also, is that regardless of whether you're a leader of 2 or 2,000, you have a platform. One of the things when we talk about, impact of sport is, as it relates to social change, is, the U.S. women's national team, it's well documented, they're champions of equal pay, and now we've seen that happen in other countries, other teams have stepped up, and then beyond sport, into society, this advancement and focus and spotlight on women's equal pay. So talking just a little bit about leadership, you probably have been captains of your teams, CEOs, but how do you lead? Obviously, there's different ways of leading. How do you lead when you're not the person that's nominated or designated as the person at the highest level? How do you lead in that regard? Because I'm sure you've not always been a captain, you've not always been a CEO. Talk to me about your leaderships opportunities.
You want to go?
Yeah. For me, it's about understanding the people around you and kind of understanding what their potentials are and their values. And for me, yeah, I've been, captains on teams, and but also times I can lead without having, the band around my arm. For me, it's about like tapping in and making people around you understand that they have like certain qualities that they can bring on the table. And I'm probably not the person who's going to tell you how to lead. I'll just make you aware of your potential. And also, I'm one of those leaders who go first. I'll do it by action. So on the field, I'll do my best to, to show how, what we should do.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's been understanding my positionality in the work that I've been doing. I'm a young white American man, comes from a relatively privileged background, doing this work on the African continent in particular. And so being able to create spaces where the people with whom I'm working, who have immense talent and skill, but haven't been given access to the same opportunities as I have, leveraging that opportunity to give them those spaces, to allow them to step into that. That's how I've sought to kind of lead from behind at times.
Yep.
So for little things, like you wouldn't see my face on social media, I very rarely do something like this because I want to show that the people who are actually doing the work on the ground are the people who should be out front and the ones who are kind of showcased. So I think from a leadership perspective, albeit that I've sat in these positions where I've had to be the executive director or the CEO of these organizations, I've tried to kind of lead from behind and kind of help those who have this immense talent and skill step into those positions and thrive and take it to the next level.
Yep. And one of the things just to sort of share with, because obviously we've got a lot of young leaders in the room who will go on and continue to do great things. But, one of the things I found was, you talk about creating a safe space is when I would build my staff, I think often when you have a meeting as a leader, everybody in your room is trying to think, what do they want to hear? And I don't want to stray too far from either side, so I'm going to sit on the fence, right? So I think as leaders, it's really important when you get in a room with people is you say things to them like, hey, I want to hear your most impassioned why, because then you become richer yourself. It's not that I want to hear what you think I want to hear, and it's not that I want you to sit on a fence. I want to give you, I kind of have this saying, no one gets to be neutral in my meetings. I want to hear your why. And so as leaders, I think that's really important to create that space. Not only will you be richer from it because of all the diverse ideas you're going to hear, but it also makes people, and I think especially with the new younger generation, they want to be a part of the process, part of the problem solving. Even as a coach, I used to talk at my team, here's what we're going to do, and then it became more of a conversation. So I definitely think as leaders, bringing people into the decision making is a big part of success.
Jill, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I think everybody in here wants to hear from you. So you had to lead in a variety of all these national teams in different types of players, different types of situations. And you had some really big global personalities, people who are really significant figures in the world. Yeah. And when we think about sports diplomacy, we're interacting between the biggest countries in the world. Right. Their leaders are coming together, and we're trying to figure out ways to enable dialogue and cooperation. How did you manage, as the leader of these incredible women, to these different personalities and to ensure that this group could come together and succeed over time? Because I think that's ultimately what we're talking about in the context of NATO as well. It's like, how does this group of countries come together and ensure peace and
no, it's a really good question. One off script. I think part of what I've learned is the closer people, and we hear this word a lot right now, being authentic, the closer people can be to who they naturally are, the more bought in people are going to be, because so the introvert can be the introvert, the extrovert, and you respect them for who they are and the qualities they bring. I think the other thing, when I have such a team of, high functioning, high performing individuals, what I've learned is that people, to have a high performing environment, people really need two things. They need to feel valued first and foremost. And they also need to have clarity. What's my role? What's my expectation? And so one of the things that we had, was with our team was I had 23 All-Stars. Well, how do you make 23 people, 23 countries, how do you make them feel important when some play, 90 minutes a game and some don't play at all? And so my staff really made an effort to look at ways that we could shape a narrative of value to everyone. So one of the things, for example, we did is we would put up our starting lineup the night before the game. And you put the starting lineup up, and then you list, and I'm not sure what they call them in Denmark, but the reserves or the substitutes, or I think sometimes in America we call them bench warmers. And I thought to myself, that's not really what their role is. These people are not just filling in, they are actually coming in to have an impact. So how do we show value? So we changed the moniker and we called them game changers. This was about 6-7 years ago. Because I wanted to send the message that they are actually going to come in and impact the game. So as leaders, we got to find ways to show value, make people feel included, make them feel, that their impact, regardless of whether it's 10 minutes or 90 minutes, is as important. And I think that's something that's really important. And the other thing that I helped shape this narrative was whenever I was asked, how are you going to win the World Cup? How are you going to win the World Cup? I could have talked tactics or whatever, and I said, what, our depth will help us win. And in doing so, I was showing value to 23 people, not just the 11 that maybe start a game. So I think that, I think it's something as leaders we have to be very cognizant about how we bring people into the conversation and make people, because if people feel that they matter, regardless of their contribution, I think they're going to feel a part of something very, very special. But thank you for that question. I think we have some questions either from the audience, I'm not sure how this is exactly going to work, or online. So how can I pull those up? Have we got some questions from the audience? Or are they going to pull up on my iPad? Oh yeah, question from the audience. Perfect, please.
Microphone.
Good morning. I'm Julia Little, and first of all, thank you so much for coming here. I'm such a fan, so thank you. My question for you, all three of you, are what are some examples of immediate aspirations of activism and humanitarian actions that you hope to take, and how will it impact more like diplomatic relations happening currently?
Do you want to talk about what you were just talking about out there? The idea of creating an academy kind of thing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is just like really on a starting basis, and me and one of the academy coaches in Racing Louisville were speaking about how to create, something opportunity for kids who don't have the access to education and football, parts of the world where it might be Afghanistan or other parts of it, where you somehow give them a opportunity to fight for their lives, basically. But again, it's very hard. First and foremost, because it's a big project. Secondly, also, not everywhere. It's not easy to start something in Afghanistan, for instance, just because of the cultural, the religious backgrounds. So this is something you might help me with.
Yeah, one of the things that, to answer your question, that I'm trying to do now is take the lessons that I've learned over the past 10 years, helping to create these different organizations in different places with people from completely different contexts, and apply them to folks with platforms and resources and voices who can amplify much more significant change in the world. So one of the groups that we work with, I mentioned them before, Black Players for Change. Every single black player in Major League Soccer came together to promote equity and representation in the sport and in society more broadly. So helping them kind of figure out the best initiatives to do, how to evaluate them, how to improve them, and amplify change in that way. So something like what Nadia wants to do is something that I'm super interested in, because she obviously has a platform, she has a voice, she has the potential to drive really significant change in her community. And to the extent that we can enable that, then the world's going to be better for it. And from a diplomacy perspective, we're going to have more bright young people operating with ethical values, with empathy, and wanting to create a better world.
Sorry, I'm going to tap into this. Also because, I don't know how many of you guys know Games of Our Lives. It's like the same people who created common goals, where you use football as a tool to create change. And usually they make, you can invest 1% of your salary to then goes to causes that you want to have an impact on. But this is where you invest 1% of your time, and it could be in any ways that you wanted to invest, and then you somehow create this team with, with captains, co-captains who are fighting for the same cause, and your captains and your co-captains are then going to activate, your fan base, your clubs, your sponsor to fight for something that you want to change. So for my cause, obviously, I think, gender equality, access to school and sport is something that I'm very passionate about. And then we've been working on to try and make this happen, and having, co-captains, maybe as Jill on my team who has, such a reach and such a big platform, such a voice that when she speaks, people listen. So yeah, that's also one of the ways that I'm trying to do something about this.
Great. Anyone else from the floor that has a question? Yes. And then I'll go to someone online.
Yes, folks, if you have questions, please line up in front of the microphone. Thank you.
That's a long walk.
Yeah.
It should have been
Doing laps here, yeah.
Coming from the other side of the room. Hi, my name is Maya. I want to thank you all so much for being here. My question is, we've talked a lot about the positive aspects of, and there's numerous of them that sports brings to diplomacy, but my question is about sports washing. We've seen a lot of questions about that in the Middle East, but now we're also starting to see it here in the US. I'm thinking particularly of the Miami Grand Prix that happened recently, and the US, certain areas of the US where the rights for LGBTQ and particularly trans individuals are being severely curtailed, and how sports can play a role in changing that conversation, but also balancing that with this concept of sports washing and how it can also sort of erase that from the conversation.
Can I take that? Yeah, it's a really, really good question. I think it's really interesting because it ties the conversation that we've had together about leadership and sports. So it's absolutely an issue, right? You have people who are being performative, who internally have a certain value set, and then externally are reflecting a very different value set that they think society wants to hear. We can often see through that. We have to get more people in positions of power who are representative of the groups that we're seeking to serve. So Jill is an amazing example of that right now with the San Diego Wave. She already talked about it. But we get more women in positions of power, they will hire like-minded folks who are also going to pursue the same value sets that they're portraying from an external perspective. So the more that we can internally reflect who we want to be externally, the less sports washing, I would also say greenwashing, all of these different types of performative acts will occur. Excellent question, thank you.
Let me just go to one online here. As a student athlete and captain of a college tennis team with a degree in political science, what are some leadership opportunities in the industry of sports diplomacy that can help marginalized communities of NATO partner countries to engage through sports into politics or democracy?
Oof.
It's a long one.
That is an impressive question.
Yes.
That's probably to you.
Yeah.
You guys, not me.
Well, I can talk about some of the networks that exist that people can get involved in. One of them is Common Goal, which you already talked about.
Yep.
And again, that's a group that came together to promote sport for development broadly and encourage professional athletes, coaches, I think even teams now as well, to donate 1% of their money and their time. And so they're supporting a vast network of sport for development organizations around the world, which young people can get involved in. I think my personal example is getting involved with my university. My university gave me access to an opportunity to go out and step into a space. I was actually doing an internship in the US Embassy when I went to Liberia. So it was a combination of diplomacy and sport. But I think maintaining that level of curiosity that's reflected in that question, meeting as many people as you can through your university, through your networks, and doing the research as well. Like I said, Common Goal. There's a variety of them out there.
Goal of our lives, if you don't want to, spend 1% of your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you get to a point in your career, for me, it became more important about what am I doing for those that come after than what really is ahead anymore. And so I think you've got to be naturally, you talk about naturally curious yourself to say, how can I seek out these opportunities for change? I think there's so many resources now, but I just love the fact the question is asking, how can I? And I think that's really the message here. All right, we probably have time for maybe one, maybe two more questions. Getting my timer over there.
Thank you. My name is Chris with the Global Branding Agency. I'm the founder of that, and typically we focused on building brands for like artists, entertainers, and especially athletes. And so I'm wondering from like a community perspective, being from Newport News, Virginia, where a lot of great athletes come from, what could I do as far as like on a community scale to like provide these athletes more opportunities or just expose them to different things and help them become better leaders?
Well, I share this with you because, in San Diego, one of the things that we've tried to do, and so maybe it's seeking out, reaching out to professional organizations, or even universities, but one of the things we've tried to do is to create an internship program for high school students. Because my goal and ambition is, again, how do we get more females involved in, entrepreneurship, in sports management. I met one of my former student athletes at UCLA last night at the New York game, and she's left the playing field and she's now serving, in a role with Gotham. And I said to her, "You're going to be a president someday of a sports organization." And she's like, "I love that." So part of it is having that belief. So I truly believe in that. But I think again, I'll let these guys answer. But what I would say is reach out to the organizations, and if something doesn't exist, suggest creating it. We've now partnered with San Diego State, and we hire literally 100 ambassadors, and we bring them in, and part of my philosophy is, what are you interested in? But we expose them to every facet of sport so they find what they're interested in. We had a high school student, she did a 1-week internship, seems minimal, but the kid left with just such a great, not only seeing females in leadership roles, but she left with an idea of something. I went to college, didn't know what the heck I was going to do, but she already had exposure to careers and choices and impact that she could have. I don't know if you guys have some thoughts too.
I think for me, like the start is like, that's the opportunities are there, the access. That's the biggest factor for my case,
I think like the fact that you're even asking the question is really important, right? If you're thinking about branding for athletes, for entertainers, whatever it might be, recognizing that they have a platform to drive change. The most effective way in the beginning is, first of all, figure out what matters to them. What issue? We can't do everything, right? We can't tackle every corner of the world and every different type of issue. So what issue areas mean most to them? What geographies mean most to them? How do those align with what they do on a day-to-day basis? And then where are there organizations that align with those issue areas, with those geographies, and how can you team them up, right? Because ultimately, an entertainer, an athlete, one of their most important assets is that they have a platform and they can communicate and advocate for the organizations that they might be working with. So your role is to figure out how do you pair them and ensure that they can drive as much change as possible with that platform.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I think we have time for one question.
Hi. I wanted to ask, obviously international sports are organized largely along national lines, national teams, and with that comes some pretty long-standing rivalries between nations. So how do you balance that history of rivalry with trying to bridge divides between countries?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Well, I grew up in a household, I'm talking minimal now, but I grew up in a household, my mother was Scottish and my father was English, and honestly, it was war in our house during that time. But I think in all honesty, Will and I were talking about this yesterday, we were riding down on the train, it's like when even in my sports teams, I had this rival on the opponent's team, and I just naturally didn't like this person because they were on the other team. And then one day she actually joined our team, and I'm like, it was such a lesson for me to see that we have so many similarities, and we actually left. I remember her name, Jolie DePaul. We left there becoming really good friends. So I think that the rivalries are important. I as a young coach, I didn't feel like I could engage with the other coach. It was my rival, and I took it in here. And as I matured and grew, I realized, you know what, we're fighting for the same thing. And so I actually formed a group of national team female coaches where we came together to share ideas, because we're not sharing tactics, but we're sharing experiences. And we realized that we were all dealing with the same thing. So I think first and foremost, it's desensitizing yourself to the fact of we're actually playing the same game. We're just, what do we have in common than we have different? But it's a great question. But on a personal level, yes. I mean, I learned an important lesson that there is so much more similarities than there are differences. But great question. Well, I have the time signal here. I just want to, first of all, if you could, help me please thank Nadia Nadim and Will Smith. I've been very fortunate in my life. I say football has been a gift. It has helped me find my career, my path, and even my voice. So I share that with you that, as you go forward in leaderships, sport is definitely a conduit for change and brings people together. So please seek it out, encourage it, and facilitate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Jabs, Special Assistant to the President of William and Mary for Military and Veteran Affairs, and I'm here to introduce a very special video by Irene Feline, NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security.
Hello from Brussels. I'm Irene Feline, the NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. I would have loved to be in Washington today, and I would like to take this opportunity to send you a goodwill for a successful event. It is an important occasion. It is the first time that there is a NATO Youth Summit in the US and a great opportunity to present for the first time the Women, Peace and Security Award. NATO is a transatlantic alliance, and I'm delighted our first winner, football legend Jill Ellis, is a perfect example of a transatlanticism. She was born and brought up in the UK, but then started a new life in the US. And what a life! Winning not just one, but 2 consecutive Women's World Cups is an amazing feat. But her efforts have not just been about lifting World Cups. She also helped lift up the next generation of inspiring women. Today, she stands alongside arguably Afghanistan's most talented footballer, Nadia Nadim. Besides having an inspiring personal story, she's also a promising symbol of the next generation. Jill has been an inspiration to many young girls like her, working with those from the grassroots, putting in the hard hours with smaller teams and organizations. Ultimately, Jill's contribution to push for gender equality, highlighting the role of women and providing an inspiring example, is undateable. People like you make the world a better place and a more peaceful one. Therefore, I'm so glad to salute you, Jill, as our first WPS winner. You have set the standard for high for those who follow you. And I look forward to handing over the next award to an inspiring woman like you. It is well merited, and I wish you and everyone in Washington, D.C. today a very enjoyable and memorable event.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I may not even have to say anything. Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of Irene Feline, it's my great honor to present the first Women, Peace and Security Award to William and Mary alumna, soccer/football legend, and transatlantic citizen extraordinaire, Jill Ellis.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, amazing. That's so cool.
It is now my pleasure to welcome Kay Floyd, Director of the Whole of Government Center of Excellence, to the stage for this conversation on defending freedom with allies.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So to give you a little bit of background while we're waiting for the Department of Defense to come online here with us, the Whole of Government Center of Excellence was an idea that actually came out of the military and interagency with the recommendation to William and Mary to create this epicenter for convening, for research, for education. So it's with that in mind that it is my great, great pleasure to introduce Dr. Call, who's going to be giving us a small address. Then I'm going to get a few kind of questions in, and then we're going to turn it over to you and those online. Dr. Call.
Great. Good morning, everybody from the Pentagon.
One
It's
moment,
great
Dr.
to be.
Call. I think we're waiting for your audio to come through.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Dr. Call, if you can hear this on your side.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
The National Press Club. We need you to unmute on your side, please.
It's unmuted.
So this is where
We have
President Rowe
unmuted.
gets nervous that I'm going to start doing stand-up comedy, which has gone in different directions before. Give it just 1 second here. And meanwhile, I'd encourage you guys to be going on to the WebEx app, thinking about different questions, interacting online, and of course, using your social media, hashtag NATO Youth Summit while you're doing this.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, excellent. And President Rowe's very relieved I haven't launched into my jokes. Sir, the floor is yours.
Great. Good morning, everybody from the Pentagon. It's terrific to be with you all. The vibrant, enlightened participation of the world's youth at this year's NATO Youth Summit underlines the indomitable spirit and commitment you all have to shaping a safer, more equitable, and peace-oriented future. Young leaders like you are integral to our collective effort to safeguard the rules-based international order, which really undergirds our safety, our prosperity, and our way of life. You are convening at a time of tremendous change and grave threats to that order. As demonstrated by Russia's brutal war of aggression in Ukraine and Ukraine's valiant defense of the freedoms that many of us take for granted. The perspectives that you share throughout this summit can help shape NATO's future strategy, not only in confronting traditional security threats, but also in key areas such as mitigating the existential threat from climate change, combating disinformation, and responding to accelerating developments in generative artificial intelligence and other emerging and disruptive technologies. The world desperately and urgently needs creative solutions to complex problems like this. And your role in devising and implementing these creative solutions begins with your decision to engage and serve. For my part, when I'm not serving in government, I'm a professor at Stanford University, and I'm constantly inspired by my amazing students. Each encounter with bright young minds like yours serves as a reminder you are light years ahead of where I stood at your age, which I can assure you, having just had a birthday, was a long, long time ago. You're armed with far greater capabilities than I was, and you have access to powerful tools to make a real difference on the world around you. And I have complete confidence that you will do so. Day to day, what I try to do is do my best to help the United States and our allies and partners contend with daunting issues we collectively face. But I also believe that it's my solemn obligation as a current policymaker to help build a bridge that will enable your journey. I need you. We all need you to succeed. We are counting on you to seize the enormous opportunities and potential inherent in the current age and to help craft enduring solutions to our gravest challenges. So don't let us down. And with that, I look forward to the conversation.
Some baselining for those around the world and in DC, some who might be very familiar with the Department of Defense and its role, and those that might want to have a little bit more background in education here. So can you tell us specifically about your role as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, kind of how that fits into DoD, and then also the ways you've been responsible for crafting the department's national defense strategy? How do these puzzle pieces fit together?
Yeah, who am I? Why am I here? As the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, I think the easiest way to conceptualize my role is that I'm essentially the civilian national security advisor to the Secretary of Defense. So I run an organization of about 800 core staff. And then when you factor in other folks who work for the agencies that report to me, it's about 3,000 people. And our role is to do a couple of things. First, we staff the secretary. For all his meetings, right now he's traveling abroad. He just finished trips to Singapore, to Japan, India. He's now on his way to Normandy, France. My team prepares all those materials. We send subject matter experts along with the Secretary to help with those engagements. We help plan those trips, both in terms of process and in terms of substance. When the Secretary is back in the building, I am his senior advisor on making recommendations associated with foreign policy, defense policy. I'm also the Secretary's representative to what we call the interagency, which is just a fancy term for the various departments and agencies in our government that deal with national security affairs, getting in a room together to hash out big policy issues. So I'm his representative to the Deputies Committee, which is one level down essentially from the cabinet, the principal level. And then another big part of my job is to provide civilian oversight inside the building to our force deployments, to our war plans, and to any decision inside the Department of Defense that impacts foreign and defense policy. And then lastly, my job is to represent the department on the world stage in defense diplomacy by interacting with my counterparts from allies and partners in every corner of the globe. So it's a big job at an important time, and it's been the honor of my lifetime to have this opportunity. One of the things that my organization does is we draft the National Defense Strategy. The National Defense Strategy nests underneath our national security strategy. And I think what's notable about this National Defense Strategy, which came out last year in 2022, is that it clearly identifies the People's Republic of China as what we call our pacing challenge. Both those words are important, pacing and challenge. Pacing because China is the only country with the capability and increasingly the intent to displace the United States as the world's leading power and to replace the rules-based international order that the United States helped give birth to after World War II with some alternative that is closer to the PRC's own interests and values. They not only have that intent, but they have increasingly the technological, diplomatic, military, and economic capability to do so. So that's why they are our pacing challenge. But the word challenge is also intentional in the sense that we don't see conflict with China. We don't think a conflict with China is either imminent or inevitable. But we will defend our interests around the world, not only here in the homeland, but in the broader Indo-Pacific with our allies and partners and globally. And so we will seek to compete with China where we can, cooperate with them where we can, and stand up for our interests consistently. The National Defense Strategy also identifies Russia as an acute threat. And again, both of those terms are intentional, acute and threat. Acute meaning sharp and immediate, and threat meaning threat. And it's clear that Russia is an adversary state. Unlike China, it doesn't have the capability to dominate the world, but Russia does have the ability to blow up the world. And given its aggression in Ukraine and the threat that it poses to the transatlantic community, we have obviously been doing all we can to address that threat by assisting the Ukrainians. And maybe with that, I'll pause and look forward to your other questions.
Sir, speaking of transatlantic unity, in the last 24 years, 14 nations became part of NATO, with Finland being the 15th and Sweden set to join soon. How can the United States help lead in welcoming these nations particularly into the alliance? And how can we do that job demonstrating our commitment to collective security with the new friends in the room?
Yeah, it's a great question and a well-timed one given Finland's entry into NATO and we hope Sweden's in the very near future. Look, the 14 countries that you've mentioned are all different. They come in all shapes and sizes, different capabilities. Some were part of the former Soviet orbit. Some, like Finland and Sweden, have traditionally had a position of neutrality. And so, it's not the same for every country. I will just say that when it comes to Finland and Sweden, you're talking about two countries that already have tremendous capability. They have very robust militaries. They have very impressive defense industrial bases, which I think, as we've seen in the conflict with Ukraine, is hugely important to the alliance. And in both Finland and Sweden, they have incredibly important, favorable strategic geography. Finland alone essentially doubles the land border between NATO and Russia and poses real dilemmas for Russia as it relates to the threat that it may pose for NATO. Sweden is also extraordinarily favorable geography. So, it's not one of these situations where I think the alliance has to do a bunch of things for Finland and Sweden. Right out of the gate, they are going to do a bunch of things to strengthen the NATO alliance. But what we look forward to doing is integrating Finland and Sweden into NATO planning, fully integrating them into NATO exercises, ensuring that their militaries are fully interoperable. That means can operate alongside other NATO allies, and that we're doing everything together as allies. And frankly, I think that'll just be a natural evolution to the already extraordinarily close defense relationship we've had with both Finland and Sweden.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to get one more question in, and then I'm going to encourage you guys to line up at the microphone to get your questions, as well as to put any questions in online that you might like through the WebEx app. So one of the themes of today is that security and defense take many different forms and require that diverse and inclusive community of smart people here in the room and online to advance democratic values. As a scholar of political science, is there a skill or subject from outside that discipline, apologies if I'm throwing you a curveball, that has served you particularly well? I'm thinking maybe that was a class on literature, a pivotal study abroad moment, something in that space where you said, I'm going to be really multidisciplinary in my approach, and it's going to help me advance these democratic goals.
Yeah, it's something I think about a lot, actually. I mean, there are skill sets that I think, regardless of what you study, are extraordinarily important. You have to be a good writer. You have to be an articulate communicator. You have to operate well under stress. You have to be a good team player. You have to be able to staff up and eventually manage down, and you have to do it all with a sense of humanity. You have to be a good person. If you can do all of those things, you will be successful and really maximize your service. In terms of background, yes, I'm a political scientist by training. I am, as I like to joke, I have a doctorate in political science, but I'm neither a real doctor nor a real scientist. And I would say that, frankly, outside of the discipline of political science and international relations that I focused on, I think some of the other social sciences that have proved and humanities type issues that have proven really important are economics, history, psychology. They're all very important. But I would say increasingly, I think science and technology backgrounds are going to be important. So many of the challenges that we face today really cross the streams between kind of the social sciences and the hard sciences. And so, knowing how to code, being an engineer of one kind or another, having a strong math and science background really will enable that next generation of policymakers to weigh in on issues like cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and address issues like global pandemics and climate change, where it's not just kind of a political science or a legal background or an economics background that will be most important, but really being able to bring technical skills to the table when talking about those issues.
Sir, and one we take to heart at William and Mary, that bridging of liberal arts with data science, computer science, cybersecurity, and other pieces that are reflected in our Vision 2026. So now may I invite anyone that would like to go ahead and line, oh, there is a queue, sir. All right, I would love to get through as many of these as possible. I might not even get my final question in, so you're gonna launch in, please be brief, and then sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, for your time. My name is Liam Leslie. The question I had was, can you give us some insight into the department's view about whether it's on tanks or now with fighter jets, how the Department of Defense should work with NATO allies and where it should take the lead in terms of equipping the Ukrainians with more capabilities?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we could probably fill hours with the answer. I'll just say this, the United States has now provided nearly $40 billion of security assistance to Ukraine in about 15 months. That is historically unprecedented. I'm very proud of what we've done to be able to deliver that assistance. The Ukrainians have fought with tremendous courage and bravery and tenacity It's the fact that we've been able to deliver this security assistance has really put them in the best position to beat back, the Russians. And I think, it's hard to know where the war is going to go from here, but I think it's already clear that the Russians have essentially lost since their goal was to take over Ukraine, and that's not going to happen. Their goal was to weaken NATO, and the absolute reverse has happened. And their goal was to make Russia stronger and more coercive on the world stage. And Russia's going to emerge from this conflict weaker than it's been in decades. And so, I think that the United States, standing alongside our allies and partners, have done a lot to put Ukraine in the position to survive, to endure as a democratic, sovereign, independent country, but also to inflict a strategic failure on Russia for its active aggression. The allies and partners have been crucial. Next week, the Secretary of Defense will host yet another Ukraine defense contract group. It's his 10th or 11th. It's hard to keep track at this stage. These collections of these meetings bring together about 46 countries from around the world. So it's not just NATO countries, but countries from the Middle East, from the Indo-Pacific, and elsewhere coming together to support Ukraine. And so even though the United States is by far the largest donor of security assistance to Ukraine, tens of billions of dollars of additional equipment and assistance have been provided by our allies and partners. And I'm very proud of the role that the United States has played in helping to galvanize and rally the world to really support what Ukraine is doing to stand up for the freedoms that all of us cherish.
Thank you, sir.
Concise question and concise answer, sir.
Hi, thank you so much for your time, Dr. Cole. My name is Elijah Tsai. I'm a William Mary Global Scholar. My question was, at the recent Security Forum in Singapore, Li Shangfu, the Minister of National Defense of China, said that NATO-like alliances would send Asia into a whirlpool of disputes and conflicts, to which the Secretary of Defense responded that we are not trying to create a new NATO in Asia. How do we balance reassuring allies and bolstering the international rules-based order while also ensuring that we do not signal to China that we are encroaching? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. The Secretary is absolutely right. We're not seeking to create a new NATO, but we do have treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific. Japan, the Philippines, Australia, South Korea, Thailand. And increasingly, there are opportunities for us not only to work bilaterally with our closest treaty allies, but to work in other configurations. So trilaterally, we're doing more and more in response to North Korean provocations with Japan and the ROK and the United States together. There are real opportunities to do things trilaterally with Japan, Australia, and the United States. Outside of our traditional alliances, but an increasingly close partner in India, we have what's called the Quad, which is India, Japan, the United States, and Australia. We have this large submarine deal that involves the UK and Australia called AUKUS that also has a emerging technology component to it. So really, the Indo-Pacific and Europe are not the same. We're not trying to recreate NATO, but we do have an unparalleled network of allies and partners, and it is in our collective interest to stitch those countries together in various constellations to advance our shared interests. None of that is a threat to China. In fact, the PRC's rise was enabled by the rules-based international order that the United States and our allies and partners helped to promote in that part of the world. There is plenty of room for both of us. We're not looking to encroach on China, but the Indo-Pacific is also not an exclusive sphere of influence for the PRC to lord over. And so we will continue to defend a free and open Indo-Pacific. We'll continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows. And we would expect that the PRC would respect those rules of the road, which are not American rules. They are international rules.
Sir, you've got a two-finger on line from a student interested in geopolitics. Could you add into the role that the DoD sees for India in curtailing China, especially taking into account their position of neutrality in dealing with Russia?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, India is it's 1/5 of humanity. It's one of the most consequential countries in the world. It's the world's largest democracy. It's an extraordinarily diverse and dynamic society. India has a lot to contribute to the world. I think that historically, India has kind of, pursued a middle path of neutrality among other major powers. I think in recent years, however, India has increasingly seen the PRC as a real strategic challenge to India's security. I think this was augmented, especially magnified, especially in 2020, with a combination not only of the COVID pandemic, but also the clashes along the shared land border between India and China. So I think India is hoping to do a lot more with the United States on the defense side. The Secretary of Defense was just in India. We'll have Prime Minister Modi visiting the United States for a state visit here in the not too distant future. And there's a lot of opportunity to deepen our defense ties with India. Now, historically, India has had close defense ties with Russia. They use a lot of Russian equipment. They produce, some Russian origin equipment in India. But I think increasingly India would like to diversify away from Russia and not be dependent on Russia. And I think that's in India's self-interest because on the one hand, Russian equipment in a lot of instances isn't that great. We're seeing that on the battlefield in Ukraine. But in other circumstances, I think what the world's democracies have learned is that you don't want to be overly dependent on Vladimir Putin because that's not a recipe for security.
Well, that might end up being one of our taglines out of the NATO Youth Summit, sir. Next question, please.
Hi, sir. Thanks for speaking with us today. My name is Joseph Waymeyer. I have a question regarding the future of defense policy in the Arctic. With the addition of Finland and possibly Sweden into NATO in the near future, I'm curious, what does future defense policy look like in the Arctic as competition for resources is increasing, and obviously there will now be the United States, Canada, Norway, Finland, potentially Sweden against Russia with competition for resources in the region?
Yeah, it's a great question and probably worthy of an extended answer. But since I will be have been instructed to be concise, I'll just say a few things. Climate change is changing everything about the Arctic. It is changing the operational environment. It is opening up new pathways to gain access to resources. And one of the things that's doing is magnifying competition for those resources. And you combine that with the fact that most Arctic nations will be in NATO, and the other one being Russia, and the adversarial relationship between the two, and the fact that the PRC also has ambitions to turn scientific and commercial endeavors in the Arctic into, we believe, military advantage over the long run. And I think we're in for growing competition in the Arctic. That said, I do think the Arctic is a global commons, and it is an area that no one nation owns, and where we still need to carve out space for cooperation on areas like resource management, science, and combating climate change. So even in this more competitive setting, we need to look for avenues where they present themselves to preserve some scope for cooperation.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Jawan Singh. When discussing the PRC and in terms of a rule-based international order, how should we address violations that China makes without necessarily provoking them or degrading our relationship?
Yeah, I mean, this inherent tension between standing up and not wanting to generate a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think the answer is it's a day-to-day exercise in standing up for what's in our interest, and standing alongside our allies and partners in defending the rules of the road that we all have. So, when we engage in freedom of navigation, whether it's in the South China Sea or the Taiwan Strait, we're not doing that to provoke China. We're doing that to reassert a global norm under international law that gives us the permission to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law permits. And these are extraordinarily important waterways for global commerce. So it's not just in America's interest, it's in the world's interest for these not to be seen as exclusive spheres of influence that China can coerce and bully its way and lord over. So we will stand up for our interests and for the rules-based international order. We will do it alongside our allies and partners so the PRC understands that it's not us versus them. But if they're challenging those rules, they are challenging a collection of most of the countries in the world that stand by those principles. By the same token, we need to build guardrails around our relationship so that we don't have incidents or that those incidents don't spiral out of control, which is one of the reasons why we have been encouraging the PRC to open up more and more frequent channels of communication. I think it was unfortunate that the Chinese Minister of Defense chose not to meet with the Secretary of Defense in Shangri-La. They had a passing handshake, but a handshake does not substitute for a substantive meeting between the two heads of the respective defense ministries. And so I would just hope that if China wants to be a great power on the global stage, with great power comes great responsibility, and they need to pick up the phone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for coming to talk to us. Zach Hill, George Washington University. So you had alluded earlier to the importance of the defense industrial base, how the war in Ukraine exposed deep deficits in defense stocks, particularly munitions stocks. What role do you see for U.S.-European defense cooperation to remedy this problem?
Yeah, it's a great question. A couple of things. First, it's a legacy of the fact that the United States and other countries in NATO have for a long time overinvested in platforms relative to the munitions that launch off those platforms. I also think for a long time we were focused on conflicts in the context of the so-called global war on terror, not high-intensity conventional war fights like we're seeing in Ukraine. And so, the effort to assist the Ukrainians has put stress on our defense industrial base. It's also put enormous stress on Russia's defense industrial base. So it's not unique. I think we need to do things both unilaterally and collectively. Unilaterally, we're making billions of dollars in additional investments in our defense industrial base and our supply chains to make them more resilient and responsive and to increase overall capacity. We're also working with Congress to get additional authorities to allow us to spend money over a number of years, because sometimes when you're only doing it year after year, it's harder for companies to make the longer term investments that are really necessary to raise the overall level of production. We also need to do things like train and incentivize a workforce. Given, the good news is unemployment is low in the United States. The bad news is it can be hard to get people to work on the factory making artillery shells because of the competition for jobs. But I think increasingly what we're recognizing is that we have to see the defense industrial base as a collective good of the free world. That is, that it's not, I think a lot of times we think of these as just national things. The United States and France are allies, but our companies also compete with one another around the world for arms sales. And I think increasingly among, advanced economies and democracies, we need to see our defense industrial base as something that benefits us collectively, and we need to ensure that that defense industrial base is sufficiently robust, but also interoperable and ideally interchangeable, so that an artillery shell produced in one part of the United States is compatible with a howitzer or an artillery system that is produced in the middle of Europe.
Thank you. Sir, you still have quite a queue. I'm going to ask the next five in line to huddle and maybe come up with a collective question or highlight themes. So huddle for a second, and I'm going to give you a quick question here while they do that. What's the biggest piece of advice you'd have for young professionals with an interest in service in government, whether DoD or the State Department?
Do it. I think that honestly, there are a lot of interesting career paths in the world. And public service is not the most remunerative. You can probably make more money doing other things, but you can find few things more rewarding than serving your country or serving an international organization with principles that you agree in, or working for a non-governmental organization domestically or internationally. Serve your community, serve your country, serve your world, because we need people who are not only looking out for themselves, but are really invested in making the world a better place, because there are plenty of people who are not invested in making the world a better place. So we need you. We need you to be energized around the issues that will really determine whether the future is a good one or not. So my advice is do it. And the only other thing I would say is don't presume there's any one path. There may be a path that starts with an internship or an overseas opportunity. Or something, it may be that you want to work in a particular department or agency in the government, but you can't get in. You can't get a job as a foreign service officer. So instead, you take a job working in the intelligence community for a period of time. There are many pathways, executive, legislative, and otherwise, and there's no straight line to success. So do it. And not only have a plan A, but have a plan B, C, D, E, and F to get you there.
Thank you, sir. All right, time is up. Wonderful huddlers. I think you have a 17-part question coming, sir. And this will be the last question, so I'll wrap it when you're done. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for being here. Second, there were many different questions here, and they were all fantastic questions, so I hope you all get a chance to talk after this, because I'm trying to incorporate all of them thematically. But the big question that we came up with is the role of disinformation and other issues in the digital sphere, such as terrorism, the development and regulation of artificial intelligence, and other problems that are transnational in nature and necessarily involve the private sector. For example, disinformation about climate change or state-sponsored threats, such as the Russian Internet Research Agency, which interfered in the 2016 and potentially 2020 election. How can these issues that are transnational, exist in the private sphere, and also overlap with state-sponsored threats be addressed by NATO and the Department of Defense specifically?
Yeah, it's a huge question, and I know just looking over the agenda for your meeting that you're having a lot of discussion on this topic. I'll just say a few things. First, I think the question captures a lot of the challenges that misinformation and disinformation pose. We see, powers large and small on the world stage using it for propaganda purposes to justify human rights abuses or acts of aggression. You saw that in the lead up to the war in Ukraine on the Russian side, for example. Obviously, there's a lot of disinformation as it relates to pandemics. That was rampant during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it really undermined the ability of societies to have sufficient levels of trust to respond adequately to the pandemic. There's a lot of misinformation about climate change dating back for a long period of time that has slowed our response to what is an existential challenge to the human race. And so getting the facts right on climate change matters a lot. Disinformation, misinformation fuels terrorism and various forms of violent extremism. It is involved in election interference and something that we've dealt with very close to home here in the United States in recent years is how much misinformation and disinformation, really supercharged by social media, has contributed to the kind of tribalism and polarization in our politics that's made having a civil discourse very difficult. And when you can't have a civil discourse, you can't govern. And when you can't govern, you can't solve problems. So it is one of the root challenges we face in addressing all of the challenges, domestic and foreign, that you all are talking about. And unfortunately, this problem is going to get worse before it gets better, because one of the things that ChatGPT and other large language models and other forms of generative AI are going to produce is the democratization of disinformation that is simultaneously tailored and at scale and operating at machine speed. One of the things that's been said about some of these programs is that they're not built to be truthful, they're built to be persuasive. And one of the things that, programs like ChatGPT do is they hallucinate in the sense that they present information that is actually not truthful. But we also hallucinate when we interact with them because it sometimes can be difficult to distinguish whether I'm interacting with a bot or a human being. And so I think the aperture for disinformation and misinformation is going to expand. So that is incumbent upon all of you to make sure that in the arms race for generative artificial intelligence, whether it's text or deepfake videos or fake images or whatever, that the race is on the side of the programs that identify misinformation and disinformation and flag authentic information for users so that we don't live in a world where artificial intelligence is making us dumber and turning us against one another, but actually is making us smarter, more productive, and more capable of solving problems.
That is a brilliant and coherent response. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll leave
Thank
it there,
you.
sir.
I will let
Please
my
join
staff
me.
know that you said that because I've never heard that before.
Final last words. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we are out now on a 10-minute networking break. Please feel free to snap some photos in the banner in the hallway, and make sure you share those with hashtag NATO Youth Summit. Okay, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then when you see and hear a video, that will be your signal to take your seats. Thank you.
I'm Irene Fellini.
Hello, team. Folks, let's return to our seats, please. Hi. Hello. If you wouldn't mind returning to your seats, please. And also, if we could have some folks come and sit in this front row here. That'd be good. We can't be shy, you know. We don't want to sit in the back of the classroom. Awesome. Okay, so I'm about to be joined by international relations content creator Ben Wheeler, who is about to debut a new video for us. Ben?
Do some European moralistic mumbo jumbo about why we should stay in NATO, and we'll get to that, but let's talk about it really directly. NATO is a good deal. No, scratch that. It's a great deal. Look, at face value, U.S. mutual defense alliances with any individual country is a bad deal for us because we have the #1 military in the world by a wide margin, and the other country has, just by the process of elimination, not the #1 military. But if I pledge mutual protection to 30 different countries, I'm ending up with a force much larger than my own. Think of it like this. If the U.S. military is worth $10, and let's just say every European military is worth $1, initially I'm kind of a fool for starting this alliance, but we're 30 members deep now, which means we're receiving $30 of value for just $10. That's a steal. I mean, it's nothing like when I traded views for an aircraft carrier visit, but it's still a great deal. Many critics of NATO will say that Latvia and other smaller states have nothing to offer the United States individually, and that's true. I live in a city 5 times the size of Latvia. In fact, most of us live in metro areas larger than most members of NATO. But NATO is about collective might, not engaging with countries individually. These small states actually offer something very special because when you add them together, their value is realized. Combined all together, the Baltics have 0 fighter jets. They're the penguins of the alliance. Get it? Because they can't fly.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
But they make up for their inability to fly by having mandatory military service, which means everyone in the country has military training, so they're a pretty large military force by default. The rest of NATO is considerably larger than the US in manpower. They have nearly as many troops as China, with a lot of the smaller states doing the heavy lifting there. Shout out to the Penguin Squad. NATO also has more tanks than the US, and they have more artillery than us. Sure, they may not have anything mad dumb like a howitzer on a cargo plane, a bomb that shoots swords, or a Gatling gun with a plane strapped to it. But with less than 100,000 US troops in Europe, a NATO conflict with Russia will see mostly Europeans fighting initially, which is the most intense period of fighting, meaning the small states that we make fun of for having less people in the Kennedy family tree will be the ones stepping up initially. Every ally brings something to the table. It's like a potluck, but for kicking ass. In nearly every place we export security to, the local military is larger and more capable than the force we have designated to it. And not just in Europe, but also in Japan and South Korea. Currently, we have 200,000 internationally deployed troops, and they are the deterrent. So for the cost of deploying 200,000 troops, we get a force of 5 million non-Americans who are willing to fight beside us to protect our interests, which are also their interests. Do you understand how insane that is? I know I sound like the ShamWow guy right now, but these numbers demonstrate just how bad the misinformation in this country is about our presence abroad. And look, Americans may not understand just how incredible of an alliance system we've set up, but our adversaries certainly do. The American alliance system relies on preventing wars, not fighting them. Deterrence works because typically nations don't start wars they know they'll lose. Let's talk about nuclear weapons. Nuclear nonproliferation is a major part of American foreign policy, and as young people, we don't really think about it or truly appreciate how remarkable it is that only 2 countries in Europe have nuclear weapons, because that period feels so long ago. These are very wealthy countries who could develop nukes if they wanted to, but thanks to NATO nuclear deterrence and the nuclear non-proliferation regime, they have not. We've deployed nuclear weapons inside 5 NATO members as reassurance that if the day ever comes, we will nuke back on their behalf. Sure, the UK and France have nuclear weapons, but they have like 12 each, and they don't have a triad. It's not really much of a deterrent for Russia, who has 6,000 nukes. In a world where NATO doesn't exist, and in a world where the US left NATO, it's not crazy to think that there would be 6 to 8 nuclear countries in Europe. Now, that's enough war though. Let's talk about some added benefits that are NATO adjacent. We're stronger together, not just in war, but also just in general. Our presence in Europe and around the globe secures our global supply chain. Remember when the pandemic hit and there were supply shortages everywhere, but it wasn't as bad here as it was everywhere else? It's been 3 years since the pandemic, and Europe still doesn't have pizza rolls, ranch, air conditioning, good movies, ice, free public restrooms, good Mexican food, apparently deodorant, oh, also a flag on the moon. But because we're everyone's favorite and also the primary security provider and incredibly wealthy and hot and cool, we have such a large network to source from, and in many ways immune from being cut off from a resource disaster, disease, or international action. The US economy plus NATO partners is 75% of the world's economy. That is astronomical when it comes to imposing sanctions, but also doing trade. The creepy weirdos of the world like Russia and China have this sick perverted fantasy of unseating the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. But good luck doing that when 75% of the world economy is allied with us. It pays to have friends. Life is easier with friends. I know the city has some of the most truly annoying people that this country has to offer, so I'm sure most of you can't relate, but just take my word for it. Countries want to be our friend. They They like our vibe. It also helps that many of the ideas we advance, such as freedom of trade, freedom of navigation, international collaboration, self-determination, furtherance of democracy, are very attractive to many countries around the globe, even if America itself alternates between literally dying in a ditch to defend those values and actively undermining them. I know that we've convinced ourselves recently that we are rotten to the core and that we're beyond repair and that's time to pull back from the world. And look, I know that a lot of the energy directed towards that attitude really has nothing to do with our presence abroad or dislike for our European friends, but rather a belief that our politicians continue to spend more on defense without any pushback. Yet when it comes time to help us with healthcare, education, student debt, or infrastructure, or do literally anything that's not building a giant death robot, our leaders act as if we're a developing nation and not the richest country in the world. I hear you. I really do. I feel the same way. But I need you to know that leaving NATO will not solve that problem. It will only increase defense spending and make the war machine stronger. NATO fills the gaps in our capabilities and in our personnel shortages. It has allowed us to spread our defense burden across 30 countries. We've really struggled to recruit soldiers recently, and now that they've ended production of the Dodge Charger, how else are we going to get young men to join if they can't buy a car at 27% APR? Leaving NATO will not save us money, and it won't keep us safer. It will put us at more of a risk because wanting to leave NATO is appeasement and accommodation. It is a pro-war position because history tells us that peace will only come through strength. Life is easier with friends. Thank you.
Ben, that was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's it's a unique thing to be able to share such complex and serious and important information, but in a fun way that is easily digestible for the youth of this alliance.
Yeah, it's something I've made a career out of, but I don't know, it comes easier the more you do it.
That's good. That's good. Okay, so we will take some questions from people. If you'd like to line up behind the microphone again, we have some coming in from online, and I also have a few of my own, in case you're interested.
You want to start with yours?
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, please. So in your opinion, what role do you think that international relations influencers play in shaping public opinion and influencing policy decisions on a global scale?
So naturally, they're playing to a younger crowd, right? So ultimately, and as young people become a growing voting bloc, the Gen Z now is going to be the largest, it is the largest generation in American history. I could be wrong, but I'm up here and you guys don't have mics, so you can't dispute that. And so they're becoming that, and so by having a TikTok channel or YouTube channel, you're directly influencing their opinions, not just on domestic politics, but also internationally. And so the more videos they see supporting Ukraine or various foreign actions, you're kind of shaping their opinions on that. So it is, you do have a big role in how things are being shaped. And I think you can see that very well in 2014, 2015 when Russia invaded and gaslit all of us. Everyone's opinion on it was just like, it's rebels, right? But now it's quite different. So, and I'm not taking credit for that. I'm just saying, it's different now that the ecosystem's changed.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so do we have any questions from the audience? This is a TikTok star, guys. No? Please.
Hello. First things first, I want to commend you in the work that you do. It's very important work being able to communicate what our national security interests are and the needs of NATO on social media, and I think you do a tremendous job of that. I think recently, though, a lot of us on social media have noticed greater apprehension to U.S. military expenditure abroad, as well as NATO involvement in the Ukraine conflict. And I think everybody in this room, we're all kind of policy wonks. We understand the importance of that. We understand how valuable that is. How have you been able to convey that message to people who may not have the same background that a lot of us have?
So I think when it comes to money to Ukraine, right, and apprehension towards it, it's very important that we communicate that we're not just giving raw dollars. A part of that is that, but we're also giving material and equipment that's been from birth designed to fight Russians, and we no longer have a use for it. We're pivoting to Asia. So if we make it abundantly clear, we're just giving used, well, not used, we never got to use it, but military equipment, old military equipment, I think it's vital on us to expand that point. So there is some apprehension. How much of it's real? I don't know, but yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, great. Do we have any coming in from online?
Let me see.
Perhaps a technical difficulty?
Yeah.
That's okay. So I do have one more quick question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So how do you approach complex or controversial international issues in your content? And what strategies do you employ to promote understanding and thoughtful discussion, which is something we arguably lack these days?
How do I approach sensitive topics? So I think it's when you touch on things like Israel and Palestine or Pakistan and India or anything with the Balkans, it's kind of just a mess always. So I tend to avoid them. In the past, I have waded into it and regretted it immediately, because no matter how much research you do into it. But I do think there is a way to very thoughtfully do it. And I think as long as you acknowledge both positions and don't read the comments, I think you can absolutely stick the landing on it. And I also think when you discuss like war and stuff like that, it's very easy to just sit back and look at it and just like, it just is what it is. But I think if you can put people in the position of people who are actively there and experiencing this traumatic thing as it's happening, I think that's quite meaningful. So, yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Oh, we do have a question online.
Oh, great. Okay.
How would you describe your audience on TikTok, the age range and geographic makeup? So mine is primarily 13 to 35. And in terms of age range or in terms of geographic makeup, they're mostly American. There is a large portion that are Brits. There are some Canadians in there. How much of them are looped into the American, the way they pick up the IP addresses, not sure. Also have Australians. And for some reason, growing rapidly in the Philippines. So shout out to them. Not sure what they're getting out of this, but yeah.
You're fascinating.
Right, thank you. I tried telling my mom that. Yeah.
Okay, Ben. Well, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have. But I'd like to thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. And now I would like to welcome Elena Batukova from the Center for European Policy Analysis to join me on the stage with her panel on countering and deterring adversarial threats, Russian invasion of Ukraine. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning to everyone here in DC and in Brussels. My name is Irina Buketova, and I'm a democracy fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. And I'm honored to be here and to moderate this panel discussion on countering and deterring threats and talk about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by our distinguished panelists, Her Excellency Ambassador Oksana Markarova and Geospatial Intelligence Team Lead George Barras. Greetings to you. And before we dive in the discussion, I would like to ask you brief questions on this 1 year and 3 months of Russia's full invasion. How has your life been changed, and what is the biggest takeaway so far? Your Excellency, let's start with you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be here with the NATO Youth Summit. I don't think I can qualify as youth anymore, but I really hope my country will qualify to be part of NATO. So, my life actually changed in 2013 when Russia attacked us the first time. And it was a continuation of all kind of hybrid wars that we experienced before. For 9 years, we were looking for a diplomatic solution, even though we had all the signs that Russia is not looking for those solutions, but actually used all the time to prepare for another attack. And this past 467 nowadays have been probably the most difficult days in the lives of every Ukrainian. Because not only it's very important for us as the country, it's existential actually for us. It's existential for everyone who believes in these values and would like to live peaceful lives. But on a personal level, I mean, to live in something that we all have read in the books or have seen in movies about the past wars became reality for all 40 million of Ukrainians. Your loved ones been under attack all the time. Your houses, you never know whether it's safe or not for millions of Ukrainian children, not to be able to study, not to be able to get proper medical care. But most importantly, knowing that it's a make it or break it moment for us. And for my generation, it's a very important war because we do feel that it's our turn in the Ukrainian history not to pass this war to our children. So we have to win this time.
Thank you so much, and Ambassador, thank you from all the Ukrainians for everything you're doing here in DC. George, the same question over to you. So how has your life been changed since the Russia's full-scale invasion, and what is your biggest lesson so far? Because we all know, probably in audience and online, we all see your maps, dynamic maps, where you show the how frontline changes every day. So please share your biggest lesson.
Sure. Yeah, I'll never forget. It was the February 23rd in the evening here in Washington when Vladimir Putin gave his early morning 24th in Moscow speech announcing the war in Ukraine. But I think the ambassador makes a great point that Russia's invasion of Ukraine actually didn't begin 16 months ago. It began back in 2014, 2013. We had, when the initial invasion kicked off, we at ISW had already been tracking Russian military activity in quite some extreme depth for quite some time. We work 7 days a week. We're constantly watching the front lines, forecasting Russian operations, examining Russian vulnerabilities. But we actually had already begun our full-time 7 days a week schedule following Russian military activity starting in September or October 2021. Because the Russian effort to actually array their forces around Ukraine and set the conditions for their large-scale invasion really began in earnest in August 2021. So we had been thinking about this for quite a long time and watching the buildup. With regards to lessons learned and the big takeaways, I think the key thing for me as an analyst was to understand that you have to be very careful about checking your assumptions. At the Institute, we forecasted that Russia would likely not invade Ukraine because we looked at, in particular, at the way that the Russians had arrayed their forces. We looked at the command and control network, or the lack thereof, the lack of logistic support, and we said to ourselves, this looks like we have all the components of a coercion campaign, but not a successful military campaign with large geographic goals for their military objectives. And so we were wrong on the big line forecast. The Russians obviously did indeed attack, but we were correct in that this operation went very poorly because of all the evident problems with the way that they had not planned for the war that they ended up fighting.
Thank you so much for sharing, and we will talk about Russian military capacities further. I just want to share that, as millions of Ukrainians right now, that's a year, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, that's a year of losses for all of us because we are losing a lot of Ukrainians every day. But sadly to say, in such a moment, that is the moment of growth for all of us because it's our fight for existence, for freedom, for democracy, and we will be fighting. For me, I just want to share my story. 17 years ago, I was first in the United States. I came here as a transatlantic fellow on the leadership program. I flew over from Crimea, from Simferopol airport, and I came here to the United States. Then 9 years ago, Russia illegally annexed the peninsula, and last year, when the full-scale invasion started, I had to take an evacuation train that went from Kiev to the western border. So this is what happens during 17 years, and this is what happens. The biggest takeaway for me is that if we don't stop the aggressor won't stop. So, and from this point, I would like to ask the Ambassador so what is needed to stop Russia's aggression, and what will be sufficient for Ukraine to deter Russia's attempts to continue the war in future?
Thank you. First of all, again, there are several layers to this war. Layer number one is Ukraine. We need to restore our territorial integrity. We need to deoccupy all the territory of Ukraine and liberate all our cities and villages, not only because of the UN principles and territorial integrity as the basis principle for how we all in the civilized world organize our living, but also because we all know what happens on these territories which are under Russian occupation now. You have all seen the scenes of Bucha and Izium and Kherson and all the places where we have seen that civilians are being tortured, raped, killed, kidnapped, the Ukrainian children are being, so it's a matter of physically saving Ukrainians from the brutal aggressor who realized, I think by now, that their assumptions, not only, the civilized world assumptions, but Russian assumptions have been completely wrong. We are separate nation. We are a separate country. Ukrainians never wanted to live under Russian occupation. We fought against it during the imperial Russian times, during the Soviet times, and this period is no different. It's just that this is a rare situation in the period of Ukrainian history where we have had our independence for 31 years, and where since 2014, since Ukraine firmly returned after the pro-Russian or Russian even owned and led government that was installed in Kyiv before, we had 8 full years of reforms, pro-Western, pro-European reforms, and we have started building from scratch, literally, our army and our institutions. Just 8 years was enough to add to the will of Ukrainian peoples to fight, the capacity to do so. And of course, with the help of the civilized world, for which we're very grateful, we can do that. Now, what is necessary to do so? I mean, Ukrainians are capable of fighting on our own. We are not asking any of our friends to give us the personnel to fight. We still have lines of people who are willing to serve. We still have people who are willing to be trained and to defend our country. So the question, what we need, remains the same. Number one priority, weapons. You know, it's very clear. I mean, nobody wants peace more than Ukrainians. I wish right now we were planting food and raising children and doing what we like to do most. But, you know, and we're doing that even during the times of war. But more weapons are needed in order for us to get the Russians out from the country. Sanctions, very important. As we are doubling down on our counteroffensives and liberating our territories, we also together all have to double down on sanctions and Russia isolation. We have to send a very strong, resounding message. It's not just punishment for Russia. It's a resounding message that no, it's not okay in the 21st century to do that, to kill people, to torture people, to cross the border of independent neighbor, absolutely not provoked, not because, you know, there was some danger or whatever, unless, of course, being democratic and peaceful and European is a danger. And it's not okay, and we have to stop Russia, but we also have to send a resounding message to all other dictators who are looking at this and making their calculations based on what will happen here. And also all other support to Ukraine. You know, because again, it's important for us, but not only for us. Talking about NATO, Black Sea as a place that should be used and belong to all the countries around it, not to be a Russian lake, is such an important element of transatlantic security and the security infrastructure, not architecture, not only in Europe, but everywhere. The transport corridors, the airspace control. I mean, you took any of the elements of that, free and independent Ukraine that wants to be democratic and wants to be part of transatlantic family is an answer to so many challenges, not only created by Russia, but by other potential challengers to the NATO alliance and people who believe in the same values. So, I mean, the answer is like in multiple choice, all of the above. And I know it's a lot to ask, and we're very grateful for everything we have received. But actually, in order for all these sacrifices of Ukrainian people, but also sacrifices of taxpayers in so many countries that are helping us, in order to actually make it less needed in the future, we have to get more in order to end the war and in order to get to just peace sooner.
Thank you so much for saying that, and like taking into account everything that we have, the situation right now on the battlefield, and our aspirations to join NATO one day. George, my question over to you is that, well, you are observing what is going on the front line every day. That's your daily routine. And what are Russian military capacities these days? What do you see there, and how secured is the eastern NATO flank? And just while you're answering, I will ask to, if you have the questions here in audience, to line up near the microphone near our western flank. Yeah, over to you, George.
Thank you. The Russian military is in a very precarious situation right now, because if I had to use one word to describe the Russian military, it is degraded. Degraded. The Russians actually began facing an acute combat power crisis in May 2022. I want to dispel any notions. There is no prepared reserve force that the Russians have that is clean, that has not been tapped, the red horde that they're waiting to just release, and that's their trump card. It does not exist. Because of the way that the Russians set up their campaign, they've already cannibalized their military. They've tapped every single one of their maneuver brigades and regiments to create ad hoc assault units, which were wasted in a very, and frankly, a way that actually goes against their own doctrine that the general staff has developed. We know that the Russians are all out of these clean forces because they've had to resort to pulling in the volunteers and conducting a partial mobilization in September, when really Putin should have done it back in May. We also know that the Russians have also resorted to using human wave tactics with tens of thousands of pardoned prisoners that are told to fight for their freedom or die in prison. We also know that Russian morale is quite low. They spent the last 6 months using what few elite elements they had remaining within their military, conducting quite fruitless offensive operations. Really starting since December, maybe January, we saw elements of 5 or 6 Russian divisions, some of their elite forces, their airborne forces, conducting offensive operations in Luhansk Oblast on the Svyatova-Kremenna line. They made extremely tactical gains, if any at all. And then, of course, the Wagner Group with Yevgeny Prigozhin, he's burnt all of his combat power and his bridges with the Russian General Staff and Ministry of Defense in extremely attritional fights for the city of Bakhmut, which has no tactical and arguably lost its operational significance after the Ukrainian forces liberated Izium in September. The Russians would have been much better served if they had actually conserved those Wagner forces and those 5 or 6 divisions in order to consolidate their gains and actually prepare to defend against Ukraine's summer counteroffensive. So right now, the Russians are in a very vulnerable position, and they've actually done Ukrainian forces a favor by setting themselves up to be exploited by the upcoming counteroffensive.
Thank you so much for sharing the latest updates. I will just say that, Ukraine needs to liberate all the occupied territories because that territories are used by Russia. You know that since 2015, Russia conscripted over 30,000 Ukrainians in Crimea into the ranks of the Russian army, and definitely there are volunteer battalions right now in Kherson or Zaporizhia Oblast which are newly occupied. So that is why it is very important to liberate that territories. Definitely we have a few questions online, but I just want to start with our audience here. So please, the first question here, I just want to make sure that we will manage to ask all the questions. So that is why I ask you to be brief.
Yes. Hello, my name is Jacob Levitan. I'm a Johns Hopkins SICE class of 23. I wanted to ask you about the end game of the war, ensuring that there can be a peace settlement that will prevent a renewal of the war 5, 10, 15 years from now. How vital do you see taking back Crimea, for example, as ensuring that the Russians cannot renew or start a second war or a continuation of this war, depending on how you look at it? Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador?
I'll respond very quickly with President Zelensky's 10-step peace formula. So the end game for us is very clear, to liberate all Ukraine, and Crimea is no different for us than from any other oblast. So for us, it has been since 2014 always talk about all Ukraine within the recognized international borders, by the way, recognized by Russia too, when in 1991, when 92% of Ukrainians voted to be independent everywhere, including Crimea. So it's getting our country freed, returning all the Ukrainian people justice, so all the international courts, 3 of them, where we have cases, all the now more than 90,000 criminal cases inside Ukraine, 24 countries that have their own prosecution. So yes, we would like to have Mr. Putin and all these war criminals indicted and prosecuted according to the very fair judicial process for what they have done, from the crime of aggression to all the war crimes in Ukraine, and then rebuilding of Ukraine, which again, it's not only for us an exciting project to create new, innovative Ukraine, leapfrog into the future, but also Ukraine that can be a solution to so many global problems created by Russia or existed even before, food security, energy security, and everything else. And plus, let's not forget that after this, Ukraine will have one of the strongest battle-tested armies that will be instrumental for the countries with the same principles. So yes, for us, the future membership in the European Union and future membership in NATO is not something that is in our constitution, our inspirations, but also that the majority of Ukrainians believe and will do everything in order to continue reform our country to be able to join both.
Thank you so much for the question. Just one question from online, Ambassador, over to you because it follows the same topic. Does NATO's plan to have Ukraine join NATO after the war incentive for Russia to remain in Ukraine?
Say it again.
So does NATO's plan to have Ukraine join NATO after the war incentive for Russia to remain in Ukraine?
Well, in 2008, Georgia did not intend to join NATO, and there was nothing in any of the constitution. In 2013 and 14, Ukraine was still neutral. That didn't stop Russia. So let's not fall for this pure Russian propaganda, essentially saying that whatever they do is somehow response to NATO enlargement. First of all, I think we should stop using the word NATO enlargement. NATO doesn't enlarge. It's the individual countries that want to be part of that system that join it. Finland joined it. Sweden is about to join it. Ukraine would like to join it. And I just think, we have to completely stop, responding to this false narrative, because what Russia has done, not only to us, not only to Georgia, but to Moldova, to Syria, poisoning people on the streets in Great Britain, shooting down MH17 from the skies, they've done all of that simply because they are aggressive, totalitarian, imperialistic countries that do not believe in the same values, do not believe in rule of law, and everything we do, we just have to do based on the principles and values and the national security agenda that all of us have individually, but also where it coincides, we have together, and this is what it is. So again, I think, whatever we can do in order to be together, stick together, with the like-minded countries is actually that what it will bring peace rather than provoke or not provoke Russia to do something. They've already done everything bad without any provocation.
Thank you so much for the reply. We have 9 minutes left, but I want to make sure that we hear all the questions. Please, over to you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Karlis Kuskovics. I'm from the University of Maryland, representing Latvia today. I have another question for the ambassador. So all eyes are on the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius in Lithuania. Unfortunately, some indicate that full membership for Ukraine is not currently on the table until was hopefully a clear Ukrainian victory in the future. But are there any specific steps that you want to see from the NATO summit, and what does Ukraine want to see?
Thank you. Well, as I said, our aspiration to be part of NATO. The 2008 summit clearly said that there will be a way that the NATO doors are open. We just, again, we're realists. We understand, that we're not asking anyone to apply Article 4 now, and we're not asking anyone to fight for us now. We're asking for the help so that we can fight this war. But in general, I think all the summits is a great opportunity for all of us together to discuss not only the confirmation of the previous statement that that the doors are open and Ukraine could be, but that Ukraine will be, and how we can get there. So we're looking forward to this summit.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. And George, one question over to you from our online. To be fair, how will Ukrainians receive proper training with these weapons without personnel? So basically, you talked about the capacities of the Russian army, but what are Ukrainian army capacities, and do you think it's possible?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, the United States and NATO, we have training infrastructure within continental Europe. We have training infrastructure within North America where Ukrainians have come to train. Ukrainians train on Patriots within the United States. Ukrainians are training and they're conducting unit-level collective training in Germany and in other places, within the UK, of course. So actually, the rate determiner for Ukraine to train and become effective on these weapon systems isn't actually, I think, the bodies, and it's not the hardware, it's the political decisions. Because the unfortunate fact is that for some of these more sophisticated weapon systems, there are necessary long logistical requirements that have to be spun up, and it takes X number of months to make your recipient host operational on a particular system. Like for example, I think the Pentagon has the estimate that it's going to be 4 months for the Ukrainians to become, Ukrainian pilots to become operational on F-16s, for example. But the unfortunate thing is that it's actually the political making decisions that are the main deterrent, and rather the main thing that slows down making Ukraine operational on various different systems. For example, I see no compelling reason why, if you look at the list of all the various weapon systems that NATO members have pledged to give Ukraine today, Abrams tanks, Leopard tanks, Strykers, Bradleys, NASAMS, HIMARS, Patriots, and now upcoming F-16s. I see no compelling argument for why Brussels and Washington could have made the same determination that it's okay to send Ukraine all this equipment any later than after Ukraine had demonstrated that there are cunning warriors and they defeated the Russian effort for the decapitation strike against Kiev in April 2022. Instead, we've actually debated every single one of these big ticket items for many months at a time. And then we agree it's okay, we can send them this thing. And then the debate progresses to the next big ticket item. And that process, the policy debate process of months punctuating every single one of these systems, when really they're going to be most effective, and the Russians develop less antibodies and less counter tactics to actually reduce their effectiveness, is increased when the delivery is staggered.
Thank you so much. Our western flank, please.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kirby, and I'm a student from Georgetown University. My question is, recognizing that Syria has been referred to as a testing ground for what is occurring in Russia and Ukraine now, what similarities and differences can you draw between the two conflicts, and what lessons can the U.S. learn today from a geopolitical and political perspective?
Well, I'm not an expert in that region, to be honest. I only noticed, mentioned Syria because this is how Russian military and the paramilitary groups that work for the Russian government essentially destroyed and did the military operations, whatever they call it, but essentially killed innocent civilians and destroyed the whole residential areas there. So we have seen that war crimes there, but...
Thank you.
Thank you. George, maybe you?
Sure, I can tag on very briefly. From the military side, the Russians took a lot of lessons from Syria, but they were the wrong lessons and applied them in Ukraine. For example, one of the big reasons why the Russians did so poorly with their initial invasion is because they didn't follow their doctrine and they doubled down on using an experimental unit formation called the Battalion Tactical Group. And the Russians used the Battalion Tactical Group extensively and previously in smaller combat in Ukraine in 2014, but also in Syria. And there's actually a very interesting and technical discussion one can have about what tactics and what military operations worked in Syria, how the Russians said, that worked in Syria, therefore we can upscale it by a factor of 10, and it will work in Ukraine, and it didn't.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that we have one or two questions left, please.
Sure. Doug Klain, I'm with Razum for Ukraine, and I'm a fellow at the Atlantic Council. Ambassador Makarova, later this month, Indian Prime Minister Modi will be here in Washington, and he'll be giving an address to a joint session of Congress. What role do you hope to see India take in helping to end Russia's war in Ukraine?
Thank you. Well, we do have, on the one hand, a club of really friends and allies, strategic friends and allies who have been always seeing this war for what it is, an aggressive, unjustified, unprovoked war. But we also work with the wider group, especially within the UN, and we're trying to reach to everyone who is member of UN and who believe in UN statute. So I think it's very important for us, and our president had already conversations with Prime Minister, several of them. It's very important for us to have India on the peaceful side, which means for just and lasting peace, which means that we all together have to join to say resounding no to Russia and ask them to stop their aggression. So India is one of the countries we're extensively talking to about it.
Thank you so much. I think that we have to wrap it up because we have only 2 minutes left, but I just want to have, closing remarks on your main message to audience here, to all the leaders who are here and online. George, over to you and then to Ambassador.
It's very important that NATO and its future leaders take the not incorrect lessons away from Russia's disastrous invasion of Ukraine. The Russian threat to NATO's eastern flank is not defeated and completely over within Ukraine. Russian Minister Sergei Shoigu in January articulated intent for Russia to recreate a Soviet-style military. He stated his intent for the Russian army to create 12 new maneuver divisions. And this means that really the Russians seek to reconstitute, they seek to rebuild. They're not over in Ukraine, and therefore NATO needs to think very seriously about what the security, architecture, and landscape will look like, not in the next year or 2 years, but 5 to 10 to 15 years.
Thank you.
Belarus is
Ambassador.
also de facto occupied.
Thank you. Ambassador.
Well, every war requires intent, window of opportunity, and capabilities to do so. And we have to believe Putin and everyone in Russia when they say what their intent still is, to recreate the Russian or Soviet empire, which not only includes Ukraine, but a number of NATO countries. So it's in our vital, it's existential, vital for all of us, not only to stop them while it's still in Ukraine, but also get to the strategic win of all of us and strategic defeat of Russia, so that we actually can live in the safer place. And when we win, that work will not end. We have to reform the whole global infrastructure, which actually did not prevent this war. So like the League of Nations did not do it before the World War II, unfortunately, even though 143 countries condemned Russia for it, even though in March 2022 the court mandated them to stop it, they didn't. We have to change that too in order to save not just Ukraine, but others from the future wars.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for everyone who is here. Thanks to NATO and to the University of Mary and William. And we will close with a video from NATO about its commitment to Ukraine.
We will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down.
Microsoft and Aid Data is going to begin with a video message by Brad Smith, the Vice Chair and President of Microsoft. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brad Smith, Vice Chair and President at Microsoft, and I'm just delighted to be with you. I think this is such a terrific program. I first want to say thank you to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and to the President of William and Mary, Catherine Rowe, for bringing all of this and all of us together. I thought I would share just 3 thoughts with you for a few minutes today. The first is this. I think that you're part of this conversation because this is one of the most important conversations, really one of the most important causes in the world today. It's about the preservation and promotion of our fundamental democratic values. The right of people to come together and choose their leaders in a free election. The right of people to express their views, to pursue their creativity. This, in my view, is one of the world's great timeless values. But it can only remain timeless if each new generation makes it its own. I had the opportunity when I was a college student, a law student, and early in my career to do just that, in part by participating in programs just like this. It gave me the opportunity to meet other people, to think about what these principles meant to me, and to find my own opportunities to pursue them. And that's what I did. And it's just given me such a fundamental opportunity to think more broadly, and I hope it will do the same thing for you. The second thing I'd like to share is this. The opportunities to make this part of your life and your career are so varied in the world today, and that's a wonderful thing. Certainly when I was a university student, I was probably most focused on pursuing a career in government, and there are so many extraordinary careers in government, and I feel every day so thankful for the people who dedicate their careers to the public sector. But I've also learned this: you don't actually need to work for the public sector in order to engage in public service. And I think that is something that broadens the opportunity for all of you to contribute as you look to your own future. For me, early in my career as a lawyer, part of what I did was take on pro bono legal activity. And I got involved in civic organizations. And those really shaped what I then was able to bring when I joined Microsoft 30 years ago this year, and what I've really strived throughout my career at Microsoft, frankly, to create opportunities for other people to do. So find your passion, find the interests that are important to you, and then think about how you can weave them into your career and your life in a variety of ways, and not one way alone. Trust me, those opportunities are ahead of you. And then the last thing I'd like to talk about is probably what you'd expect from somebody at Microsoft, the role of technology. Democracy finds its roots in ancient Greece, but its future is intertwined with the role of technology. Technology that helps, and technology that frankly also creates challenges for the vitality of democracy. And AI will transform this yet again. Every day here at Microsoft, we do focus hard on how to use technology to protect the democratic nations of the world, often increasingly working ever more closely with NATO as but one critical example. The war in Ukraine has forced us to confront these challenges in a bigger way than we were doing even before. But I view our role fundamentally as providing the digital infrastructure that protects the democracies of the world from both foreign influence and cybersecurity operations, and preserves the infrastructure needed for elections to go forward securely, for people to share opinions with each other, for us to protect against fake content, or at times the use of the internet for, say, acts of extreme or terrorist violence. What this shows even more is that we all have an opportunity and a need to work together, to bring together so many disciplines, so many ways of thinking, so many ways to get things done. And I know this is fundamentally about your future around the world. This event brings people together. You all have the opportunity to contribute your ideas and share them with others. There's an online platform. Share your ideas. You will make all of us better. Thank you for what you have the opportunity to do. I look forward to seeing you put your ideas into action.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this panel, this conversation on leveraging data to strengthen democracy and security. We don't have to convince you that data is important. Tim, let's begin with you. You had a seat at the table in developing a response to COVID-19. Can you walk us through the role of data in responding to a crisis like that, and also what it takes to do that successfully?
Sure. Just to provide a little bit of context for what my role is at Microsoft, so I'm the weather and climate portfolio lead within Azure Engineering, which means, and if you heard Brad's comments, what I get to do is what he mentioned at the end. I get to take the technology that we've got in order to enable predictive modeling and data analytics and get that to you all. Get those technologies into the hands of not just the people in this room, but to the hands of anybody in any corner of the earth that has a better idea and a
and an opportunity to act on it. And so what we saw during COVID was this very compressed time frame where people understood the value of that. So if you think about what happened when the early indications came out that we had a problem, there was data coming in from multiple sources that people were trying to parse through. And there were predictive models being built of what would happen were this virus to be abated, unabated, those other pieces. And so we worked very aggressively and actively to be able to pull that data together and be able to process it in a time frame that we could get near real-time output from it in order to formulate responses. But what COVID really presented to us as a planet was this notion that it wasn't just anymore about science to science talking each other. What we needed to do is we needed to take those outputs and we needed to get them into the hands of the policymakers so that they could make literally near real-time decisions about how we would allocate resources, remediate those other pieces. And so it was really the first time in the 20 years that I'd been doing this that we had this notion where there was an equal imperative to not only get the answer faster, but to be able to get it into the hands of the policy community and individual citizens so that they could understand just the gravity of the situation that we were in.
Yeah, and speaking to that, once you get data into the hands of ordinary citizens to everybody, I think there are also times when that doesn't go as planned or it doesn't go quite as well as we hope it would. Dave, and then Rachel after that, do you want to speak to some of the threats presented by data to democracy and security?
Absolutely, thanks for the question. And again, for context, I am in our Democracy Forward team. So we literally are tasked with safeguarding democracy for Microsoft. And I cover elections and civic engagement for the team. Look, with data in the hands of so many people and at such volume and scale today, I think information integrity is probably the defining issue of our society today, whether that's good or bad. That's what we're all dealing with in this room, and as young professionals, I think it's a difficult time to be coming up in the professional space right now. You've got so much, but Brad likes to say, all emerging technologies can be used as a tool or a weapon, right? And there's so much potential for emerging technologies here. They can cause harm to society, right? I think we see the impacts of especially foreign malign propaganda on every aspect of our lives at this point. And in dealing with elections, I see it everywhere around the world. But you have an opportunity here. We talk about the advent of AI and what's going to happen. Are we in a Terminator movie? Maybe, but we're also at the cusp of something big. The ability, it'll be not who has the better AI, but who is able to use AI better, right? How are you all going to use AI to pick out insights, to do your jobs better, to sift through those mountains of data and pick out insights that genuinely help, advance democracy, advance your missions? That's what the immediate future is going to be about here. And it's a weird time, but it's also an exciting time. There's a lot of potential there.
I'd love to build on that.
Yeah.
We have, coupled with an amazing increasing body of information, not only we have threats posed by that information to democracy and security, but we're able to leverage that information to a greater degree than we ever have before to solve security challenges. I'm thinking in particular of how much of a cybersecurity advantage we've gained because of all the information that we're able to parse through. So there are some absolutely serious benefits of the amount and volume of information that we can process today. At the same time, we have an incredibly contested information space. We have a contested information space in the military domain, in the public sphere, in social media conversations. And when you bring in emerging technologies into this mix, we're not creating necessarily new problems. We're exacerbating and accelerating existing problems. And so one of the fundamental points and problems I think that we need to address in that point of acceleration is how we're addressing that contested information space, how we are creating, for example, new validation mechanisms for the public to verify and identify the data that they're seeing and where it's coming from, who's producing it. And I think we really need to quickly, as an international community, come together to create standards that the public can recognize in order to do that.
Yeah, and that's important because once we start losing trust in our data, we start losing trust in our democratic institutions, then we have a problem that's difficult to back ourselves out of. Rachel, maybe we'll start with you, and then Dave, Tim, have you join in too. So how do you think we build resilience to that manipulation? How do we actually hold someone responsible, and who is responsible for information online?
It's a great question. I think we need a recognizable, standardized way, as I had mentioned, to validate and verify data. One practice that is increasingly developing, Microsoft is participating in this, other tech companies around the world are participating in standardization as well, especially for content provenance. That's one point that I really would like to emphasize. When we have synthetic data production, and I don't want to use the word manipulated data or generated data, I really would like to focus on the term synthetic data because it is not all bad information. We're going to have a mix of valid, we're going to have a mix of invalid data and information. And so being able to identify that information through traceable methods that are easily accessible to both the public and social media platforms, we can actually start to modify and create a content ecosystem where we can more easily identify information that has been mass-produced, altered in some way, perhaps by AI. And I think that once we have that content provenance ecosystem together, it will be, we will have an information environment that is much more easily parsable and more recognizable as to what is valid and what is not.
I think, especially in today's society, a lot of this comes down to teaching people how to interpret data, right? I mean, again, mountains of data coming at you, lots of information, a lot of it false. We usually talk about two things: media literacy and civics education, right? We need to be training kids in school on how to interpret the things that are coming at them, especially in social media, in a responsible way, in a contextualized way, in a way that helps them, pick things apart and what is, not necessarily what is true and what is not, but how do you trust a source? What is a source? What are good journalistic practices? Things like that. And the other thing we talk about is civics education. I mean, if any of you work with CSIS, they have a program called Civics at Work that it's predicated on the fact that civics education is a national security imperative in the US now. We saw what happens. I mean, we had a public demonstration of what happens when people who don't understand how their government works respond to losing an election. They do stupid stuff like storm the Capitol. That becomes a national security problem when they, maybe take it to the next level. So getting to people and helping them understand how the government works, but also encouraging them to take an active role and gain a stake in their own society. Promoting not just civics education, but civic involvement. Go to your school board meetings, take part in your neighborhood associations, right? These are the things that we've kind of lost in the last 15 years with the advent of social media. And those are the things that connect you to your community. They're the things that help you not respond in a way. They help you contextualize the things that are going on. And so I think both of those things are absolutely critical.
I have a slightly different perspective because of my background, where I've for most of my career, I've had the ability to focus on the infrastructure behind what was driving. But I'm also, at the same time, I'm still trying to recover from Nadia Nadim this morning saying, "I belong to the earth." That was one of the most powerful statements I've heard in a long time, especially from someone with her background. And in terms of weather and climate and what we do, we have an opportunity not just within the field of weather and climate, but we also have data that in a certain respect, it just is. Geospatial data and sensor data about weather, about wind, humidity, temperature, this is data that's irrefutable, right? And we have the ability to collect this. It also does not know geopolitical boundaries. It is just data. So we in this space not only have an opportunity to tackle some existential challenges facing every citizen on the planet in terms of how climate is going to impact them and generations going forward. But we also have the opportunity to lead the way in the technology space of saying, okay, we've started with a data set that everyone agrees is a valid data set. How can we set up a chain of custody, if you will, so that by the time this gets to an output, it remains trusted data? And some of that is a physical and a technical process that I'm happy to engage on the democracy side to help where we can in their efforts in the same way that they help what we do.
I think that's a great point to throw it open to questions in the room or online. Do we have any questions?
Divya, can I just real quick while
please.
people are lining up? I'd love to just say one more thing, just to put it in your heads. You know, we're at the cusp of something big here, right? We're at the cusp of a real data revolution. And you all in the room owe it to yourselves to take ownership of that and make sure that the next iteration of this information environment, this data environment, is inclusive, that all voices are heard. I mean, that's the bedrock of democracy, right? So I put it to all of you to say, like, make sure you're part of that solution. Make sure you're including all voices in these solutions.
I think we have a line. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for this great panel. I'm a information systems PhD student in Germany, and I feel like, while I totally agree with everything you said, that back home, when we're talking about security capabilities, all we're talking about is hardware. We're kind of like counting tanks and ammunition and so on. But when it comes to cyber in general, we're fully reliant on the US, and I don't think that that's a good thing for any one of us. How can we as European NATO partners catch up to emerging technologies?
Great question. You know, I think one critical piece of technology in this equation is definitely going to be AI. I think that that's a pretty indisputable piece of information. Microsoft processes per day more than 60 trillion security signals from around the globe that we get. And that is an inhumanly large number of data points for any single person to process. So in order to shift security balances and imbalances, we are going to have to learn and act on employing technology to aid us in that process. And we are going to have to increase our information sharing as between allies and in between industry and also the public sector to facilitate that. And it's going to have to be, I think, a critical investment as well in skills, because at the same time, while we have these technologies, we need to also be able to, again, validate and verify the information that we're seeing. So I think it's going to be a blend of we still need to partner. We still need to partner to facilitate this. Technology is going to give us a critical information security advantage, and then we also need to recognize that skills, while we will be able to automate some of these tasks, are going to be incredibly important moving forward.
Thank you. We have a request for people waiting to ask questions, which is, would you be able to group questions, also state them as briefly as possible, please, in the interest of allowing as many people as possible to ask them. While we're doing that, we have one question from online. I think, Tim, maybe one is for you. Could you speak to your experience communicating data to policymakers, so not necessarily data people, and how do you do that well?
That's a very good question in terms of how does one do that well, because there's a balance that needs to be walked between and especially it is as important about how do you bridge the science community and the non-science community, where the science community, we traditionally want to ensure that we're conveying as much information as is possible so that everyone else in the room knows that we've thought of all options. But that's not always the best way to communicate to folks that are not of the same ilk, or if that's not the purpose. And so there is this process in how do you communicate data, scientific data, meaningful, impactful scientific data to a policymaking community. It's incredibly important that you have people in the room who are grounded in both the technology and in the community and in the communication of it and in the approach, meaning multiple disciplinary approaches, philosophy, all of the things that a liberal arts education brings to bear, so that the most important thing about the how is the who. who do you have in the room formulating the bridge between the technology and the policymakers?
Thank you. Let's take another question.
Hi, everybody. I have a question to you from ChatGPT. Might be familiar from. And it reads as follows. Hello, I'm a language model developed by OpenAI known as ChatGPT. I'm being represented today by my human liaison, collectively exploring critical perspectives surrounding data use in AI. Some critics have voiced concern about potential biases embedded in the digital information that notably AI systems are trained on, and this data and search algorithms that determine the information that gains preeminence. They caution that these factors could inadvertently influence social perceptions and potentially even democratic processes. Given your combined expertise in AI ethics, modeling, and civil responsibility, how do you envision we address these concerns? Specifically, what steps should we take to ensure these influential technologies serves to strengthen rather than inadvertently skew our democracy?
All right, I have a human question also to add along with that, I think connected. What are tech companies and governments doing to address information gaps on emerging events, on topics around misinformation? So, thank you.
Well, I'd get back to what I said before, right? I'd actually turn it around and say, to date, most information systems, the way you process information as people living in society, has been horribly skewed. It's been skewed towards men. It's been skewed towards white people. It's been skewed towards straight people. These are true things. We know this. Like, you all especially can appreciate this, geopolitical folks. We have an opportunity here to right those wrongs of the past, right? We have an opportunity here to actually include more perspectives and make sure that all voices are included in the data sets. And I don't want to get too preachy, but I don't know, Rachel, do you want to?
Sure, I'll add on to that. I think it has to be on both sides of the system. It has to be an imperative of the technology provider as much as it has to be in an information environment, in an external ecosystem that is something that we can validate and verify. So an example of this in particular with ChatGPT, we know, and it's publicly disclosed that there is, for example, an end date to the training data of ChatGPT. It does not know about the world, and the reason why I bring it up is because it's important to understand that technology is not given context. Technology does not have a sense of truth or fiction or good or bad or right or wrong. In fact, it's in AI trying to give the most optimal answer to something. At times, the information that it presents will, for example, not be rooted or grounded in information that it was given or that it was trained on. And the reason why that happens is because of the way that the technology works. It's not because that AI is trying to mislead or deceive. And so understanding that technology is not given context, we as technology providers have an incredible imperative to make this information known, when we provide tools like this, to provide sources of grounding. For example, when we give results in search or in chat tools like ChatGPT, providing resources and sourcing and citations of that information. And then on the other side, being able to actually track synthetic media when it is generated and understanding what has been authored or photographed by a person versus what has been produced by an AI model. So on one side, it is the responsibility of the technology provider, and then on the other side, technology providers and the public sector can come together to enhance the standards by which we distribute and disseminate information.
Thank you. Let's get a couple more questions asked together, and then I encourage the rest of you, I'm sorry, I realize there are a lot of questions in the room, but please approach the panel at the start of lunch and bombard them with all your questions. Please go ahead.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for speaking to us today. My name is Nash English, and I'm a rising junior at William and Mary. I apologize up front. I had to rope in a lot of different topics in this question, so bear with me. So kind of overall, a lot of the questions we're talking about kind of regulation and ethics with AI. And so I guess the question is sort of, is government regulation like good, or do you think it's not very effective at handling like the worst aspects of AI? Because as you said, AI is a very helpful tool in society, but it also has a lot of aspects that can create a lot of polarization in society. And I guess like how do you think that factors into your work? So for example, Section 230 has been getting a lot of attention, and like how monitoring the worst aspects of AI, how that factors into freedom of speech, and I guess how Microsoft deals with that kind of like tension of, you know, allowing the public to have AI to use it to their benefit, but then also ensuring that it doesn't tear us apart.
Easy one. Who wants to take it?
I can take
Yeah, you should.
I
You're the
can take
regulation
that. So, not too long ago, Microsoft actually published a regulatory blueprint for AI. And this is coming off of the work that we have done over the past couple of years, working with regulators in the EU on the draft EU AI Act. We believe that regulation is necessary in order to get this technology to work in a good way for society. One of the reasons being that governments are the ones holding public interest, and it's very important that if we want to couple technology with public interest, that we actually have the right stakeholder in the room to achieve that. So we absolutely are supportive of AI regulation, and in that blueprint, we look at the entire ecosystem all the way through from infrastructure providers and securing cloud infrastructure all the way through to not only the providers of AI models, but also those who are building AI applications on top of those. And so it's really this entire stack that we look at when we look at successful, or what we see as a successful picture of AI regulation that has to touch all of these pieces in order to achieve that end. And so, at the end of the day, when we are developing and releasing AI products on our own, one of the things that we've done to address various questions and tensions that Microsoft grapples with in the process of releasing this technology is we have actually made the standards by which we build AI completely public. So our responsible AI standard, our engineering requirements that every single team building an AI system at Microsoft must follow, that is entirely publicly available information. We also, all of the tools that we use, our engineers use to test and validate against our responsible AI standard are open source as well. So we haven't kind of kept it close to the vest to say, this is how we're doing this, we don't know if we're doing it right. We've actually published that information to invite criticism, to invite dialogue on what we're doing and how we can improve it.
All right, just to close us out here, 10 seconds each. What is one thing you want to leave with all of these young leaders as they go away today? So Rachel, I'll start with you, Dave, and then Tim to close.
Use the technology. I think it's important if you want to govern it, make policy for it, is to use it.
Dave?
First of all, tribe pride. But also, we all went to William & Mary because that wasn't stated. Be open to new opportunities and use that liberal arts education you've got, right? Like, don't be afraid to fail and fail fast in your life and go on to the next thing and use that knowledge that you built, like, to take advantage of new opportunities.
And I'm changing my answer that I thought I was going to give after listening to that last response that we gave, is that I've sat in many of these conversations about, can we legislate good ethical use of AI? Can we build technology and then ensure it's good youth? The answer is maybe, probably, whatever, but ultimately the thing that controls that is you. Right? And that it's us. It's us within Microsoft. It's at some point in your career, you're going to be faced with that point where you can either do the right thing or nothing. Do the right thing. Do the right thing.
Thank you all. Thank you for being here.
Okay, and now we have a special message from the Deputy Secretary of NATO. Thank you.
Russia has engaged in an increasingly aggressive pattern of behavior, with cyber attacks, assassinations on Allied soil, interference in our elections, and massive disinformation campaigns.
Around 36 million years worth of high-definition video content. This was produced only last year. That number is set to double every 2 years, rising to nearly 100,000 zettabytes by 2043. So currently only 0.5% of digital data is being exploited. So the possibilities seem literally endless. This has never, ever happened before.
I grew half of my life, I grew in communist Romania. And I know the alternative to our free, open societies: fear, repression, stagnation, loss of human dignity. It is the same alternative that is being promoted today by our authoritarian competitors.
Keep fighting for your values. And also, keep fighting for the values that develop when you're very young. Because as you grow a little bit older, you tend to be a little bit more cynical. Remember these fantastic dreams and romanticism of your young years. Keep them in your heart. Cherish those.
Okay. And now we are beginning lunch, so that's great. We'll come back at 1:40 p.m. Please do come back because we have a great lineup of speakers and topics for you this afternoon. We'll be talking about disinformation, the everyday practice of diplomacy, serving the mission in the private sector with Google, and so much more. So when a video plays in about 30 minutes, that will be your signal to return to your seats or to your laptops for those watching online. For those in the room, also, a little housekeeping thing, there are trays around the room, and also there are trash cans outside for you to put your lunch boxes in. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, folks. Please make your way to your seats as we enjoy this video on resilience from NATO. Please take your seats. Next, we should have a video from the Office of Student Veteran Engagement from William and Mary.
When I came here, everyone was accepting. And so being a veteran, I haven't ever been in a position where I've been afraid to tell someone I'm a veteran because I'm proud to be one.
Every time I tell a teacher I was in the military, they're actually more wanting to talk to you and they're more willing to go out of their way to say hi because they want to know who you are.
William and Mary was founded in the cradle of democracy in the United States, and this is still one of the most populous regions for the military in the country. Our tradition of military service predates the Declaration of Independence. Our first American chancellor was General George Washington. Our current chancellor is Secretary Robert M. Gates. So commitments to service run deep at William and Mary, and they're an important part of our future.
As William and Mary prepares to move forward in the future and with new initiatives, that the perspective that veterans bring and the diverse experiences that they've had and their leadership experiences will prove a big asset in terms of helping the campus move forward.
I did 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was a machine gunner, also a foreign security force advisor. I was also a marksman instructor.
I served in the Navy for 5 years. While I was a Master at Arms. For other branches, it's known as a military police.
Student veterans were there for us when we needed them the most, and now we have an opportunity to be there for them when they need us as they transition to a new environment.
My biggest challenge has been trying to get back into a student life. The college has a lot of programs here, such as the Writing Resource Center is one huge one that I utilize, and also the Office of Student Veterans Engagement has helped me in a lot of ways.
So the mission and goal for this office is to make sure that every student veteran has everything that he or she needs to have success at William and Mary. Well, we want to establish points of contact in offices across campus so that we can make their transition as smooth as possible and make sure they can achieve as much as they want to while they're here.
I think the best way that's helped me on campus is connecting me to all of the support apparatus on campus. So the Office of Student Accessibility, the Cohen Career Center.
We're able to get resources and how to use, like the GI Bill was a huge thing when starting school. I feel like it's very important for the college to help the people transitioning from a military lifestyle into a student lifestyle. Just 30 minutes down the road, we have Navy Station Norfolk, the biggest Navy base in the world. And then we have Portsmouth. We have about 7 other military bases. So it's extremely important, in Williamsburg to have in the college especially to have a veterans program.
So my hope for this office is for William and Mary to be the number one choice for every student veteran who separates in Virginia and beyond, for them to want to come to William and Mary, and for us to be able to give them the information to be able to make that choice and to eventually come here. So we really hit the ground running when we started last year. We've stood up lots of programs that are currently serving the students. But they have lots of great ideas going forward, and what we want to do going forward is things like travel and really contribute to the research on student veterans around the country to make sure that other institutions know about the great work that we're doing and that we can learn from some of the great things that are happening across the country in serving student veterans.
Among our most important values are belonging and service. The Office for Student Veteran Engagement brings them both together. We're committed to being a national model.
Okay, as part of a working lunch, please keep eating if you still are. We're going to be joined by a session on how to become an OSINT expert.
You're in the middle. Yeah. Oh, perfect. So thank you so much for having us. My name is Michael, this is John, and this is Andrew, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here today. What we're going to be talking about is OSINT, which is open source intelligence, and how to verify it. Now, a lot of what we're going to talk about is quite basic here today, but it's amazing tools that you can use to effectively get through most of the disinformation. Because we live in this amazing age where Russia crosses the border and we have 40,000 images of Russian soldiers within just hours. But with all that new great information came so much disinformation. So the aim here today is to give you a bunch of tools you can walk away with, you can use, give to your mum, your dad, your uncle, and you know the uncle that you would give it to. To teach them to just in 5 minutes debunk 90% of the misinformation out there. So what we're going to be doing is, if you're on WebEx, there'll be lots of exercises you can do, as well as QR codes that anyone in the room can scan using their phone and play along with a few exercises that we have today. So what are we up against and how do we solve it? Now, this photo is quite a famous photo, the original is somewhere in the building here, of the 1948 election with Truman holding a newspaper that he lost to Dewey, even though that Dewey actually won the election. The editor of the Chicago Tribune, a guy named Joe Maloney, was a very, very famous editor, very renowned, decades-long career, ruined by one bad call. He didn't verify his source, and he went to print with the wrong president winning the 1948 election. And it has this photo. His entire career has been made by this photo, and it just, for all the people in this room who are looking at getting into analysis or journalism, one non-verification can give you decades of your career. So, the good news is that 90% of this false information can be knocked out in 5 minutes. The disinformation people usually aren't that smart. Hopefully Vlad's listening. So, my part I'm going to be taking you through is verifying images. So, this is an image I came across in my Instagram feed, and you can take a look at it. It's apparently of a COVID protest in 2020 in Paris with some of the worst grammar I've ever seen in my life. So they're all in really similar color outfits, and that was the first thing that set my spider sense tingling. So let's go and do exactly what I did, step by step. I downloaded the image, I cropped it, and then I put it into Google reverse image search. Now again, it sounds basic, but when was the last time you actually did it as a person? You actually took some information and debunked it right there on the spot. We want to give you tools to give to other people to help them fight misinformation as well. Now, when I reverse image searched it, I came up with this, which actually looks like a pretty similar image. So when I came and put it in, I found a Express article, and I won't make my comments on the Express. And we come with this image, which actually looks really similar to the one we had before, which was a COVID protest. And when I check it against it, yeah, that's a pretty similar image. I'm pretty comfortable with that. Where is the image actually from? Well, it's actually from Paris. It is from Paris, 2018, and a World Cup celebration. Now, either they are the best analysts and best forecasters in the world, and they picked COVID 2 years early, or this is misinformation. So, but let's double confirm. Again, I don't want to be that guy who gets Dewey wins the election. So I'm going to look for similar images of the same event. And we have the Paris celebrations here, and yep, it's the same as looking buildings, same setup, same location, and the sky and the weather are roughly the same as well, which is really good for double confirmation. I also can go get a 3D render of the area. and see if the buildings and the setting will match up. And everything does. So I feel pretty comfortable as an OSINT analyst now going, yep, this was probably taken at this spot on this day with lots of supplementary evidence. Now, there are more advanced tools. So OSINT tools like EXIF Viewer Pro, and we'll put all of this on the tweet later on in the comments so you can download them all yourself, but allows you to look at the EXIF data of a photo. This is the GPS coordinates, what phone it was taken on. So if you have 30 photos taken with an Android, one with an iPhone, that's probably the one that's suspicious. And you can download that straight from the Google Chrome store. Next one is Google Advanced Search, which does sound really basic again, but I pumped in defense spending for Australia. I'm going to pick on Australia here for a second. And nothing came up. But I pump in with that into Google with file type PDF, and the first result is exactly the document I was looking for, which just helped you find that needle in the haystack. Google Earth, which sounds really basic, but this is all stuff you can download today really easily and get going. And what it allows me to do is double verify information. So for instance, Modi's landed in Ladakh. Let's double check if that airstrip they say it is correct. So I can pull up a 3D model of the hills behind him and match it with a photo. And does it match, does it not? Really useful stuff. SunCalc allows you to use a bit of trigonometry and a bit of math to work out the exact time a photo was taken, which is really useful if you're trying to work out troop movements and whatnot. And Sentinel Hub. Google Earth is a fantastic website, but Sentinel Hub does satellite photos every couple of days usually. So if you're trying to work out when a village was burned down, you can go, yes, 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 no, and now you have a 2-day window when that village was burnt down. And there's where you can download it. So I'm a big believer in exercises, so I'm going to do one called 2 Truths and a Lie. And here's the first QR code, so feel free to pull out your phone and scan that. Now, the 3 statements I'm going to make about this photo are that this is a Russian-made tank, that this photo was taken in Georgia, and it was taken in 2023. So, to go through the exact steps that we did last time, download the image, crop if you need it, upload it to Google Images, check the results of the image, and check the source. So what you're looking for here is any articles where it's been mentioned, where it first popped up, because that'll actually tell you much more about the photo than just this random photo. Because I can say this is from Ukraine, but let's actually double check it. So you're looking for where that article first pops up. Now there's also a bit of a hint. It's the little camera icon there on Google Images that you want to be pumping it into. So I'll give you a couple of minutes just to go, or a couple of seconds just to go through that. But generally, what you can see here is how easy this is to do. And that's what we really want. I can give amazing technologies on what we can do and verify and satellites and whatnot, but the average person doesn't have access to that. So we want to give you tools that you can not only give to other people, but you can use really quickly yourself. And again, it debunks about 90% of it. I'm shocked at the amount of disinformation out there that is just one quick Google away from being complete nonsense. So, what have we learned about this tank? So, that's covered up, but that's fine. So, it is a Russian, and the answer was, yes, it is a Russian-made tank. Yes, it was taken in Georgia, but no, it was not year 2023. It was taken from the 2008 invasion, which is just a nice reminder that this is not new behavior for the Russians. So I'm going to hand over to my fantastic colleague Andrew, who's going to take you through how to verify a source, because it's probably the next most important thing.
Thank you. So at the apex of legacy media, unlike the apex of legacy media, where there are far more gatekeepers for the spread of information around the world, today information can come from anywhere. And this is especially true on platforms like Instagram and Twitter, where a source could be a distinguished professor, a profile picture you just recognize, or a completely anonymous account. And to make matters worse, these platforms encourage us to reshare information before actually engaging with it, which contributes to this mess of information and misinformation that we have online. So it's very critical that we all have some heuristics or a tool belt that we can use to sniff out bad information when we're online. So let's go through a few. 1, and this is very simple, but we don't do it often. Check the source's previous work. Are they a beat reporter on this topic? Is their past work of similar quality? These are things that can raise a red flag very quickly. 2, look at their social media. Are their personal accounts posting things that are suspicious or scammy, or that would raise a red flag as well? 3, are they backed by an institution that you can use as a proxy for their credibility, such as a think tank or NATO? 4, does anybody that you trust follow them or can vouch for them? And then 5, who's talking about their work? Is their work being cited in peer-reviewed research or referenced in reputable articles? These are all super simple steps we can take. We don't do it often, but you'd be surprised how many sources don't actually pass these tests. And just quickly also, none of these items on the list alone are going to be able to tell you if a source is safe, but in the aggregate, they should be able to provide you with a defensible level of comfort when you're vetting a source. Now, another way that you can vet a source is to check a source's reporting on a story that you know very well. So, if somebody were to come up to me with a compelling narrative that due to the rise of BRICS, they think the dollar is going to die within the next year or two, but I just recently looked at analysis of the US dollar as a percentage of total global currency reserves, then I would know that my source is either omitting some very critical information or just misreporting information altogether. So, back to our exercises, and this one's not for now, but tonight when you get home, I would suggest that all of you pick a story, find a few sources that are covering that story, and then read their respective analyses to build a perspective on their credibility. Try and look out for tone, bias, and verify the sources that they're using some of the steps that we talked about earlier. And then finally, score each of those sources based on your own personal weightings and priorities. See which of the 3 that you find most credible. And as a bit of extra credit, try ranking those sources before you carry out the activity. What this will do is it'll give you a set of preliminary rankings and final rankings that you can compare at the end. Now, if your preliminary rankings and final rankings line up pretty closely, then that means that you're probably well calibrated to this current media environment. But if they're far off, then you might want to pay a bit closer attention to the information that you're consuming online. And now I'm going to pass it off to my colleague John to take a step back and not just talk about sources, but the stories that they're reporting.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So what Michael and Andrew have talked about before is kind of investigating the things within a story. How can you kind of check what's going on within a story? We're going to zoom out now and kind of take it as a whole. How can you be sure that a narrative or a story that's been written is credible, or get pretty close to understanding that? I'm going to use a tool that we call the 6-foot versus 10,000-foot story. And 6 foot is the personal level. You're seeing it from a 6-foot person versus a 10,000-foot story, which is, you know, a plane in the sky kind of getting more context. Take a look at the quick differences and kind of give you some ideas about which might be more credible. So the 6-foot story, as I said, super easy to understand. It's on the ground. Think a war journalist, think a reporter in an economic summit kind of listening to speeches as they're going on. The idea is that it's real time and it's from a person, you know, witnessing events in real time. Some of the pros of that kind of reporting: first-hand accounts. We know what's happening, or if we trust that source, we know what they're saying is true. It's up to date. This stuff can be instantaneously sent back to headquarters or published or, you know, put up online. And it often provides evidence. You can take videos, you can have conversations and record them, you can snap photos and WhatsApp them to your friends. It's really instantaneous, but it's also evidence. It's not just someone's word. On the con side, however, you've got a limited perspective, right? If you're on the ground watching something right in front of you, you by definition don't know what's happening 100 feet away, a mile away, 10 miles away in another country. So you're only seeing something that's right in front of you. Often the people who are writing these kinds of stories and reports, take for example that image there, a journalist, he might not be an expert in military hardware, so he doesn't know what to look for and he doesn't know if he's missing out key details. They're often not experts in what they're seeing. And there's obviously a really heightened risk of bias. It's just inevitable. It doesn't mean they're nefarious actors or anything, but if you're on the ground reporting on things, it's almost impossible not to have some emotional attachment, particularly when it comes to war reporting. But really, it's a good rule of thumb for all in-person reporting. So let's move to the 10,000-foot story. Again, super self-explanatory. This is the expert analyst report. The DoD briefing there is a really good example of what we're talking about. Again, that 10,000-foot view from the sky that kind of contextualizes what we're seeing. Go through the pros again. So this time you can get in-depth knowledge because you can pull in experts from outside. You can say, I'm hearing this information, what do you think? You have a long career in this. You can really kind of drill down and know what you're talking about. These kinds of stories and reports are often more objective, more analytical. They're not on the ground, so they're not emotional, but they're also able to kind of sit back and say, well, my experience lets me kind of see this without kind of getting wrapped up in the story. And you can compare across data sets. If you're hearing something from on the ground in Ukraine right now, you can compare it to another report that you got from a neighboring province or something like that, or a data set that you have, and you can kind of cross-check and become more credible in that way. But there are cons. Time lag. I used to work in a government, and I know all too well that these reports take days, weeks, and probably realistically months to come out after events transpire. So often events pass by these kinds of reports, or at the very least, you're not getting the most up-to-date data, and you need to understand that when you're reading reports like this, it may not reflect the current situation. And obviously, these things can miss small details. For those of you who've been following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you'll remember at the very start of the invasion, these kinds of 10,000-foot reports and stories were focusing on how many tanks, how many vehicles, how many troops were massed on the border. What they didn't get right was the quality of those vehicles, the tire pressure, these kinds of details that maybe the 6-foot kind of story might have reported on, but these 10,000-foot stories often missed. And that kind of information really did skew, maybe not the credibility, but the accuracy of those kinds of reports. So which is better? I think you can probably guess that I'm going to say both. The gold standard here is to be using as much of this kind of stuff as possible, but being aware of what the differences between the stories are. So we're going to do another quick exercise. If you want, you can get out your phones again and do a QR scanning exercise. We've got 2 stories here. I'm not going to tell you where they're from, but they both cover North Korea's launch of a solid-state fuel ICBM earlier this year. Same event, very different stories, and I want you basically just to go through and come up with an idea of which story you think is more credible, gives a better analysis. And remember, just for a little bit of cheat sheeting here, what we've talked about already, putting back Michael and Andrew's points as well, we're looking for multiple credible sources within the story. What I've just talked about, the idea of different kinds of sources, not just all sources, but are they giving me different perspectives, different contexts? Neutral tones. We don't want emotional language. We don't want lots of adjectives. We want facts. We want things that say this happened, this happened, this happened. Visual evidence, as Michael talked about, links to previous work, as Andrew talked about, and it's always great if you can get supplementary evidence from experts that aren't necessarily involved in that issue. So I'll give you a couple of minutes. You don't actually need to read the stories. We like to say that people go, oh, I trust my gut, but really when you trust your gut, what you're doing is you're relying on many, many years of intuition that you've built up through doing these kinds of exercises. There's no such thing as being born knowing the truth. You have to develop this stuff till it becomes instinctual, and looking for these kinds of things is precisely how you do it. Okay, so we'll cut to the chase here, and I will tell you that the story on the left as I'm looking at it, the Al Jazeera story was the one that we think is more credible, and I didn't tell you before it, but the other story is by North Korean state media. Right. If I'd told you that, you would have jumped immediately to disregarding it, right? And fair enough. But what happens if I put up the exact same text, but change the title and you didn't know it was from the North Korean state media? You need to be able to go through these exercises and understand why the North Korean state media is so uncredible, non-credible. And we chose the Al Jazeera story. Again, I've gone through this, but it used multiple sources. It had people on the ground. It had analysts at the 10,000-foot level, pretty balanced language, linked to some of its previous work on it, which gives it more credibility, visual evidence, supplementary evidence. I think they spoke to a seismologist about kind of nuclear seismic tremors in the region. And so you can really kind of be comfortable, not 100% comfortable, but you can be more comfortable that that story is more credible than the North Korean state media. I'm going to pass it over to Andrew just to wrap up again.
Thank you. So as Mike mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, our goal today was just to provide you with some concrete steps you can take to sniff out bad information online and verify your sources. So let's just do a quick recap. 1, use the tools that Mike mentioned at the beginning of the presentation to verify your images and videos. I know it's exciting to share things on Twitter, but it's even cooler to share accurate information. 2, examine the source's previous work to establish credibility. I like to say, don't just consume journalism, but try and be a bit of a journalist yourself. 3, check the source's work against a story you know well. This is a very easy sniff test, and anybody that has a field of expertise can use this tool very easily. Be mindful of the 6-foot versus 10,000-foot view. Understand the pros and cons of each that John mentioned and find a balance. Start off as a neutral consumer of information and make sources tick boxes of credibility to earn your trust. You can now verify sources, images, videos, so you can raise your bar for good information. And then finally, in this line of work with OSINT, there's always going to be some level of uncertainty, but by using some of these steps, you can lower those levels quite a bit.
So that's us for today. I'm Michael Hilliard, this is Andrew Eady, and this is John Fowler. It has been absolutely amazing to be speaking with you today, and there's one thing I want you to take away from this. It is that this generation, this group of people in the room, are the people to regain the general public's trust with information that comes out. You know, if we had everyone doing this, if we had people actually checking sources and knocking out most of this disinformation, we wouldn't have the amount of fake news, we wouldn't have the amount of disinformation and the lies and campaigns we see at the moment. You know, if this was the simplest possible weapon we can give you because it's the most usable and the one that's most easily accessible. So if you take anything from this, is that verifying 5 minutes work will debunk 90% of problems. And that's a huge weapon for us to do. So it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you guys today. Huge thanks to the AV team as well, the unsung heroes of these things. And I will hand back to our fantastic host. If you want any of the information, it'll be on that Twitter thread from the first exercise. Otherwise, it'll be in the pamphlet. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent. Great. So that was very creative and informative. So our next panel will be on countering disinformation, and it's led by a founder of the William and Mary Disinfo Lab, Megan Hogan, who will be joining us, in just a moment. Okay, team, while we wait, I think that we should all take out our phones again and sign on to the WebEx app so that we can participate. Oh, here we go. You can still sign on to the WebEx app and participate that way. Thanks very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening if you're joining us virtually from Brussels. My name is Megan Hogan, and I am the Aranda Rothschild Foundation Junior Fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, D.C. I'm also the founder and former co-director of Disinfo Lab, which is an undergraduate disinformation research lab based at the College of William and Mary's Global Research Institute. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to moderate this session on countering disinformation. We have two panelists with us today, Dr. Hayden Bassett and Mr. Ben Dubois, with unique and complementary backgrounds and perspectives, which I anticipate will make for a highly informative and enlightening session. So I would like to begin the conversation by discussing the inherent vulnerabilities we all have that make us susceptible to disinformation. During the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin has made Ukrainian cultural heritage an object of war, promoting an ideology that Ukraine
is a part of larger Russia and provoking a number of crimes against tangible Ukrainian heritage, such as monuments, buildings, works of art, etc. Dr. Bassett, your research with the Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab is at the forefront of this issue. What role does cultural heritage play in disinformation, particularly with regards to the Russian invasion of Ukraine? And is cultural heritage a vulnerability?
Absolutely, and I'll just step back and say, one thing we've heard throughout today is the information environment described as an ecosystem. And parts of that ecosystem are both tangible and intangible. Much of us, when we think about information, we think about it in its intangible form. But one thing that my lab studies is the tangible manifestations of that. And so cultural heritage being a key tangible manifestation of the information environment, particularly in Ukraine right now. When we look at cultural heritage, think about what it is. Think about what tangible cultural heritage is. So places of worship, archaeological sites, monuments, memorials, museums, places that you can think of as key nodes of agreement on something. So I agree with this version of history as represented by this monument, by the collections in this museum and the story that tells, whether that's a story of national identity, a story of the ethnic identity, things that both support some narratives, but important for this context, things that contradict some narratives. So when we think about the invasion of Ukraine, we see cultural heritage in places like Eastern Ukraine contradicting Russia's narrative. And that narrative is one in which, there is no such thing as Ukraine, as Ukrainian identity. But what I often tell people is that cultural heritage is, one of the most dangerous things about cultural heritage is it's three things. It's an identity, it's a location, and it's a date. And so think of a cemetery. Think of every headstone on that cemetery. You can think of it as, the name, which you can tie to identity based on the language and other things like that. It's, of course, a location, but also it's a series of dates, placing that identity in a location. And so when you think about it in this way, you can begin to see how things like cultural heritage are extremely vulnerable to narrative activities, but also kinetic activities, things that a country might come in and want to erase evidence of a narrative in this case. And so that's why our lab studies cultural heritage, not just the destruction of cultural heritage as we do through satellite imagery, but also the ways in which it's weaponized or leveraged in information operations.
Thank you. That was enlightening. Mr. Dubow, your current work explores the relationship between generative artificial intelligence and democracy. So generative AI, right, being a type of AI system capable of generating text, images, or other media in response to prompts, such as, you guessed it, ChatGPT. There are a myriad of think pieces, which I'm sure many people in this room have read, right, about the threats that this technology will bring to or pose to democracies and how they will make disinformation more effective. And while that's certainly interesting, and you can certainly talk about that, a more interesting angle, in my opinion, is, and what's far less discussed, are the opportunities that generative AI present to democracies. So can you expand a bit on the opportunities that generative AI present for preserving and actually expanding pro-democratic narratives?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of the earlier panelists have touched on this. Generative AI is incredibly powerful, and while it is essential that we're aware of the threats that come with that power, it's also essential that we see that there are huge opportunities here. And in my work, a lot of that focuses around the idea of narratives. And narratives are absolutely essential for any form of government to justify its existence, to justify the position of the rulers. And so in authoritarian states, you see incredible amount of resources spent to instill narratives, to destroy monuments that might challenge narratives, to imprison journalists who might challenge it. And with generative AI, we're seeing really a revolution in how people are going to consume narratives. So with the rise of search engines, you had a major shift in that single points of information were now available with an ease and with an extent that was never possible before. But it was still on the individuals to find those multiple pieces of information to compose a narrative. With social media and recommendation engines, those individual pieces were automatically delivered, suggesting that while not entirely creating the narrative itself. With generative AI, the entire narrative from start to finish, the multiple points of information are delivered to you in a way that's automatic, in a way that is totally done on the side of the computer instead of us actually creating the narratives ourselves. And that's incredibly powerful in itself. That has the ability to provide people with counter-narratives to the dominant narratives in authoritarian states. It has the ability to deliver narratives that support a democratic worldview over an authoritarian worldview. And what's actually going to determine what LLM, what other generative AI tool people use isn't going to be its quality of historical narratives, but rather how good it is at helping you to code, at helping you to edit, helping you finish your homework, whatever else it is. So as long as those most advanced AI systems are ones that are in turn promoting democratic narratives that are challenging authoritarian hegemony over their countries, we have a real opportunity with generative AI to begin to open up more space for democracy.
That's awesome. That's really exciting. People aren't talking about that. So. With that being said, we are going to turn to some questions from the audience, both online and in person. So if you can line up, you know the drill. The microphone's over there, and we can take some questions.
So, hello. My name is Talha Barış from Turkey. My question to all speakers. So, how big of an impact do you think media manipulation can have from a sociological perspective? And what can international organizations like NATO to do about this issue? And second question is, if the government of a NATO member country tried to control people's thoughts, elections, issues related to irregular migrants, and all media perception, how would you try to combat it? Thank you.
Take it, yeah. So it's a great question. Media manipulation can have a huge role on people's perception. It's why authoritarian states devote so many resources towards controlling the media. It's why even democratically elected leaders who want to bring about democratic backsliding invest so much time and effort into controlling media. So that manipulation is absolutely massive in terms of its impact on getting people to vote certain ways, on getting people to believe certain things that uphold the regime's power. For what to actually do about it, it becomes very difficult when, especially if it's within a particular country where the leader has come to power saying that he's coming to power to fight against the foreign influences that are undermining the traditional local culture of the country. Because when you do that, a lot of times those efforts that, from our point of view, are very well-meaning, are just meant to build up civil society, are just meant to improve media literacy, can really backfire. And it's very easy for authoritarian leaders, would-be authoritarians, to point at those examples and just say, don't listen to them. This proves my point. Look at how these Western powers are trying to force their values of media on ours. So it's very difficult. What we can do is continue to fund independent journalists, continue to provide a safe space for journalists to promote their message, make sure that there continues to be a free internet, free ways to get around firewalls, to use VPNs to access free information, but it can be very, very challenging, and you have to be very careful not to overextend yourself in getting involved in a partner country's media environment.
Yeah, great. Now we're going to take a question from online. Dr. Bassett, this one's for you. It goes, can you give some specific examples of the disinformation efforts about cultural heritage perpetrated by Russia in the current conflict in Ukraine?
Absolutely. So there's several big ones, but I'll give just a few. One thing that we see is with every, I'll start with the beginning. One thing our lab picked up, we had a key lab member who was tracking what was going on in Ukraine for several months, 6 months, 8 months, leading up to the invasion in February of 2022. And one thing that he picked up on was that we weren't actually seeing things what I just described as cultural destruction. We were actually seeing cultural construction. And what I mean by that is throughout eastern Ukraine, all of a sudden, what we were seeing were statues going up, new cultural heritage being constructed. Things, like I said, cultural heritage is a key nodes of agreement, basically engineering those nodes of agreement in order to prep the terrain in a way that would suggest that you are standing, in fact, in ancient Russia and not eastern Ukraine. Things like statues to Catherine the Great, statues to the Soviet Army, statues that really tie that geography to ethnic Russia and historical Russia. So that's one key way in which information and disinformation is woven through physical evidence on the ground in order to build that information ecosystem. It's not simply pumping information out there.
Right.
It's carefully engineered in both tangible and intangible ways.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elijah Sai. I'm a student at William and Mary. My question is about generative AI. I guess I want to know if, are we imbuing AI with politics, or are we using AI for politics, or if it doesn't matter? I also wish to know, because I don't think I keep up as much with kind of the AI side of things. Is this the direction that politics are heading, where it will be kind of like generating arguments, and each side will have to use AI to kind of keep up? Maybe I sense fear in myself because I probably can't understand it, because I probably can't think that fast. My worry is of biases, as we know AI has biases based upon if you ask to see the most perfect man, it's going to be maybe like a very, well, we know what that looks like. With that being said, if AI is used for politics, there will be biases, and how do you foresee mitigating that? Maybe I'm just blabbering, but these are all really, it's really fascinating what you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a great question, and yeah, it's definitely one that I worry about a lot. So before my current role, I was in advertising and doing ad tech, and one of the normal ways we would launch a campaign is we would come up with 5 or 10 variations of our messaging, run small tests, and see which of the 5 or 10 perform best, then commit to that 10. With generative AI, you can do that hundreds of times over, and what's going to be most successful, what's going to resonate most with people is what affirms their biases. And by that, I don't mean that necessarily as like a kind of moral statement on it, but just if we expect something to happen, it's not going to, trigger our alarms. It's just going to be what we expected. And when you can do 100, 1,000 different variations, and you can segment it the incredible detail that's already available in advertising, you're going to be able to find for increasingly small parts of the market the exact message that plays to all of their biases, that plays to all of their assumptions that they're likeliest to go with and that they're likeliest to believe. I started with like a very positive, that could be good for democracy. I don't have a good answer for what to do about that. The big tech companies could choose not to enable that. They control most of the advertising market. They could choose not to do it for politics. For the most part, they don't advertise tobacco. They don't advertise gambling. That's without any government intervention. So the big tech companies can choose not to make that available. At the same time, the government could regulate it, although that probably would take significantly longer. Hopefully not so long that by the time it gets around, it's all people who are in office because their AI put them there.
Just to comment real quick, if what it takes to control like the information sphere is like in the future is, or even right now, is AI, I worry for marginalized and indigenous kind of politics who may not know how to access this or come from different, like we believe in Western science, because we were brought up in Western science, but there are many people in the world that do not, or that were brought up on different ontologies. So that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Another question is coming from online. So we can't put the genie back into the bottle. So what tools can people equip themselves with to pick out true from false? Just to kind of begin and give a little bit of background about myself, I introed myself in the panel, but I'm the founder of Disinfo Lab at William and Mary, which is still an undergraduate disinformation research lab. But we were founded to spread media literacy for American citizens and basically make disinformation scholarship more accessible to more people. And the number one way, right, to equip yourself against disinformation is to become more media literate. It's been proven time and time again that when you expose yourself to differing points of view, you become more resilient to disinformation and to false narratives. So just to start the answer to this question, my recommendation to everyone who is here, there is a fantastic book by a CIA analyst, and it's called True or False. It is really basic, but it brings you into like a very elementary way of identifying literally what is true or false. I think that's just textbook for any citizen, especially for NATO allies now who are facing disinformation threats. But then I would really encourage people to engage with differing viewpoints. That is not to say to seek out extremist content, surely, but it is to, when you see and encounter things online that you have like a visceral emotive reaction to, or emotional reaction to, like ask yourself why you're having that reaction. That's always because disinformation preys principally on your emotions. That would be my recommendation. But either panelist, whoever wants to answer.
I'll quickly build on that and just say that what did we do during the pandemic, and how did people adopt the procedures and safeguards so quickly? And it was because there was a big educational push to figure out exactly and disseminate exactly how the virus worked. And I think that's a good analogy for disinformation as well, is not only seeing what it looks like, but also figuring out exactly how that ecosystem, that disinformation actually in its parts works. And then once people consume information as a part of their daily lives, they're skeptical. They're understanding, okay, here are the vulnerabilities in the facts that were just presented to me is actually that narrative woven between those facts. And with that skepticism and understanding how disinformation works, I think we'll be in a better position to move forward and critically think about all of the information that we consume.
Yeah, I think you two covered it. I would just add disinformation preys on our subconscious because it's only our conscious that's capable of skepticism. So if you see a headline that seems too perfect, it probably is.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. So if we develop generative AI models that have these democratic counter-narratives, how do we essentially prevent people from just simply rejecting those models altogether if it doesn't agree with their preconceived notions?
Yeah, that's another great question. The very short answer is we can't. It's definitely not going to be a solution for everything. But what it does allow is it allows those messages to get out into places where right now they're really being stamped out. And it allows the people who are receptive to those messages, who want to know why, a 3-day special military operation is now a year and a half almost in, and tens of thousands of their neighbors are dying when the media says that it's going to be over tomorrow, why that's happening. It gives them some counter narrative to understand the world beyond just what state media is telling them.
Okay, great. Let's take another one from the room.
Hello, my name is Adam Ashi, and I'm from Morocco. I'm a student at UMBC, and my question is, how do we fight Russian disinformation that's not targeted at the West or to its own domestic audience, but the third world, by which I mean the Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia, big economies that have been impacted usually through mass food security that Russia is now trying, that was caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but is now trying to convince that it's caused by NATO sanctions and NATO actions against Russia.
You can take this, but I've taken a bunch.
Yeah, sure. So one of the areas that our lab really focuses on is disinformation from Russia in Africa in particular. And one thing that we see is that makes it very difficult, and this is true for Russia and it's true for other kind of engineers of disinformation in places like Africa, is that they're using media that does not leave a digital footprint that allows us to track it or combat it as closely as we would something on the internet. Play things like local radio, things like local television, broadcast television, and at the end of the day, person-to-person contact, whether through cultural centers, embassies, institutes of higher education that are sponsored by these states. These are the things that actually are most difficult to counter. And there's not necessarily a great solution right now while we are focused on the cyber-enabled disinformation, but all that's to say is that it's going to ultimately take a large-scale educational initiative like we were just talking about in order to combat some of these non-digital media and consumption, how people are consuming these non-digital medias. That's where I would go with that.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah, I would just add too, I think it's a great example of where the diversity of NATO countries is our strength. Russia certainly has its share of diversity. It has speakers of a lot of languages, but we attract people from all over the world. And we need to take advantage of that. We need to engage with those communities. We need to make sure that Spanish speakers, Arabic speakers within the NATO alliance are front and center for fighting disinfo all around the world.
We'll take another question from online.
Thank you.
So will open source AI models on the internet create more risks or opportunities for democracy enhancing AI?
It's going to do a lot of both.
Yeah.
It's very hard to predict which will be more. I mean, it's like I do think it's a revolution on the scale of the internet. Mm-hmm. And even now, I think you'd be hard-pressed to say whether the internet created more opportunities or more risks, because it created so much of both.
Yeah.
It's very hard to weigh which was more, but definitely, if there's one message I'm trying to send, it's don't ignore the risks, but there are a lot of opportunities, and get excited about all of those opportunities.
Right, don't just drown in the doom and gloom,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. We can take another one from the room.
So this one's sort of similar to that one. We've been discussing the role of AI in countering disinformation, the opportunities, the dangers. Do you foresee any broader applications of AI in terms of promoting just general good government, democracy, public services, the like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just in terms of good government, so much of I've worked in city government before, so much of it is just kind of like mind-numbing data entry Excel work, and getting AI to do that, I think, can make government work much better. Using AI to understand the cultural context in a foreign country to really kind of get background on what sort of messaging will resonate with them, I think can make connections between civil societies much easier. And I view that as kind of one of the real huge potentials of AI, is to act as a translator, not just word for word or sentence for sentence, but cross-cultural, to help people from other countries really understand the worldviews that are vastly different than their own, and to be able to better understand where people are coming from and to better be able to connect because of it.
It's reassuring to hear. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to the final question, I'm going to take one more for online. So I'm sorry, but there's no more left in the room today. So paralleling, this one's for you, Dr. Bassett. Paralleling their genocidal pogroms, the Islamic State also undertook a systematic iconoclastic campaign across Syria and Iraq. Aside from their globally publicized attacks on the Mosul Museum and UNESCO World Heritage sites, the IS actively targeted the sacred sites of various communities. Can you talk a little bit about the connection between cultural heritage attacks and the attacks on religious groups and ethnic minorities?
Sure. So I'll just say that, listen to that prompt very closely, and it's easy to see that the motivations behind that was all of, in large part, an information campaign. This was a way to make them, a very, potent way to make themselves very visible, to go after these major sites of local, regional, national, and global significance, make examples of them in their mind. Yes, there are many ideological motivations behind that, but at the end of the day, this was a campaign that sought to create messages and build status in that sort of, ISIS, in related extremist groups.
Mm-hmm.
These are ways in which they can use tangible elements, in this case, destruction of tangible elements, to have effects in the information environment.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so for our last question, considering that this is a panel on countering disinformation, it seems only fitting, right, that our last question that we conclude, right, with the basic, albeit crucial question of what should we do going forward, right? What should we, civil society, governments, social media platforms, prioritize in the fight against disinformation, and is there anything critical that we're overlooking? I work in the field of economics, so when I think of countering disinformation, the first place my mind is going to go is a cost-benefit analysis, right? To ask, why is disinformation so prevalent and so effective today? And really, the answer to that question is that disinformation is easy to produce, it's low risk, and it's cheap to make, especially when you compare disinformation to conventional methods of warfighting. So any effort that reduces this ease of production raises risk or raises cost. So in short, anything that makes an influence operation cost prohibitive, I see as an effective strategy. Take the Biden administration's new strategy of declassifying intelligence as a way to undercut foreign disinformation as an example. It's a shame that Rear Admiral Kirby could not be with us today, but what the Biden administration is doing is like truly transformative. By preventing Russia from defining how the war is perceived by the rest of the world, this new strategy raises the risk that Kremlin disinformation it raises the risk of Kremlin disinformation failing, essentially, right? So making that an effective countermeasure. Going forward, I see social media companies being at the forefront of the fight against disinformation, and I see them being instrumental in making disinformation more difficult to produce. So strategies such as like taking down botnets that amplify disinformation. Botnets were a huge part in they played a huge role in 2016 in Russia's role with the 2016 interference with USC election. Introducing and maintaining synthetic and manipulated media policies, things that govern things like deepfakes, and introducing and maintaining effective verification policies, things like Twitter verification, right? These are all examples of what I think will play a larger role going forward. So, Dr. Bassett, I'll begin with you. What do you think?
Sure, and I'll, as the cultural person on the panel, I'll say that it's going to be a cultural solution more so than a technological solution. I'll bring the pandemic analogy back into this, is that, at the end of the day, it was behavioral and social changes that led to at least some of the, successes in, with combating the virus and not spreading the virus. And I think that analogy is perfectly appropriate for disinformation as well, is that you're going to have a whole of society response in the same way we just had a major whole of society response with the pandemic. It's going to take education, like it did with the pandemic, at the lowest educational level. So our elementary school all the way up to mid-career and older career professionals. These are the elements that we're going to have to bring into it. Again, taking the lessons learned from the pandemic, bringing them into this new pandemic of disinformation.
Certainly don't disagree with you. Mr. Dubell?
Yeah, so like to kind of think of information, or we've had the analogy before of information, like an ecosystem or a system, and that's really how you need to view it. Any single story, any single piece of information, by the time you're able to definitively determine whether it's true or false, would have already spread multiple times around the world. So really all we can do is think about whether we have systems in place that are likelier to bring out false information or true information. Some social platforms have already begun to address the fact that disinformation preys on the subconscious by asking people if they really want to share something when they haven't actually read the full article yet, or by downranking things that have more emotive content or more emotive language, and upranking content that comes from authoritative sources. But I actually agree that I think ultimately it's not technological, it's behavioral, and it's not going to be about just limiting information, it's going to be about actively promoting democracy, and a lot of that is behavior. It's not just telling people how great democracy is, it's actually enacting it every day. It's getting involved with your local neighborhood, with your local communities, with local civil society. We can kind of talk all we want about what the big corporation should do, what government should do, and to be clear, they should do a lot, but democracy ultimately comes down to individual actions aggregated over the millions, and we need to continue to act, continue to model the democratic behavior that is core to our values in order to make sure that they continue to grow, to make sure that they triumph over authoritarian values.
Okay, so it can't just be one solution, right? Like not just government, not just private sector. Google can't solve all our answers, right?
Yeah.
It has to be all of us together. Awesome, great, thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who is watching both in person and online. And thanks for such an interesting conversation, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we are now on another networking break. Don't forget to snap some pictures out in the hallway in front of the banner and post those with the hashtag NATO Youth Summit. Okay, thanks. Oh, in about 10 minutes, you'll hear a video, and that will be your signal to come back.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen. Make the house where gods may dwell beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates at William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
Hi, folks. If you could all make your way back to your seats. How was lunch? It's good. Okay, well, that's fine. How's the coffee? Excellent, right? Yeah, that's good. In just a few moments, we'll have the stage, some important youths will take the stage who are making their marks and winning key contests to share their important messages. But until that time, in just a minute, does anyone have like a buzzword, an adjective to describe the day that they'd like to shout out to the room? A good one. We're on camera. Anyone? Any kind of an adjective? Empowering, perhaps? Informative, lovely. Anything else? Enlightening. Oh, productive. See this side of the room? Come on. That's where the smart kids are. Did I hear one more? Okay. So yes, please, I'd like to welcome Elsa Barron from the Council on Strategic Risks, who will introduce their winning video and its author, Michelle Ramirez.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here today on behalf of the International Military Council on Climate and Security, which is housed at the Council on Strategic Risks, for a project with support from the US mission to NATO that is focused on a security challenge that affects us all, climate change, and one that is no longer a hypothetical risk far out in the future, but a lived experience for communities around the world. This project, aptly named Climate Security in My Backyard, seeks to address two multifaceted issues within this security threat. The first is that traditional security threats from malign state actors, exemplified by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, are now layered and multiplied by the effects of climate change. And the reality is that a continued reliance on fossil fuels not only harms our climate future, but also prevents the kind of concerted action and tampering back of aggressors such as Russia. The second reality is that the perspectives of young communities on the security risks that are at greatest importance for their future are shifting. And younger communities increasingly place climate change higher on the list of security threats than many other issues that we often talk about. And so therefore, as the NATO alliance seeks to develop their ambition and their ideas and planning on climate security, it is critical to engage the perspectives and the voices of young people on these issues. And so in response to these two challenges, we launched a program under the name Climate Security in My Backyard, calling for young leaders to submit videos, particularly from key regions including the Arctic, Eastern Europe, and the Mediterranean, but also beyond. Today, we will showcase one of those fantastic video submissions from Michelle Ramirez, who is based in Fairbanks, Alaska. Her submission stood out amongst the pool in the way that it showcased the way that climate change impacts her day-to-day and the well-being and security of her home community. Michelle, in recognition of her efforts, has been invited to Vilnius this July for events on the sidelines of the NATO Summit, as well as public forum. And along with a select group of young leaders from this program, we'll have the opportunity to share their perspectives on climate security and other issues with NATO leaders. So as you sit back, relax, and watch Michelle's submission, I would encourage you to think about the climate security risks and also solutions that might be in your own backyards as we work towards a collectively secure and sustainable future for us all. So with that, and on behalf of the International Military Council on Climate and Security, I turn it over to Michelle's video presented by the Council on Strategic Risks.
I live in Alaska, a place where my dog may accidentally try to chase a moose, or if you're unlucky, you yourself might be one-on-one in front of a mother moose guarding its calf. A place commonly known for its breathtaking aurora borealis or northern lights, its beautiful and untouched lands, wildlife, and extreme cold. But did you know that Alaska, which is part of the Arctic, is experiencing the effects of climate change at nearly 4 times the rate of the rest of the world? We are experiencing erosion, rising sea levels, permafrost thaw, ocean warming, glaciers melting, endangerment of marine ecosystems, increase in flooding, rain, snow, wind, storm events, animal migration, invasive species, and food security. These can only name a few of the drastic changes my community and other communities in Alaska are experiencing right now. These changes are what the rest of the world don't know about and will experience them very soon. Hi, my name is Michelle Ramirez, and this is my climate story. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska with over 30,000 people. I grew up and have lived here since I was 12 to 13 years old. I graduated in 2021 and currently go to the University of Alaska Fairbanks studying biology. I've been doing research and am an Arctic Youth Ambassador here to talk about a climate issue in my community. Our summers are threatened by longer wildfire seasons and winters feel more isolating by extreme weather. Have you ever smelled the smoky air from inside the comfort of your own home? Whenever you take a deep breath, all that comes out is a cough. Interior Alaska has raging wildfires every summer. Summer of 2022, we had hazardous air quality frequently where everyone sees serious health effects. That summer, I was working at the local Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, sitting with a patient, and we both looked out the window on many days. But not once could I describe it as a good, nice, or beautiful day. The only words I could think of is that it looked awful and suffocating outside. Even with the face mask, I could smell it inside the building. The smoke is everywhere and we can't escape it. You don't feel protected anywhere. Not being able to drive without smoke, not being able to see the lakes, seeing our trees die and all that's left is a black, charcoal stub. The constant feeling of not being able to breathe is draining. Most people don't have the choice to leave and take a break from the dusty air you breathe, and that is really isolating. In the State of the Air 2018 report written by American Lung Association researchers, Fairbanks is America's most polluted city in the category of particle pollution. This is my constant reminder that climate change is happening and that is only one of the many changes that are hurting our community. It's the decisions we make today that will impact whether our home will be here tomorrow. I propose to the leaders of our government and to NATO member states to assist with these issues by funding and supporting research that gives us needed baselines or solutions to climate change, by creating fitter protocols to better educate and prepare our communities for disaster mitigation and responses, by collaborating with Indigenous people, local organizations, and those who've lived here all their life, by allowing more representation of the people who are actually experiencing these changes and where they can decide what gets to happen to their communities. Think of the rapid change occurring where you grew up. If this happened to your home, you would want everyone to be as alert as I am about these climate issues.
Thank you so much for your attention.
I'm good to go.
And now I have the privilege of introducing Michelle herself, who is joining us online from Fairbanks, Alaska, and ready to share a couple of remarks and reflections on her story.
Thank you, Elsa, and to the International Military Council for Climate Security for this wonderful opportunity to speak here today. I'm extremely honored that my video was chosen to be shown here. As I said, I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm going to be a third-year undergraduate student at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. My video mentions wildfires as one of the issues that the Arctic is facing. Another one is permafrost. I'm doing research currently on permafrost thaw and the impacts that it has on the infrastructure and land and waters. And so this is just one of the few ways I'm contributing to my community and understanding better how climate change is going to impact us. I really wanted to emphasize how important it is for your personal story to be told in these spaces. Storytelling is often overlooked, but it can be a powerful tool to gain knowledge and to express it and to have our diverse cultures and values united. And I share my story because I know there are similar experiences from other people, and it's important to guide our decision makers with these stories. And so as youth, I hope to empower and bring more perspective and strategies to these spaces and have youth take control of the future decisions being made for them. I hope that in the future that our policymaking can be more inclusive to other groups of people, including youth is a wonderful way, but I do believe that we need to address the climate justice issues, that disproportionate amount of people are experiencing the impacts of climate change, yet are not having the cause, and their voices aren't being heard at the table and as decision makers, especially like Indigenous people or people of color. And so when we work towards a more inclusive and diverse place where languages and cultures are also valued in the same space that policy and science is, because they are all interconnected, overall, I think our decisions will have a healthier impact on all the communities and it will lead to a more sustainable way of thinking. Thank you for having me here virtually and for having me share my perspective with you all.
Hello, and now it is my pleasure to introduce Louisa Frutel with NATO Allied Command Transformation, who will speak about their work in these winning videos. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Louisa, and it's my pleasure today to represent Allied Command Transformation here at today's Youth Summit. Some of you may have heard about ACT before, but I can imagine that many of you are not very familiar with ACT's mission and role. In fact, let me ask you, how many of you heard about NATO Allied Command Transformation before? Oh, okay. That's actually more than expected. Very good. But still, let me start by giving you a short overview of what ACT is and what it actually stands for. So you know, NATO as an alliance consisting of 31 members faces a wide range of security challenges, ranging from climate change and terrorism to conventional and nuclear peer states, to EDTs and hybrid warfare. In order to address these challenges appropriately and sustainably, NATO has two strategic military commands. On the one hand, we have Allied Command Operations, ACO, headquartered in Belgium, in Mons, managing current and ongoing NATO operations. And on this side of the Atlantic, there is NATO Allied Command Transformation, ACT, headquartered in Norfolk, Virginia. As our Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, General Lavine, likes to say, ACO ensures that NATO is fit to fight today, whereas ACT ensures that NATO is fit to fight tomorrow. Under the slogan, Improving Today, Shaping Tomorrow, Bridging the Two, ACT is all about transforming NATO's military capacity to the changing security environment. In other words, by scanning the future and understanding the trends, we build strategies, doctrines, plans, and develop capabilities that will ensure that the alliance is fit for purpose against any future challenges. Therefore, our work focuses on military adaptation, transformation, innovation, and warfare development. So, why do young voices matter for ACT, or why do young voices matter for NATO? Today's generation of youth is the largest the world has ever known. This means that NATO, including ACT, plays an essential role in shaping the security landscape that today's youth will inherit. By including your voices, or by including young voices, the Alliance educates, prepares, and shapes future decision makers to continue building a more secure world. But it also broadens the understanding of what you believe is worth protecting and fighting for. Therefore, I can say that an investment in the youth is an investment in a more secure future. As the name ACT suggests, we work on transformation. And we all know that there is no transformation without engaging and fostering the diverse talents of future generations. So how does this look in practice? Together with my colleagues from the academic outreach team, we work on youth engagement and aim to expand the youth's understanding of NATO, its core values and challenges. But we also want to educate about democratic values and good governance, two principles which are essential for building and sustaining a secure world. In addition to having an ACT internship program, providing guest lectures at universities, and offering student visits to our headquarters in Norfolk, Virginia, NATO's home in North America, we also conduct NATO model events in which students act as ambassadors in a simulated North Atlantic Council simulation. The NATO model event introduces students to the decision-making process of the alliance and engages them in diplomatic discussions that resemble those at NATO. As part of the 20th anniversary of our ACT 20th anniversary, which we will actually celebrate in 2 days on Wednesday, we launched a student challenge in which students from across the Euro-Atlantic area and the MENA region were invited to answer the question how emerging and disruptive technologies impact the transformation of NATO. We have received a large number of very interesting proposals and ideas, and after 2 rounds of competition, we are very happy that the winners of this year's Student Challenge are here today to present their ideas to you. With that said, I would like to thank William and Mary University for the great organization of this event. Special thank you goes to Kay, and I give now the floor to the students, and we start with the first video of Lorenzo and Guido. Thank you very much.
In 2021, NATO embraced a new strategy to guide its relationship to emerging and disruptive technologies. The Alliance's innovation activities center around 9 priority areas, and the synergy between 3 of these in particular, biotechnology, AI and data, raises fundamental questions on the future of international security. Advances in cognitive neuroscience and artificial intelligence are redefining what the human mind is capable of. What's more, AI and big data analytics allow to explore the human mind not just retrospectively, but also in real time and in a predictive manner. In a recent study, still to be peer-reviewed, researchers were able to reconstruct with high fidelity what participants were seeing by only using their brain data. The researchers fed AI with 10,000 images and brain response associations. They then had participants undergo brain scan while looking at an image. The algorithm using this database was then able to reconstruct with high resolution what participants were looking at. The potential of these technologies is spectacular, but biotechnology's dual-use character is a concern. As these biotechnologies shift from the exclusive domain of research and clinical medicine to the consumer technology market, issues of security and privacy are raised. Integrating brain-computer interfaces that gather mental data in everyday life will enhance communication and offer a more personalized service to consumers. And already, a growing number of brain-computer interfaces are available for direct consumer consumption, with big tech giants such as Meta investing large sums. The recycling of data is a real possibility. Mental data may be sold to third parties, and if this is not well regulated, highly sensitive information about us may end up in the wrong hands. Private companies may also be required to hand this data to governments that intend to monitor or influence the behavior of specific individuals or groups. And with this comes the risk that such precious info may be used to conduct disruptive information operations, opening the door for a completely new level of cognitive warfare. To mitigate risks and embrace opportunities, NATO needs to quickly adapt to the incoming changes. This will require adequate research to further understand the potential of the technology, substantial funding of the private sector to propel innovation, and a timely development of a regulatory framework that ensures sustainability, privacy, and the security of these products. NATO needs to encourage the triple helix of government, industry, and academia in the era of biotechnology. The NATO Innovation Fund and Diana are excellent examples going in the right direction. Governments cannot expect organizations, firms, or individuals to embrace and exploit successfully and ethically the new biotechnological innovations on their own. Support, advice, direction, vision, and investments in infrastructures will be essential in the years to come. Intra-alliance cooperation and coordination will be crucial to effectively exploit this wave of transformation. And we need to embrace innovation, yet work towards a value-driven regulatory framework that will guide NATO's transformation in decades to come.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So with this video, I hope to have conveyed the point that as these useful neurotechnologies advance, brain-computer interfaces become more widely available amongst an increasing number of consumers, there also are information security issues. Brain-computer interfaces gather data on our conscious and subconscious preferences, on biases, cognitive capacities, and aspects of our mental and physical health. And with this kind of information may be used to monitor or influence the behavior of individuals or even whole groups. The Cambridge Analytica scandal indicated that even a basic Facebook app was able to build psychological profiles on millions of users, deliver targeted political advertising, and affect the 2016 elections in the US. Now, the accelerating proliferation of brain-computer interfaces and the extent and depth of data, personal data that they gather, upgrade these risks. In my policy proposal for NATO, I suggest that the alliance's transformation in the coming years and decades must reflect this awareness. And the triple helix of government, industry, and academia is a holistic and appropriate approach. So the proposal involves strengthening collaboration with research institutions and academia and increasing public-private sectors partnerships, as well as developing collaboratively a legal framework that encourages innovation, yet safeguards privacy and that promotes awareness. And yes, there are several challenges. The issue of sovereignty and extraterritoriality is just one example. But these unknowns are exactly why we need to pay more attention to the world of neurotechnology. In order to mitigate risks and propel innovation. And as the next generation of innovators, we are just in the right place at the right time to do so. Thank you.
Right now, data is gold.
data technology is advancing at a really high speed, and updating us that fast is key for NATO allies to maintain and guarantee the world peace, considering that the cloud is now a battlefield. As I said, data is very important today, but in the history of defense, it has been the gateway to success in military operations. Knowing the status of the enemy and each of his movements have allowed effective interventions to put an end to devastating wars. Now, with the advancement and proliferation of new data collection methods and systems, we can go much further. If our military equipment and vehicles, tanks, ships, jets have sensors, cameras, and many data collection devices, every second we're obtaining a huge amount of information. The use that can be made of the enormous amount of data for our benefit puts the Alliance in a great technological challenge. There are many examples of the use. The first one is the interconnection between the forces, air, land, sea, and space. Why don't we connect all that information with military and intelligence reports in real time automatically? We could have hundreds of perspectives of all the opportunities in the world, comparing them all in seconds, since we know exactly where each field is, vehicle and devices, in what status they are via sensors, and what dangers are around them. Artificial intelligence will be able to compare all this huge amount of data. Therefore, achieving a view that allows us to carry out conflicts much faster and safer, since every small movement of our enemies is tracked, even the invisible ones to the data process human capacity. Leading this data transformation is crucial to avoid any loss in our ability to defend against potential enemies. NATO allies are already taking steps in the transformation by investing in 4.0 weapons factories, digital twins of military vehicles, autonomous drones, and technology that collects and sends real-time status information from our militaries and the surrounding environment to the cloud. In order to compare all data and for AI to find relevant patterns as quickly as possible, fast processing computers and even the development of quantum technology are essential parts of the structural change in this data use. The other great asset, and probably more important than the first, is the protection of all this from enemies, so as not to compromise the success of our operations. The development of quantum computers makes us an easy target, since they are the threat to the security of the most advanced encryption techniques. But these computers are also an opportunity to reach even further in our interconnected army. In conclusion, disruptive technology in data science offers the opportunity to achieve a unique interconnected alliance, and with much more immediate action that maintains and guarantees peace in the world.
So in order to explain it a little better, let us imagine NATO as a living organism, a complex entity with various components working together in harmony. Just like any human being, NATO requires a centralized and real-time nervous system that compares, that gather and process all that information efficiently. This concept led us to the idea of creating a digital twin at a structural level of NATO. The creation of this digital twin, in general terms, will be multiplying the sources of sensory information by creating smaller digital twins in military equipment and military infrastructure, and deploy programs that locally process this information. Subsequently, all this massive quantity information would be compared with intelligence and military reports in the cloud using data technologies. This way, we could achieve an immediate overview of NATO and its surroundings. This digital twin that I'm speaking about could represent a powerful tool that strengthens NATO's capability to protect the allies, both in the digital world but also in the physical one, and also to maintain the situational awareness. But only by harnessing the synergy between the human expertise and the technological advancements, we could achieve an efficient and useful digital twin. To conclude, it's obvious that NATO, to achieve this, needs to overcome, that there are hurdles to overcome. The potential benefits of the digital twin for NATO are substantial, paving the way for a more secure and resilient alliance in the face of unprecedented challenge. Thank you very much.
Emerging and disruptive technologies are reshaping the world in an unprecedented way. Intelligent machines will become more humanized, while human performance will be significantly augmented. These technological advancements can act as threat multipliers and result in large-scale disruptions to the security and defense domains. They also bring many opportunities by enhancing chances of success to whoever detains technological premises.
NATO, in its traditional boots of guarantor of world peace, is called to respond to the weaponization of high-level technology operated by its state and non-state competitors. NATO cannot merely rely upon technological parity, but has to maintain its technological superiority. To do so, in 2021, NATO has launched Diana, and in 2022, most of the alliance has committed to participate in the €1 billion NATO Innovation Fund.
The modern structure of the defense market has radically changed. Today, technological development is not financially sustainable without partnerships with civilian markets leveraged on transparent principles of responsible use. Diana's first challenge program for 2023 focuses on energy resilience, information sharing, and sensing surveillance. What could be the next priorities for technological and military development? What will our soldiers have to face while fighting on a high-tech battlefield?
Hyperwarfare is the concept that defines the future warfare battlefield. It's a warfare environment in which the traditional domains and the new emerging strategic domains are going to be significantly impacted by the disruptive application of cutting-edge technologies. As emerged from an interview with our professor Gianpaolo Di Paola, hyperwarfare will be characterized by an incredibly fast tempo, exceeding human capacity alone.
The future is not a distant reality, but it is right in front of our eyes.
Thank you very much. So, try to picture a world where an AI superintelligence takes complete control of our military operations. Driven by outstanding analytical capabilities and sophisticated ethical algorithms, such an ultimate military strategist may minimize collateral damage, calculate optimal defense planning, predict enemy movements, and even devise military strategies so advanced that it makes human general obsolete. Well, in the way we see it, this might not happen soon. AI will certainly bring a revolution to the future operational battlefield, but we cannot expect it to dissipate the fog of war. The operational speed of emerging and disruptive technologies will compress decision-making timelines, requiring the proliferation of AI in command and control structures to keep pace with such an acceleration of tempo. However, as Guido will explain in a second, over-reliance on AI might end up increasing uncertainty.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. As Lorenzo just said, enemy spoofing and data poisoning, as well as the already existing limitations of machine predictions, might create the conditions for a new digital fog of war, thus calling for more human responsibility to navigate through it. To confront with this paradoxical need for more human responsibility and machines at the same time, NATO could consider establishing a center of excellence for hyperwarfare, in charge of mitigating the risks associated with the integration of artificial intelligence in military decision-making. The center should focus on simulations and training exercises on responses to high readiness scenarios, developing the right concepts on how to properly balance humans and machines to work together, but within this new fog of war. What's important to remember is that human supervision must remain as a conscious entity to provide mitigation measures through its unique awareness, but especially through its creativity. Thank you very much.
Okay, so led by a star from Howard University's Model United Nations team, Sana Archie, please allow me to introduce our next panel on serving the mission in the private sector, lessons from government service to Google. Thank you.
Hey, well, thank you guys for being here. To start on our conversation with kind of the bridge between private sector and public sector, the first question I want to pose to all of you is, can you start with a brief overview on your journey to Google from the public sector? Would you like to start?
Sure, and thank you so much for having us here. It's great to be with this incredibly diverse and vibrant audience for this event. So my path to Google is a bit winding. I started my career as an Army officer a long time ago, went to law school, then worked in industry for a while, in government for a while, and then came here to Google because my expertise as a government contracts lawyer is helping a company in the private sector sell to the public sector.
Okay, fantastic. Next.
Again, thank you for having us.
Yes.
My name is Jared Bomberg. I work on Google's public policy team. I work primarily on privacy and data security matters and focusing a lot on what's coming at Google in terms of new legislative and regulatory proposals. I came from the US Senate, where I led the Senate Commerce Committee Subcommittee on Consumer Affairs for Chairwoman Cantwell. And so in that role, we were writing proposed legislation to regulate tech companies and other data collectors. Prior to that, I was a lawyer in private practice for a couple different law firms in DC, helping clients think through compliance obligations related to privacy and data security law.
Thank you, and Stacy?
Thank you. So my pathway is a little windy as well. Business majors will appreciate that I came in with a global cybersecurity company called Mandiant, which was acquired by Google last fall. So we are now under the Google family with my new colleagues here. But I started my career in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. That's where I cut my teeth in the city. And since then have had a number of roles in public policy and strategic communications, both for the Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security. And I left the Hill to go to DHS shortly after the department was stood up. I knew that I wasn't going to go into the military, but I felt that as far as contributing to that public service mission, that was the best place to start given the events of the time.
And thank you so much for that. So I'll jump straight into personal questions. Each of you have worked in the public sector, but doing slightly different things. So I'd like to highlight that and really just gain your insight onto those different aspects that you worked in. Philip, we'll start with you. Can you please give some insight into the relationship between the private and public sectors in terms of technology sharing and how this sharing boosts national security, not only for the United States, but for all members of the NATO alliance?
It's a great question, and I'd tie it back to the last video that talked about the imperative for government to work with civilian markets, because that's really where a lot of the innovation and activity is from a research and development perspective. U.S. Former Deputy Secretary of Defense Bob Work said it well in his third offset strategy and a couple of other documents. He wrote that 50 years ago, the Defense Department could buy whatever it wanted in Silicon Valley, and it could tell Xerox or any other company what it wanted to build and what it wanted to research. That's no longer true. The locus of innovation has shifted to the private sector. Commercial markets are orders of magnitude larger than any government's buying power, and as a consequence, governments, particularly national security agencies, really have to work more and more with the private sector to get the kind of cutting edge technology they're going to need, whether it's to serve financial markets in New York or serve on battlefields in places to be determined. And so I think there is increasing opportunity to work at the intersection of those two and to be part of the organization that can sort of understand how to translate across that divide and get the best of both worlds.
Thank you so much. And Stacey, I'll go to you. Can you please briefly describe how the industry works with governments to protect cybersecurity, as well as your personal experience working with NATO, especially on Ukraine?
Yeah, sure. So Ukraine is an obvious relevant example today. To your point, Phil, this is not the first time that the private sector has contributed during wartime. Industry has provided tanks, artillery over time, but this is the first time that we are providing support to a cyber component of a war, and we've certainly been doing that from the very beginning, and working very closely with NATO and alliance members. And this past fall, my colleagues and I were meeting with the mission to Ukraine at NATO headquarters, and it was a tense time, a tense moment. We're dealing with an actual war here, and it was kind of quiet in the room, and all of a sudden, one of the gentlemen kind of looked at us, made direct eye contact and said, well, Mandiant was with us in the very beginning of the war, and if it weren't for you, we would have fallen to the Russians. So talk about a mission moment, not only from a personal contributor, but also just, it was kind of an inflection point for what this concept of public-private sector collaboration and partnership really means. And to that end, you know, it really highlighted that industry had been there supporting Ukraine and working with the alliance to do so. And we've seen 3 different ways to do that kind of emerge since the war started. So the first is around direct commercial support. So companies like Mandiant, other cybersecurity firms, IT companies, were providing direct commercial support, not only to Ukraine, but to alliance members as well. So also before the war and then during the war, which was very helpful because we could activate very quickly and get those services and solutions as fast as possible. The second is around the multilateral, multinational engagement. So, you know, we've been asked to go to NATO headquarters and share our observations of what we're seeing in Ukraine. What are the lessons learned? What are the best practices? How do we work together within the international community to help defend Ukraine in the short term, but then also think about what cyber defense assistance looks in the long term. And then finally, you had this vertical of an esprit de corps. So again, other cybersecurity like-minded companies like Mandiant came together very quickly and at scale was able to provide support into Ukraine and alongside alliance members.
Thank you so much. Jared, I'll go to you. So your background really is in data privacy policy. You worked on the Senate and all that good stuff. So can you share your thoughts and input on privacy policy in the US as well as greater NATO and the line between privacy and national security?
Yeah, sure. And you know, it's a big question. We could probably spend all day on it. And this is going to sound slightly different from the conversation that you were just having with my colleagues. But you know, the line between privacy and national security is really drawn by governments directly or in collaboration with one another. So in the US, for instance, it takes different forms. Like the government has different ways of obtaining data about individuals. It could buy data on the open market. It could use data it has through government services, whether that's by using driver license information or benefit information. And then, of course, there's surveillance that could occur through legal means. And so Google, for instance, has a transparency report, like many companies, that details how many law enforcement access requests we get each year. And so that line between privacy and national security is really different in each country. And there are ways to make it harder to reach over that line to grab that information, for instance, by erecting additional judicial and legal barriers. There's ways to do it from the sort of private sector side or the consumer side by minimizing the data that's collected or giving consumers more control over their information. And so that line can be breached, but depending on the corpus of data that's collected, there may or may not be the data that's needed, which gives individuals more privacy protections and makes the government think even more sort of strategically about what it needs and what it's asking for. So for instance, with Google, when there's a law enforcement access request or a national security access request, we will make sure that first it complies with all legal processes, second, that it's tailored to the information that is needed, and third, we'll notify users unless we're told not to.
Okay, fantastic. And a question that I'll pose to the group before we take questions from the audience is, what is one skill or experience that you gained from working in the public sector that has helped you to excel in your current roles at Google? Philip, would you like to start? And we'll go to
Thinking back on what's the funniest or most dramatic story I can tell, but I think it's probably the Army experience that I fall back on the most. It's thinking about hard things I've done in hard places when I've been tired and the people around me have been tired, and I've learned to sort of calm down and think about how do we prioritize, how do we share information as much as possible, how do we get everyone into the fight so they can bring what they have to bear. And it really sort of reflects our culture at Google, ironically, where we see inclusivity as a way to make sure that every mind in the room is focused on the problem and solving the problem, and everyone has a chance to contribute. And if we step back and calmly evaluate a problem, we can usually solve it, but you can't lose your head. You have to really focus on staying calm and solving the problem in a very methodical way. And it's ironic that I would learn that in the chaos of combat, but it has paid dividends ever since, and it still does today at Google.
Fantastic. Jared?
Yeah, I think chaos takes many forms. So just to like piggyback off of that point, one skill that I think has really helped me from the public sector, which is learning how to work in a chaotic environment and learning and really focusing on collaboration and creativity to solve problems. And working in the Senate, I've worked in the Senate for 10 years, getting a bill into law with 100 senators with 100 different points of view, 10 times that number of staff is very difficult. And you've got to be really creative and look forward to finding ways to find consensus. And in some ways, the work that I do at Google is similar. Google's a big organization, right? 175,000 or so employees. There's a lot of different views when it comes to public sector engagement. And you've got to work with colleagues from around the world to try to solve problems that can sort of scale at a global level. I think we have 7 different products with over 1 billion users. So the type of problem solving that we're doing has to work in so many different environments, and that forces you to collaborate if you're going to get something done. So chaos in different forms, maybe not as dramatic as Philip's.
Thank you. And Stacy?
Yeah, I don't think I'll embarrass myself with any hard lessons learned, but I think when I was 22 on the Hill, I had a staff director who was a dear friend and mentor until the day I lost him, sadly, not too long ago. But one of the first things he ever said to me was, Stacy, you got to work smart, not hard. And I just thought that was so ridiculous. What do you mean, don't work hard? Of course I'm going to work hard. I'm going to go get them. But and he never really fully gave me an explanation until years later. We would meet every few months and we would talk about what he meant. And what he was really talking about was being resourceful and thinking about how to maximize your network around you and your relationships. And they're exactly right. Doing this at Google, you can absolutely apply this within the public sector as well. It's about diplomacy. It's about consensus building. And so you do need to consider all sides and be able to come together to come up with something that's going to be feasible and move out to meet those objectives. But the second important piece to all of that as well is communications. I can't stress that enough, but both oral and written communications. And that's being able to suss out how to communicate with people that you are engaging with at all levels, whether it's someone who's working for you, whether it's your boss, whether it's a 3-star general or a deputy secretary, whatever the case may be, you have to be able to think critically about what your objective is in those moments, and you also have to be able to do it on the fly. So I would say practice developing and exercising your network as much as possible, but then also honing in on those communication skills is key.
So keeping calm in chaos, collaboration, and communication, major takeaways. At this time, we'll open the floor for questions. If you guys would like to stand up. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Will Monahan. I'm an intern at the Center for European Policy Analysis and a student at Duke University. My question, Jared, you mentioned that governments define the line between privacy and national security. How does Google decide when a government's definition of that line is incompatible with its obligations to its users and its values as a company?
So first, it starts with the legal analysis. What does the law say? And then it's looking at what the request is. And if the request is overbroad, then we'll do our best to narrow that request, including going to court to fight it. And when it's in line with legal procedures and standards, then we'd of course comply with those obligations. So I think it's a really good question. I think in sort of theory it could be difficult, but I think in practice it can be fairly straightforward.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Enya. I'm a student at William and Mary, and I'm working at the Global Research Institute this summer. From your perspective in the private sector, how do you see emerging technology in space and cyber changing not only the nature of warfare as well as peace building? Thank you.
Stacey?
Yeah.
Cyber goes to you.
I know both of you are just shooting down here. No, I mean, look, it's an important question. We were talking about this during the previous panel on I/O as well. Emerging tech is going to play such an important role in the entire community, right, in the digital ecosystem. And it's thinking about ways to ensure that that ecosystem is safe, but that we can also exploit those technologies in a way that's going to help us. But we need to do it securely and safely, and include privacy as well. That's always going to be a major component to any of these technologies. But it's really taking the time to do it thoughtfully and diligently, so that we're not doing. It's the first, goal should be do no harm. So how can we leverage these technologies that are going to promote democratic values, that are going to keep us together instead of separating us? And we have a long way to go. I mean, the technology is moving at such a rapid pace. Threat actors are moving at such a rapid pace. We're not dealing with one-off cyber attacks anymore. We're dealing with persistent, long-term campaign from nation states. You have criminal gangs who are backed by nation states. So trying to marry or keep up with the pace of technology, the pace of our threat actors is very difficult to do. But it's so important that you have forums like this, that you're including the public and private sector and research and academia to contribute to those conversations.
Great, thank you.
We're going to take a question from online. It says, Ukraine has been a case where the private sector has not only provided unprecedented tech support, but has also taken the lead in doing so voluntarily. And for future potential conflicts, example, the Taiwan Strait, where the natural incentives may be different, how can the government help incentivize and direct the private sector and Wall Street to support the mission?
It's a good question, and I'm not sure that it's completely true that industry has acted altruistically in Ukraine. I think the US has provided, and NATO also, billions upon billions of dollars in loans, guarantees, and direct funding for a lot of that effort. And I think that's more reflective of the Western way of war, which is distinct, candidly, from some of our adversaries, where Russia and China may have national industries that procure goods and do so at cost for the government. The Western way of war for at least 100 years has been for industry to do so on a contract basis, whether it's for the UK government, the German government, or the US government. And I think we'll see that model continue and probably improve. And if anything, what we'll see are more interwar collaborations that span the interwar period and just don't wait for the moment of conflict to come into being, but have very close partnerships during peacetime so that the government knows how to work with a company like Google or a company in another sector that's doing incredible space stuff, so that they're always ready.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I just want to double tap on that too. I mean, that's important. So there's two important points. First is having those relationships in place prior to conflict is incredibly important, as I mentioned, so you could activate very quickly. But the incentives are a little different too. It's not going to be an equal comparison to what we're seeing in Ukraine and what we might see with China and Taiwan. The motivations of companies are going to be different. You have to bear in mind that businesses are trying to make a profit, right? So we have to think about what type of business is being conducted by which type of companies in China, and what might they be incentivized to do, and how far would they be willing to take that support, which is why it's been so helpful talking to NATO, as well as our US government colleagues here at the State Department and the Department of Defense for Cyber Policy, thinking about what does a long-term cyber defense assistance program look like, and what is the role of the private sector in contributing to that fund? How can we activate collectively very quickly? So we have a long way to go. This is a first in many ways, and we can draw parallels to prior conflicts, but we have a lot of learning to do together.
Right, thank you. We'll take another question from the room.
Hi, my name is Joseph Waymeyer. I'm a student at William Mary. I was just curious about your guys' career paths. As a student, and I'm sure many others in the room are interested in both public and private sector work. I know you guys have all worked in the public sector. I was curious, when did you guys decide was the time to pivot from public sector to private sector, and why?
I'll start, honestly. I went to the private sector because I wanted to get a graduate degree paid for. And at the time, the Hill didn't pay for master's programs. So I left the Hill to go into the private sector to get them to pay for my degree, which they did. And then I spent some time at DHS. But this is kind of what I meant when I said earlier about developing that network. Every job that I've had in the DC area, you could kind of look at that and think, gosh, she's jumped all around. She doesn't really know what she's doing. But every job has been like a building block, one on top of the other, and has brought relevant experiences and perspectives that are so complementary between the public and private sector. The inflection between, you know, how the government works with private sector and vice versa, and even the regulatory landscape and all the things that our colleagues here have been discussing around privacy, and that it's so important for them to be together. But I would say moving in and out of the private sector and public sector sometimes is frowned upon in DC, but I think it enriches your experience. And I would encourage you to do that. And I would also encourage you to continue to stay in school as you go through either of those pathways.
So should we just go down the line a little bit? Sure. So I left the Senate originally after I got a law degree, and I wanted to learn how to be a real, quote unquote, real lawyer. So I practiced for a number of years to gain those skills. And but just to echo sort of what Stacy was saying, I went back to the Senate and I went now to Google, and you know, with each step, it's been sort of a career progression, and you learn something I learned something along the way in each step, and it has certainly helped prepare me for this job, which in many ways has a lot of similarities to working in a public sector role, where you're working and you've got to think about problems from many different angles, because as I was talking about before, there are so many people impacted by the decisions that are made about different products and how they'll be used and what data will be used and when it'll be shared and why it won't ever be sold and what controls people have. Those are very similar sort of global questions to the ones that I faced in the Senate.
And I would just add, I had a really brilliant boss several years ago, Michelle Flournoy, who is a former senior official at DoD, who gave me lasting advice, actually lots of lasting advice, but two things that really stood out. One, don't pick your job, pick your boss. She was a fabulous boss, but she had also done that really well in her career. And so she knew that having that person shape your daily life mattered a lot, and they would also become your mentors, Stacy, you were describing too. And then second is this whole idea of public and private is sort of blurring more and more. When I look around all my peers, particularly the really successful ones, they just move back and forth, and they're very opportunistic in their careers, and they find the next best opportunity, that it's a growth opportunity. You know, I think, Stacy, you said it well. And so I think that's going to continue for all of you, and I think your career paths are going to be even more complicated, but also rewarding and enjoyable than ours were.
Thank you so much. Another question from online. So as we saw from the recent TikTok hearings, most of Congress is not up to speed on technology or social media. How do you communicate these issues to our policymakers, and what are the challenges in bridging this generational divide?
So, do you want to jump in? Should I jump in? Go for it.
This is my thesis for my master's in cybersecurity, was about Congress's inability to pass meaningful cybersecurity legislation. And that's what I focused on, right? Looking at members of Congress and their staff, and this is going back prior to TikTok hearings. We've seen this happens quite a bit, and I think you got to give a little bit of grace to how the legislative branch is constructed and how members are elected into Congress, and how they're placed on committees. There's some of that, but again, this is where the role of the private sector is very helpful. So part of Mandiant has an intelligence arm, and we do a significant amount of reporting, and we lean forward to be that transparent, trusted advisor to members of Congress and their staff to understand what the threat landscape is, what are the motivations of the actors, what are some steps that the federal government can take and working with, or that Congress can take and working with the administration and working with the private sector to eradicate or to handle some of these really complex problems. But it really is about education, because you do have a number of members and staff who are very well versed in cybersecurity and IT. But this also goes to the workforce issue within cyber, trying to grow a class of policy and operational professionals in cyber who are interested in doing this in this realm. So it's complicated, but I would say education is the key to helping Congress on these issues.
Thank you. We'll take one more question from the room.
Good afternoon. My name is Connor Darby. I'm a recent graduate of William and Mary. Now, the three of you are all employees of Google, and in 2018, I believe, Google was forced to abandon a contract with the Department of Defense, largely because of an employee backlash. Now, the three of you are all former public servants, and you all obviously understand the importance of the private sector in enhancing our national security, as I think many of us in this room do. How do we convey the importance of these missions and the importance of these partnerships to those who might not have the same understanding at a company like Google?
I'm going to defer to you guys on this one.
Do you want to take a stab first, Phil?
Sure, I can start by saying that Google takes very seriously its role as a company and the views of its stakeholders that are its employees. And so we value their opinions, we listen to them, we talk to them, we engage them all the time. I mean, not to be glib, but we are them too. We also take very seriously our commitments to our customers. We've currently entered into contracts with the US government, including the Defense Department, that we are committed to, that we honor, and that we respect. And what we see is often the need to bridge the divide between those to articulate, here's how we serve the Defense Department in a way that's consistent with our AI principles, our acceptable use guidelines, and how we want to be in the world. That often is harder to do in theory than in practice. In practice, it's about looking at how we're helping the Army automate email better for junior enlisted soldiers, or how we're helping different parts of the DoD and VA engage better with health records and do so at scale based on our cloud capabilities, things like that. And as we focus on those types of use cases, things get a little bit more clear. And then I think we also are able to say, even in those hard cases involving the Defense Department where we might be in a conflict, this is our role as a US company that is supporting the US government, that we are providing them tools so that we can do what our democratically elected representatives and president choose to do. And it's a conversation that we are ready to have and that we are having as we do this work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one last question. Considering there's so many young people just starting their careers or getting ready to start their careers, especially for myself, what is the best piece of career advice that you can give to a young person just starting to figure out what they want to do? No, in a line.
Oh, wow. It's hard, in part because that makes me recognize my age and think about, this was 25 years ago when I started my career. The thing that I am glad that I did now in retrospect is recognize that my risk tolerance was a lot higher before I had a family and a mortgage and I was older and I would break more easily. And so I chose to do things in my 20s that I would never choose to do now. I joined the Army, I went overseas, I did all these things where failure was a real potential. And I feel like I'm stronger for those things now because I've done them, but I wouldn't have chosen them later in my life. And so I really prioritized those and even deferred things like law school. For anyone considering law school in the audience or on stage, I deferred law school in order to do that public service first. And I feel like that was the right call, but it's not the one I would have made later in life.
Thank you. Jared?
Yeah, I think, find the field that interests you, the field that you think about at night and in the mornings and on weekends, and the topics that interest you, and then pursue it. And it may be taking a step back in your careers if you've already started them, or it may not pay as much as another job, but I would say find the field you want to be in and then figure out what you do really well in that field and do that very well. And if you find that field and you find the thing you do well, I think you're going to enjoy what you do, and I think you'll probably do very well in it.
Thank you. And Stacy?
I'm going to cheat and give you two. So I have to, again, double tap on Phil's comment. This is my favorite quote by FDR, and I say this to myself all the time. When you get to the end of your rope, tie a knot and hang on. You're going to have periods of your career that are crazy and chaotic, and it's stuff going on in your personal life and your professional life, but look at it in terms of phases and learning experiences, but just enjoy the ride as much as you can. And the second one is a little more tactical, and this is, and again, my mentor from the Hill 20-some years ago, and this stays with me every day, is never assume anything. In any situation. Even if you think something is concrete and cut and dry, it's those little assumptions that can get you into a little bit of trouble. So I think always questioning yourself, taking that moment to pause and not react in an emotional way, but more importantly, just considering everything that's going on around you before you make an assumption and take action to do something.
Well, thank you all so much. This has been super insightful. I'm so glad to have you all here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It is now my pleasure to welcome Aaron Battle with the William and Mary Washington Center to the stage for this conversation on diplomatic approaches to security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. I'm Aaron Battle. I'm the Associate Director of William and Mary's Washington Center, which is William and Mary's campus in the city here in Washington, D.C. I'm also a two-time William and Mary alumna, and I would be reticent if I didn't mention that. We also have a few Washington, D.C. program students and alumni in the audience, so hello to all of you as well. So while we wait for Ambassador Newland to get on screen, I will just give you guys a little bit of an idea of what we do in the Washington Center. So our idea of learning is through experience. We really specialize in experiential learning opportunities for students, and that ranges in everything from speakers and site visits to full-time internships. So as you think about ways that you can give back to students and ways that students can have their learning enhanced by professional opportunities, that is what we do. We match them with mentors. We have really structured internship programs so that they are getting a chance to reflect and learn what they may or may not want to do. And we also are really fortunate that the William and Mary alumni community is so giving and is able to hire those students, act as mentors, and really be the reason that our programs are successful. So for any of you that are William and Mary alumni in the room or in any way affiliated with William and Mary, or if you just live in the city and you've been impressed by what's been going on today and you want to get involved with William and Mary, please just let us know. We are always, always in need of folks to come in and help our students make their way into the next phase of their life. So that's just a little bit more about the William and Mary Washington Center. We're still waiting on the ambassador to come in. Amazing. So while we're waiting and I am killing some time, can we also give our wonderful MC Colleen some props because she has been killing it today. So can we get a round of applause for her? Amazing. One final round of applause, and I think we're gonna probably do this a couple of times, but for those of you that do not know Kay Floyd, who is the head of our Whole of Government Center, she is the mother of this entire thing. She has put all of this on. I'm sure she has had many a sleepless night as well trying to do all of this, and it has gone off up to maybe this point without a hitch. So can we give Colleen, or can we give Kay a round of applause as well? Amazing. So we have Undersecretary Newland from the Department of State. She is the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. Undersecretary Newland, thank you so much for joining us today. And I wonder if you might start us off by giving us a little bit of an idea of what drew you to a career in the diplomatic service, and along the way, were there mentors or people that gave you professional guidance that you really valued?
Well, thank you, Aaron. Thank you, NATO NICS, for taking time out of your busy lives to care about our great alliance. Thanks to William and Mary, and of course, thanks to the NATO organizers as well. I have to tell you, as somebody who served 6 years at NATO, including during September 11th, 2001, it makes me happy that the next generation is coming up and cares and wants to learn more, not only about the alliance, but about diplomacy. To your question, Aaron, my gateway drug to diplomacy was Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. I fell in love reading fiction as a middle schooler. I got really interested in all things Russian, learned some language. And then I went to college and I had this highly Cold War-ish professor who essentially said that the reason the then Soviet Union was such a difficult country was because there was something in the Russian DNA. And after reading Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, that just didn't sit with me, that there was a whole group of humans that were born with different DNA than the rest of us and predisposed. So I started learning a little bit more and really wanted to come in and work with the Soviet Union and learn more about whether the US and then the Soviet Union, later Russia, could do better working together on this planet, and then became interested in all of it. So, and it being the State Department, I came in speaking pretty good Russian, and so they decided to send me to China So, that also served me well because I've had both experiences and lived in both countries. So that was how it started for me. I got passionate about some beautiful fiction.
Amazing. Thank you so much. As you mentioned, you have been involved with NATO through quite trying times. So I wonder if you might describe for us the critical nature of U.S. strategic partnerships and alliances, and then focusing on NATO, how the relationship between NATO and the United States has evolved over time.
Well, first of all, I think one of the most exciting things about NATO that's not well understood is that NATO itself has evolved over time. When I first started going to NATO at the beginning of my career 35 years ago, there were 16 members and the table was really quite small. And then there were 19, and then there were 21, and then there were 25, and it just has kept growing. But under all circumstances, when you sit at that round table, and it always is a round table, because whether you're Luxembourg with 600,000 people or whether you're the United States with 350 million and growing, we're all equal at that table as democracies trying to not only defend ourselves, but advance security around the world. And so it does feel like a family. It feels like a family that's trying to tackle global problems, that's trying to strengthen the democratic underpinnings of the rule of law and support the UN Charter, et cetera. And in every generation, there have been different challenges, whether it was the Suez Canal or whether it was throughout my lifetime, first the Balkan Wars, then the Afghanistan challenge, and now Ukraine. And NATO has adapted, both in terms of the tools that it has, obviously its standing military and its strong political voice, but also its ability to train other militaries, its ability to provide mentoring support for countries like Ukraine, countries like Afghanistan, before the Taliban came back, of course, countries like Iraq. And that makes it a living entity. So it's a lot of fun to work there, constantly trying to hear other countries, find that middle. And when we're together, we're so strong out there in the world. So that's been a lot of fun. I think there was a broader piece to your question, but I'm going to let you ask it again.
To describe the critical nature of the U.S.'s strategic partnerships and alliance, generally speaking, obviously a little bit of a focus on NATO at the end, but just generally, can you describe, or what in your estimation is the critical nature of the U.S.'s strategic partnerships and alliances?
Well, just compare our situation to that of Russia and China, who have no long-term abiding friends, except maybe the frenemy relationship between them, or the ambivalent relationship between them, let's put it that way. But the United States, when we are at our best, never has to go out into the world alone to tackle any challenge, whether it is COVID or whether it is responding to Russia's brutal war in Ukraine, or whether it was that moment after September 11th when we were hit here and we instantly had, in those days, I think it was 21 friends at our side. So as I said, we are stronger when we work together. We, with other countries, bring different skills, different tools to the table. But most importantly, when you have 31, we hope soon 32 countries all rowing in the same direction, that makes far better effect, whether it is what we're doing now to help Ukraine, supporting its counteroffensive, getting ready to help rebuild, provide long-term economic and rebuilding support to Ukraine, whether it is what we are doing in terms of promoting democratic values, et cetera, around the world. We are far stronger together. So take that as one example. Take another example, the new Asian Quad that President Biden initiated with Japan, Australia, and India, countries that had not traditionally worked together, but that share an interest in ensuring that the Indo-Pacific region, and particularly the Taiwan Straits, remain open and free, and that traffic across in the Pacific is based on, again, UN Charter principles of individual sovereignty of nations, but open and free management of global spaces. And so now we 4 countries are working together on everything from maritime security to climate challenges in that part of the world, to dealing with disinformation and other things that might come at us. And that's a grouping that hadn't worked together. But again, we are stronger when we pool our efforts.
Amazing. Since this is a youth summit, I wonder if you might tell us what issues are important to NATO youth delegates in your estimation, and how can young people use their relationships and networks to motivate and inspire other young people to get involved?
Well, it's a great question. First of all, I hope that as folks who are interested in international relations, you'll develop some area expertise, get some language skills. You know, I don't think these 2 big disruptors, whether it's China or Russia, are going away. So learning about them, staying up with current events is important. It's also important to understand some of the global institutions and how they work. So you're studying NATO, you also need to understand the UN system, both the UN Security Council and the General Assembly. It's good to understand some of the financial institutions, like how the World Bank works, what it can do, what it can't do to help countries, the International Monetary Fund, these kinds of things. So, and then digging into any issue that interests you. If you want to become literate on the global conversation around climate and what happens at the climate global summits that happen annually, or if you're interested in the Arctic, or if you're interested in development issues, to develop some expertise in a region and in functional areas is really, really important. And to stay current with what's going on, read the big thinkers as well as stay current, and challenge yourself to read people that you disagree with or listen to them and think about how you would debate, whether there's anything positive you can take from those arguments. Keep your mind flexible, because you never know where the good ideas are going to come from. And then, of course, one of the great challenges that your generation will have to manage is the increasing impact of AI, of quantum, of things like ChatGPT and artificial intelligence being able to create, you know, robots that can go to war without humans, those kinds of things. Do we need some global norms, some global standards to protect ourselves so that we can use artificial intelligence for good, but protect against any abuses or protect against some of the ways that the countries that disagree with us, the autocrats, might choose to use it for surveillance, for spreading of centralized control, for intimidation, et cetera, or for advancing in security terms beyond where they are now. So there's a lot out there to chew on, and there are issues that you all will deal with in your lifetime that are just beginning to show their green shoots now for folks in my generation.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So for those of you in the room, we're going to do a very familiar song and dance. So if you would like to ask the Undersecretary a question, you may line up at the microphone to my left. I'm going to alternate between questions coming in from online and questions here in person. So we will go ahead and start here in person. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dhruv Parikh, and I'm here from GMU. My question is about how do you still engage with bad actors despite them being a part of the diplomatic system and using every play in the book, obstructing real business, like, you know, using pocket vetoes just to prevent themselves from being shown in an embarrassing light or being held accountable? How do you still build trust with them going forward? Because, as you said, they're not going anywhere. They're here.
Well, I've had the honor in a lot of my diplomatic career of working with complicated countries, negotiating with Putin's negotiators, for example, when I was in the European Bureau, and now look, the point of talking is to try to see if you can close the gap in your respective perceptions, or if you can find a way forward that both sides see as mutually beneficial. So sometimes there are just insurmountable issues, like, we believe that countries should be run by the people and their elected representatives. Autocracies believe that that is too messy and that there should be a hybrid collection of leaders who should call the shots. But I don't think there's a leader around this planet who doesn't believe in his or her heart that they are acting in the best interest of their own people. So part of the diplomatic effort is to put yourself in their mindset, in their shoes, and see if you can't play their side of the chessboard. Well, you think we're being destabilizing in the following way. Here is why we're doing what we are doing. Here's how we perceive what you are doing as threatening to us. Is there a way that we can agree on some rules of the road here so we don't spark each other? It's not really that different than arguing with your sibling, if that makes sense. Except at the end of the day, of course, we hope you love your sibling, but arguing with any individual human. So you have to listen really well and see if you can hear not just what they're saying, but the concerns and worries and fears and insecurities that are under what they are seeing, what they are saying, that is causing them to react the way they are and causing this lack of trust. So if you can begin to meet them where they are, even human to human, that can in fact sometimes build the kind of trust where they will take some risks and hold their hand out a little bit further than they would have otherwise, or try to do something collectively that might seem not obvious when you first started that conversation. And that's the great art of diplomacy, is to really try to meet that other guy or girl or country wherever they are, understand what's motivating them, see if you can find a common place to land, or at least some rules of the road that keep it from getting worse. And if you enjoy that human to human, you're going to really enjoy.
Get back. Ah, so close. We almost made it, you guys.
Guys, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we have you back.
Okay, so I don't know how much of that you heard or didn't hear, but.
And a follow-up question that comes from someone online, what is the difference in approach to diplomacy between China and Russia, speaking of those two nations?
I think it depends what you're working on. If you're in a room trying to work through difficult problems, both of them will usually start, their side will start with a long disquisition about all the things that you are doing wrong. And particularly if you're the guest, you need to wait, hear all those aspects, and then try to respond in a comprehensive manner. So in that way, it's often very, very similar. I think in the Russian case, they are far more likely in the recent time, late Putin, I would call it, to just flat out deny when you confront them about a piece of behavior that they're involved in, that is something that they are doing. And so even if you're presenting clear proof, it's often a tactic to simply say, that's not us, we're not doing it. In the same way that Putin continues to call the war in Ukraine, his war in Ukraine, a special military operation, and to tell his people that. And that if they say it enough, that'll create the reality. In the Chinese case, I think it's far more that you will get a 1,000-year disquisition about why their current position is rooted in history, is rooted in an appropriate understanding of regional balance, why the US is a latecomer to the historic party and itself trying to upset the rules, if that makes sense. They take a very, very long view of history. Those are two differences that you will generally feel. In terms of dealing with countries around the world, the Chinese, as you know, through the Belt and Road Initiative, have come to lots of countries with big bags of cash, offering infrastructure projects, offering telecommunication solutions, offering to build ports and roads and this kind of thing. But the fine print of the contract is often not very beneficial to those countries. Everything from debt loads that are impossible to service, projects that if they go wrong, it's the host country's fault rather than China's fault. They use Chinese labor, this kind of thing. So you have to be really, really careful with that. The Russians under Putin in the current era tend more to blackmail. You know, you don't want to vote with us in the United Nations, well, we'll cut off your oil, or we'll cut off your weapons supply, et cetera. And some of these countries have 20, 30-year historic dependencies on Russia or the former Soviet Union. And so they're susceptible to that kind of blackmail, if that makes sense.
Awesome. We'll take another question from the room.
Hi, good afternoon, Undersecretary Newland. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. My name is Nash English, and I'm a student at William & Mary. And my question is about working with NATO. So you talked about how working with NATO can feel like being part of a big family, but every family, including my own, has conflicts and strife, and it's not always happy sailing. So how did you, when you worked at NATO, deal with these potential strifes? Because even though we are allies, we don't always see eye to eye on every issue. And I guess to kind of go along with that, with new emerging technologies, AI and growing disinformation, every country has a different way of approaching these issues within NATO. And do you think that this kind of differentiated approach can create problems and strain on NATO's ability to kind of act like a family, like you said?
Well, thanks, Nash. Like any family, if there is a will around the table to solve the problem, you just have to keep talking till you get to the solution that everybody can agree with. So that's the fundamental principle of NATO, that when you sign up, when you join up, not only do you get the Article 5 guarantee that folks will be there if you get into security trouble, you also are making a commitment that you're going to stay at the dinner table till everybody decides where they're going on vacation, to use the family metaphor, if that makes sense. And if you have to compromise, you'll compromise at the end. And what generally tends to happen with NATO is once you start to get a critical mass agreeing on something, then those who are standing outside of that consensus feel a little bit more pressure to be flexible. And sometimes, as in any diplomacy, you have to make that last concession to make them comfortable. You know, if the family's going on vacation and we've agreed on Italy, but we can't agree on Tuscany or Positano, maybe we're going to do, you know, if most people want to go to Tuscany, we're going to do 6 days in Tuscany and 2 in Positano, and that's the way it's going to end up. But fundamentally, you have to make that commitment to stay at the table for as long as it takes, because there's nothing that weakens NATO faster than disunity. And that's often what the disruptors are looking for. They're trying to sow strife among us. So that's the first thing. Your point on tech and AI was the point that I was trying to make, that right now there are no rules of the road around this stuff. And we are hopeful that we can get lots of the democracies around the table in the coming period to start talking about some of the rules and norms that we are all prepared to be bound by in order to ensure that it is not a chaotic, highly disruptive, highly dangerous result that we have. And generally, if the democratic countries can agree on norms, then it's up to the autocrats to decide if they're going to agree. And, you know, there are already huge cracks between us and the autocrats. And you see these countries using AI, using quantum already to surveil their own citizens, exporting that technology to other non-democratic governments who want to do the same. So, you know, we need to get on with this work and set some standards and explain why this is better than letting than having no rules at all and simply having a vacuum that is dangerous for everybody. And I hope that'll be the work of your generation. I don't think we're going to get it done in the next couple of years.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So a question coming in from online. Do you believe that the Russian-led Collective Security Treaty Organization will fall apart given the recent tensions in the organization, or will it endure the challenges it faces?
Well, I never answer crystal ball questions because I don't have a crystal ball. I will say that the Russian aspiration for the CSTO, and now the Chinese aspiration for the CSTO, that it would become NATO-like, has not hit the mark in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, particularly with regard to the Central Asian countries, we see them increasingly wanting security options, economic options that are not dependent on either of their great neighbors, the Russians or the Chinese. They want diversification, they want at least resilience. So for example, we are working on increasing infrastructure and trade routes by rail and by sea for the products of Kazakhstan and the other stans to come out through the Caspian, et cetera, so that they have alternatives and they don't have to cut a bargain with Russia or with China or with both just to survive. In terms of the way those countries are dealing with their own security, they're increasingly diversifying away from heavy dependence on Russia in particular, and not very interested in the offers that the Chinese are making. So, you know, I think given that they have history, they have geographic proximity, the group may well persist as a forum, perhaps for airing grievances, perhaps for settling unsettled scores or unsettled bills, but I don't see it evolving into a unified bloc that either can act for collective good for themselves or for the larger world in the near future. There's just too much distrust between them, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Another question from the room. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for speaking with us today, ma'am. My question has to do with American soft power around the globe. As we've seen unprecedented times in domestic politics and, you know, with the rise of nationalism and the changes in human rights, as well as the near default on the debt recently. Have you seen this change at all, the effect that American soft power has globally? And is this something you see affecting soft power in the long term, or is this not something we have to worry about?
You know, if you listen to President Biden talk about America as a democracy, or my boss, Secretary Blinken, they increasingly use the word humility in describing where all democracies have to start from, because none of us is perfect, and our own democracy has shown plenty of its warts and flaws over its history, but over its recent history as well. So I think if you go out there in the world and say, we've got it all right, you guys just do it our way, that's not going to sell. But if you go out there in the world and you say, we are working on our democracy, we're having an open debate about migration, about gun violence, anybody can criticize the president. We're going to have a very feisty, let's put it that way, presidential season. And all of that is legal in the United States, and we're protecting it. And when there are violent upheavals in our country, whether it's the Civil War or whether it's January 6th, we deal with it through the courts we deal with it through, well, obviously with the Civil War wasn't through the courts, but we defend our democracy openly and transparently, and that's what we would hope for all countries. It works a lot better than simply saying, you know, we're perfect, we've got it figured out. And this initiative that the president has launched, the Summit for Democracy, which we've now done 2 of, is all about the democracies coming together and sharing those aspects of their democracy that they're trying to improve, sharing best practices, whether it's on police issues or anti-corruption issues, or making sure judicial independence is protected. And that's exciting when the democracies can all admit that we've all got work to do and share in an open and humble way what we're doing. And that does differentiate ourselves, where you go to jail in China or Russia or North Korea or Iran for breathing any criticism of the sitting government. And so I think our soft power is strongest when citizens see around the world that, you know, even as we're far from perfect, we're fighting for our democracy every day, and we're fighting for the rights of citizens to stand up and say what they think and work on improving it. Whereas in this alternative model, that is far from allowed. So I think soft power is not about having it all right. Soft power is about being open-minded to better solutions to make us stronger all around the world. And of course, about our amazing melting pot culture, which nobody else has got, and where we steal from the whole world and then put it back out there in the ether.
Amazing. So I'm going to take one more question from online, from a student at Howard. As a Black student at Howard interested in a career in foreign service, it is often said that this is a sphere that needs to be diversified. How have you contributed to this mission in your role as Undersecretary, and might you be able to expand on that need to diversify the foreign service sphere?
We are working on this really, really hard. I think you know that we have intake programs, particularly where we look for students from underrepresented populations, whether it is students of color, whether it's folks from the middle of the country and not from either seaboard, whether it's people from LGBTQI community, all the complexity and wonderfulness that is American society, because we're at our strongest again when our diplomats look and are representative of America. That said, we have to do a better job once people join us of mentoring and guiding and supporting people from diverse communities. We have to ensure that sometimes, you know, when you go out there in the world and they're expecting a white 6'5" guy to be wearing America's t-shirt, and you look like me or you look like you, you're going to get a little bit of static, either on the streets of that country or sometimes being respected as a diplomat. That when our diplomats have those first encounters, that they understand how to square back their shoulders and start from the premise that you are wearing America's t-shirt, you are trusted by the President and Secretary of State to go out there and negotiate on our behalf, et cetera. And then, you know, at different stages of career, people have different needs, and particularly for our African-American officers, they're getting recruited out from under us because, you know, we get some of the best, and then we give them amazing experiences, and then the corporate world offers them 18 times the money. So part of it also is instilling in folks that, you know, the service to your country piece is worth staying with us and worth helping make us better and more representative of America.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Folks, that is where we have to end that today. We are at time. Undersecretary Nuland, thank you so much for giving us your time today. If you all can help me in thanking her.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for sharing.
Amazing.
It is now my pleasure to welcome Professor Teresa Longo, Senior International Officer, and her panel to discuss everyday practice of diplomacy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Teresa Longo. It's great to see everybody here. I am with 3 stellar panelists. We have 2 people who have been devoting their careers, their life careers to public service, and 1 who has incredible experience in youth summits and the arts. What I hope for this session is that we have a cross-generational conversation, something I think is very important and has in fact been in place during the day. My process will be to ask a few questions to the panelists, and as we have been doing, then turn over questions to the audience. I'm going to start with Beth. Beth, you have had an extraordinary career as a diplomat. And a few days ago, I had a conversation online on Zoom with Beth, and I said, so, you know, if you could start this over again and do it all again, would you? And the answer was yes, in a heartbeat and a huge smile. It was really cool. So I would like you, please, to start by maybe giving us a story behind that confident yes that you provided the other day.
So the story that I thought I'd tell relates to NATO. It was when we were doing the NATO enlargement, the second enlargement, which was the large one in the early 2000s. And the goal was to get these countries that were NATO wannabes prepared to join not only the military aspect of NATO, but the like-minded nation part of NATO. And one of the elements of that was to ensure that all the countries understood that minorities, their minority groups in their populations, had to be respected, that their role had to be solidified legislatively in some way, so that their rights would be honored. This was particularly important in the Baltic states with the Russian minorities that lived there, because the Baltic states, as you can imagine, were not so inclined to be as generous, shall we say, with their Russian minorities as NATO, as being a NATO member would require. So we worked hard with them, the NATO group, and not just the US, worked hard with them on things like ensuring that Russian press could continue, that Russian language in schools could continue, that various other aspects of the community would be protected. Then, at the same time, of course, the Russians are coming to us really browbeating and saying, oh my God, how can you possibly enlarge NATO? The Warsaw Pact has gone away. This is ridiculous. You should be closing NATO just like the Warsaw Pact closed. Why are you doing this? This is an affront to us. And I said, well, you know, the thing that's particularly important is that, for example, Russian minorities in the Baltic states are being protected. What are you doing? And I described all the things that NATO was doing to protect Russian minorities in the Baltic states. And I said, and what are you guys doing to protect the Russian minorities? After all, this is your interest to protect these minorities. What are you doing? And of course, the answer was a blank stare, like, you know, what are you talking about? But for me, that was diplomacy in action, where you could actually make a difference. You could help countries understand things relevant to democracy and the like-minded nation part of NATO, and make some progress and have an effect.
Thank you. I'll turn to Russ now. 45 years in public service. That's 4 decades plus. It's very impressive, and it would be a great moment, I think, for us to hear some of your reflections back over the course of those years, what stands out.
So I would give exactly the same answer that Beth did, that I'd go back and do it in a heartbeat for sure. remain an intelligence officer for the United States government, different than the Foreign Service. Our job is in some ways easier. We get paid to keep the facts straight, perform objective analysis, provide warning, and keep the debate intellectually honest. And I worked for a series of bosses who would say things like, do the right thing, tell the truth, do good government. Really easy people to follow. I had the opportunity to work Soviet military issues for the first portion of my career. I was stationed overseas. I worked counterterrorism for almost 15 years, several tours at the White House. 4 Democratic presidents, 4 Republican presidents would not have told one anything different than I told the other. We get paid to be objective, to try to help people who have to make policy have the very best information that they have. And all to the end of trying to keep the American public, our friends, our families safe. And what could possibly be better than that? You heard this morning that somebody indicated that, the working for the public sector may not be as lucrative, and you heard Victoria say that the private sector will pay you 18 times more. All true. But I'm sure, like Beth, I bought a house, I raised a family, put kids through college. It absolutely can be done. And I dare say you will not find work that is more rewarding than what we had the opportunity to do.
Right. We have someone with us who may one day be a diplomat, certainly in some form of public service. And Alexa, your trajectory is really interesting. You have a degree in international relations. I'm guessing that might be a theme across people in this room. You also, on your own volition, participate in youth summits. This is not Alexa's first youth summit. You have a big online presence, and you also dance, right? Those are a lot, it's an amazing mix, which I think speaks to something sort of beautiful about the generation that's coming up, that your work is not one thing. So let's stop for a minute on that last piece, the part about the arts and culture and dance. We have heard this morning about football, soccer, and diplomacy, but we haven't really talked much about that area, and you have that in you. So why don't you say a few words, tell us what we need to know about the everyday practice of democracy, actually, through the various things that you do in your life.
Well, I do circus and dance, and now I live in Montreal. The thing is about Montreal is that everyone from around the world, every circus performer worldwide comes to Montreal to train. And in that way, I get to learn on how to deal with different cultures and to have that understanding with one another. And that's what creates the magic in every show. And that also creates, I feel like being in a diverse community, especially the arts, can bring a show to life because you could see the friendship between one another, the friendship I have with my circus counterparts. And I actually bring that to my dynamic in Youth Summit. So basically actually understanding different cultures and understanding different backgrounds could possibly prevent conflict and disagreements. And I learned that a lot in the circus industry because not only are we focused on our training, but we're also focused on our friendship with one another. And that brings every show and that brings every performance, it brings the greatness in every performance. And actually, the thing is with the circus, we have people coming in from China, we have people coming from Ukraine, we have people coming from Africa, and having that understanding and having that relationship with these people from these countries, it's a really inspiring thing because I also get to know what's happening within their government and how their community works, and that's where I actually get my knowledge, but in youth summits and especially in some places in Africa, whereas that women don't have the same rights as men. I learned that a lot from my circus friends. And, just being educated about that and actually participating in youth summits and raising awareness about these issues, I feel like that's a step forward into a better society. And I learned that a lot at the performer, and I know it's like very unusual for an artist to actually be in diplomacy and politics and participate in these youth summits, but I think increasing diversity within the diplomatic stage and like lessening the idea of having just political science, international relations students participate can actually, we can actually develop new policies, and in that way we can slowly change our world.
Thanks so much. So I do have a question coming in from online, but I would like a little bit of a response both from you, Beth, and Russ about the cultural piece. You've both lived in many places, really interesting places. Tell us what those places are and about maybe some like sort of off-duty cultural interactions that actually matter. Beth, do you have anything in mind?
The whole issue of culture, of music, of art, of dance is, I would say, integral to diplomacy. We don't have the funding now that we used to be able to bring American cultural groups to various countries. We used to be able to do a lot more of that, jazz ensembles or ballet groups or folk singers. But we still try to, as they're traveling anyway, we still try to bring them to our embassies and introduce them as a way to get a big audience. And that way, or no, that's not a big audience, an audience, so that you can have the conversations that Alexis is talking about with a group of people that you might would not normally meet in a foreign ministry or in the economics ministry. So for us, that's very, very important as an aspect of diplomacy, is to find people in the arts who have something to say about how their country runs, have something to say about democracy, basically.
This morning in the conversation about football, there was a lot about playing on the other side, on the other team to get to know somebody. Clearly that's not what your jobs were, but how do you actually get to know somebody who might be challenging and you might want to just have a human conversation with? Is that part of the cultural piece as well?
It absolutely is. I mean, one of the things I say, especially to my colleagues who are in the private sector, is that we in our business are really good at cold calls. We are really good at walking up to a person at a cocktail party or calling somebody whose name and phone number we have, has no idea who we are, and starting a conversation and getting enough of a grip that you can have a follow-up conversation. And especially with difficult people, if it's let's say you have to go talk to somebody about a difficult subject that you know they're going to hate, is nevertheless try to understand, think ahead of time, what are their needs and wants? What kind of argument can you make about whatever it is you want to get done that will draw them in a way that won't get you thrown out of their office? So for instance, when the Irish were very, very opposed to having any of our flights going to Afghanistan land in Ireland, and they were about to not allow us even overflight, but we needed them to land in Shannon for refueling. And I sat down with the Irish foreign minister when he came to Washington. I said, think about all those boys and some of the girls coming over to Ireland. They're coming for the very first time to a foreign country, and they want a beer. And wouldn't it be great if they had Irish beer on their way to Afghanistan or on their way to Iraq, whatever it was? And oh, by the way, that fuel that they're going to buy on all of these flights is probably a really good thing for the Irish economy. I mean, so it's that trying to figure out again needs and wants. What does he need? He wants all these kids to have a good sense of Ireland, and he wants income. And they permitted the flights.
Nice. So I'm going to read the question from the audience. If anybody else has a question, please go to the mic. It would be great to hear from you. So the first question that came in is this, and it's really for Russ and Beth. How is the role of diplomat or foreign service officer or intelligence analyst changed over the course of your careers? And would a graduate entering the field face the same challenges now, the same opportunities now, need the same skill sets now? Russ, can you start?
Sure. It's, from an Intel perspective, it's dramatically changed. When I came in, there was this thing called the Soviet Union, and the pace of change was glacial. The intelligence community had kind of a monopolization of information. You fast forward 25, 30 years, we're not talking about massive nation states as much as we're talking about people and networks and the ability to understand what Al-Qaeda or ISIS is doing, or transnational criminal organizations, or counterintelligence organizations. And so the demands on my profession have grown astronomically. You've got a much bigger haystack. You're trying to find a much more subtle needle, and the ability, I would argue the imperative, to use machine learning and artificial intelligence that you've been hearing about for the last 4 or 5 hours are just going to be absolute, because there is no way we can possibly process the kind of information that we're getting in. We used to talk about multiple libraries of Congress coming into the IC every day. It's now an order of magnitude more than that. And so it's a much bigger challenge, and opportunities galore. So I would argue that we are looking far more for people who are good with data. I wish that we were testing for the mental acuity to process information more than we do. When I headed the National Counterterrorism Center effort to track identities. I had multiple PhDs and master's students that worked for me. The best person was a cop out of Richmond. She just had the ability to sense a situation. And so it is a different skill set for sure. But at the end of the day, now we're trying to deal with personnel networks, but we're also trying to deal with Russia, China. And so it's a really broad opportunity for young people coming into the community.
I would say that it's quite similar in one respect, and that is that it was a very narrow set of issues, a quite narrow set of issues that we dealt with when I first started in 1970, and a narrow set of targets. So we mostly only went to the foreign ministry and maybe a couple of other ministries. But fairly quickly, it became clear that we needed to expand that, especially after the fall of the Soviet Union. So it was very important that we go make friends in universities, make friends in various of the NGO groups, make friends with human rights defenders, make friends with lawyers groups, particularly women's lawyers groups, that kind of thing, to make sure we understood what civil society in all of these countries what were they doing, what were they thinking, how could they become advocates for some of the issues that we were trying to advocate for.
Thanks. I see a nice line, a queue, getting ready for questions. So first question, please step up.
This isn't a question. I'm just commandeering this microphone very quickly to thank you on behalf of veterans everywhere for ensuring that we were able to stop in Shannon to have some clam chowder and a beer before deployment. I can't tell you, that was a gift for all of us, truly. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Mariana and I'm coming from Canada to join you here today, so any fellow Canadians in the audience, hi. My question is to you, Mr. Trevor. Since we are talking about diplomacy, we should also talk about something maybe opposite to that. And foreign actors often use different means to break up inclusion in the society. They build up hate narratives and they do various things. So how can governments, building upon your experience, right, with intelligence, protect their people from information operations, and how they can protect their societies from that? Thank you.
It's a huge issue. I would broaden it even further. Unfortunately, there are any number of actors within our countries that want to do the very same thing. And so the resilience, in my opinion, the resilience of our populations is going to be a function of their digital literacy and the ability to ferret out disinformation. There have been way too many studies that have shown that we're really bad at it, even up to the college level. The discussion you heard earlier about checking sources and so forth, we need to be far better at that than we are. Unfortunately, the Department of Education numbers would say that 53% of our population reads at a 6th grade level. You're asking a lot for them to be able to distinguish or even spend the time trying to distinguish some of these narratives. So we got a lot of work to do, for sure. But I guess the good news is that we recognize the problem. We're just going to have far more investment in sort of early education, I fear.
Thank you.
Next.
I just want to thank you all again for joining us today and taking the time to speak with us. I had a question on, for all of you on reaching out. I would call it on a two-level diplomacy, on two-game theory, and reaching out to non-Western countries to, especially as they're hesitant to join us in support of Ukraine. I'm thinking about my own experience in Kazakhstan. There was, when I lived there, there was a lot of, yes, the United States is great, but we don't really trust you to look out for us. We don't think you're going to stay there, especially now that your support for Afghanistan seems a little iffy. So in terms of reaching out to officials and to the people, whether it's in Kazakhstan or in South Africa, how would you go about just, especially recommending for us to rectify this, to get them on our side, or maybe that's not the right language to be using, but to at least ensure that they don't go, everyone doesn't go to Russia or China?
It's a really good question. It's a question that is alive every day in the life of an American diplomat or an American, involved in foreign policy, because we do have an up and down record of support on various issues over the decades. It's something that all of you will be involved in as you're involved in any kind of foreign policy issues for the United States. There are a couple of ways that we have tried to deal with it. One is to constantly talk about how important it is to keep these conversations going so that whatever country we're talking to, and I worked mostly in places like Kazakhstan and India and Pakistan, places like that, Middle East, where this was a very touchy subject. And just to say, let's keep talking about all these things, make sure we understand what you need, what you want, how can we help you, what are the best ways for us to be involved, and which other countries can work with us to do this, so that we really worked hard at not being just the United States doing X or Y. That was part of it. But the other was to turn it into, one of the reasons that we look mercurial is that we have a Congress that decides the budget. So we can't dictate to Congress what the budget should be for assistance to Pakistan or Indonesia or whatever it is. But we can advocate for that. And the best way for us to advocate that is for you to help us advocate for it by improving in whatever the issues were that we were trying to get a change in behavior in, so that we could go to Congress and say, the budget you've given us for Kazakhstan is really working on economic reform, but we need more to keep that going. So to try to turn it around that way.
So for me, I would say, since what I do is I take advantage of my social media and I preach in my social media and my Instagram and TikTok and in my website, and also I'm also part of a activist group. It's called Hallmark. So we have everyone from around the world join the group, and we communicate about policies. We had our leadership summit as well, and I talk to people coming from high-risk countries, from Kazakhstan. We have a lot of members from Africa, and we have people from Afghanistan who are Afghan refugees here. So I get to talk to them and communicate with them and to develop more policies. And I actually went with them in the World Bank Youth Summit. And I was able to actually meet people from all of these countries, where it's actually really interesting because 50 years ago, we don't have representation from these countries. And now, since the youth is actively involved and is motivated to actually help create more policies and to make the government better. So I think in that way, just by communicating with your community, you never really know where it's going to take you, and just actually being involved with NGOs and actually, taking advantage of your social media, because social media, anyone could just watch it. So.
Terrific question and answer, and I want to follow up on it a little bit. Alexa, you were at the World Bank Summit.
Yes.
There, you met people from around the world, including Ukraine, right? Yeah, so tell us who that was, or you don't have to name if you want, but what did you learn? I mean, we've had so much conversation about Ukraine today. It seems to make sense that you would fill in some of the gaps.
So specifically on Ukraine, my youth counterpart and I, her name's Anna. So we talked a lot about women's empowerment and about the prevention of sexual violence, because as you guys know, a lot of Ukrainians right now are experiencing sexual violence from the Russian military. So we actually, so right now we're actually raising our voices and actually creating awareness to the youth, especially the youth nowadays are not very involved in foreign policy and are not very, some of them are not very, interested in actually taking part in youth summits. So right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to talk to organizers to actually limit requirements so that these youth summits and these conferences can be accessible to everybody, so that people would have the opportunity to actually listen to speakers and to actually talk to officials, because these people who are not some of them who are not involved in political science, some of them are the ones that need help. So right now, what we have been discussing is to actually increase awareness and to actually develop policies, and that's what we did in the World Bank when we were talking to each other and what we can do with our NGOs, since she's also in an NGO. So right now, Hallmark, the NGO I'm a part of, so right now we're actually doing a collaboration with her NGO and to actually make a change as much as possible as young activists. So yeah.
Thank you. I think we have time for at least one more question. Let's see how quickly we can go.
Hi, first of all, thank you all so much for your time in being here today. My name is Kimberly, and I'm here with the Defense Entrepreneurs Forum. And my question is for both Beth and Russ. What would you say has been the most rewarding part of your career? And kind of a follow-up question to that is, what advice do you have for individuals that are pursuing a career in the security field? And thank you so much.
Russ, go first.
Most rewarding probably after 9/11, we as a government came to the conclusion that we weren't sharing information correctly. We had far too many stovepipes. We needed to integrate our efforts on behalf of the government as a whole. And so I was part of the leadership team that stood up an organization called the National Counterterrorism Center. And rather than have a CIA and an NSA and a DIA and an FBI and a full alphabet soup of organizations, we brought all of them under the same roof to advance our efforts against Al-Qaeda after 9/11. In my opinion, that is the right model. I would like to see us pursue that for transnational organized crime, which kills far more Americans than terrorism ever will. But the ability to actually do good government and shape it in a way that I think defended our interests was probably the most rewarding for me.
My most rewarding experience comes after 9/11 as well. I was Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasia when 9/11 happened, and we all met the next morning in our big conference room for our staff meeting. And my deputy said, we are the lucky ones. The entire world, certainly everyone in the United States, wants to do something about what just happened. We're the lucky ones because we get to do something about what just happened.
I'm sorry to not get in your question. We have to wrap, and what I really want to do, this is a youth summit. I want to give the last word to Alexa, and Alexa, you have a platform right now. You're speaking to your counterparts, but also you're on the stage with some seasoned individuals who have devoted careers to public service. What do you want to have the people who have experience that's long but different than yours know?
So just keep doing what you're doing. Just stay motivated and just keep fighting for your cause, because you never know where it's going to lead you. And just keep chasing your goals and just never give up, no matter how hard it is to reach your dream job. So yes.
And what do you want Beth and Russ to know?
I would say thank you so much for serving our country.
Yes. And thank you so much for protecting American citizens and especially the whole alliance.
Thanks so much to the three of you and to all of you as well.
Okay, so led by undergraduate students, William and Mary's Global Innovation Challenge, uniting next generation brains across the world and especially the NATO Alliance, we will begin with a short video.
We are WIMJIC, the Global Innovation Challenge at William and Mary. What started out as a 3-page concept note back in the fall of 2016 has now evolved to a student-led event impacting more than 500 students from William and Mary and beyond. Throughout 24-hour hackathon-style case competition, WIMJIC serves as a highly interactive platform for undergraduate students from across the globe to get exposed to the field of international and sustainable development, and to create innovative and sustainable solutions to real-world problems.
Our past case topics have included climate change in the Sundarbans, human security and peace building in Darfur, sea level rise in Kiribati, sustainability and equity in Guatemala, and reducing barriers to regulation in the Kalimantan palm oil industry. What makes WIMJIC especially unique is our dedicated network of 100 mentors and judges, which continues to grow each year. Our network not only provides teams with new perspectives, but also connects students with real-world opportunities.
The long-term goal of insourcing will promote sustainable development. As a freshman, I signed up for WIMJIC because it sounded exactly like what I want to do in the future. Collaborate with peers and mentors to problem solve and find solutions to global issues. WIMJIC also grabbed my attention because it was a unique opportunity to utilize knowledge from both classroom and personal experiences. I loved participating in the competition so much that throughout the few short hours it lasted, I kept thinking about ways I could get involved with the group. I am thrilled to now be a part of the exec team, and I hope to share this exciting and inspiring experiences with others.
Since our first competition in 2017, WIMJIC has evolved beyond our annual competition, and now we are taking on multiple new initiatives.
In March of 2020, we pivoted our event online in under 10 days, and in 2021, we welcomed over 50 guests and 120 students from 8 time zones.
Within our team, we've always challenged ourselves to expand our impact beyond the 24 hours. Our team of student researchers are now piloting the WIMJIC innovation-driven research model, looking at deliverables at the intersection between palm oil, carbon markets, and alternative livelihoods in Kalimantan.
In 2021, we were asked to host an event with NATO's Allied Command Transformation. Leveraging the WIMJIC model, we are holding a cybersecurity case competition for students from across the 30 NATO nations.
As we move forward, we hope to continue to expand our reach and scope. Join us as we seek to continue the WIMJIC tradition of advancing fast thinking, nimble problem solving, and crazy dreaming.
And to tell you more and to make a very special announcement, I'd like to introduce Tara Stearns.
Thank you. Thank you. The William & Mary Global Innovation Challenge, or WIMJIC for short, is a global scale case competition hosted by William & Mary for undergraduate students both on our campus and around the world. With topics centered on internationally emerging challenges, WIMJIC provides undergraduates the opportunity to hone their skills in creating innovative solutions to the greatest challenges of our time. Nowhere was this better demonstrated than in our partnership with NATO headquarters. In the fall of 2022, WIMJIC and NATO headquarters broke all known records for participant involvement in the Alliance in a program of this variety through the Countering Disinformation Challenge. This competition paired students from NATO ally and member nations with one of 7 different topics from the emerging field of disinformation. It attracted over 400 undergraduate scholars from across 100 teams to apply the knowledge they have today for tomorrow's threats. Today, we are pleased to announce the return of the WIMJIC and NATO headquarters Countering Disinformation Challenge, set to be held in the fall of 2023. This event is entirely online and positioned to be available no matter where the undergraduate student is in the world. Competitors will be paired with mentors from increasingly prevalent topics in disinformation and then judged according to our set criteria. These engagements and intergenerational sharing of knowledge provide students everywhere the opportunity to make an impact and launch the ideas that one day change the world. On the agenda and in WebEx events, you will find information on how you can complete your early bird registration for this event. Please reach out to me in the app as well. We look forward to welcoming back familiar faces from our competition last year, as well as welcoming new faces to the competition this year. As well, if you are an expert in any field of disinformation, then we welcome you to apply to be a judge or mentor for this competition. Most especially, we want to thank Assistant Secretary General Baba Braza, spokesperson Owana Linjeska, and NATO headquarters for working so diligently with us to provide this opportunity for students everywhere. We have seen through this competition how today's youth are rising to this ever-mounting challenge, and we are eager to see it again as we continue to empower the next generation. Thank you.
As we near the end of the 2023 NATO Youth Summit, we will hear from General Philip Levine, Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, one of NATO's 2 strategic commanders and the commanding officer of Allied Command Transformation, not transportation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Norfolk, Virginia, home to Allied Command Transformation, or ACT. Talking to young people, even as a father of 3, can be daunting. So I want to start by saying that even if I don't look it, I still feel very young. I still play rugby and I see the game developing ahead of me, even if now it moves a lot faster than I do. But the game still inspires and still offers lessons, especially about the importance of teamwork, which is so important in a NATO setting. I also feel especially young this year because we will be celebrating my command's 20th anniversary later this week here in Norfolk, Virginia. Over this long day, you heard from civilian leaders like the NATO Secretary General and from military leaders, as well as President Pavel, whose career covers both worlds. You discuss history, data, bullies, security, and democracy. As we near the end of these youth summits, I want to share with you a few thoughts about NATO and our world today. I qualified as a fighter pilot the same year the wall came down and when NATO had 16 members. This is before your time, of course. But there was much talk then about the end of history. But that's the thing about history, or indeed about all your stories. Things change, and not always for the better. Here we are today, and war is back in Europe on a scale not since the end of World War II. In Ukraine, young women and men of your age, people you might have met in cafes or on your travels through Europe just a couple of years ago are fighting a barbaric assault. Their families and friends are sheltering from missiles aimed at hospitals, theaters, and vital infrastructures. What does that say about NATO's role? In simple terms, NATO was founded as and remains a defensive alliance, an organization now with 31 to 32 members whose goal is to provide a credible defense and deterrence so that 1 billion citizens can go about their normal lives, including meeting and discussing issues freely like today. Or to put it even more bluntly, to work together as a group of allies to deter bullies, whatever their aims. As we say in French, un pour tous et tous pour. As a part of the military structure of this great alliance, One of ACT's job is to look out to the future and try to define the threats ahead and help NATO prepare. To ensure that the alliance military instrument of power, on which ultimately its ability to defend and deter depends, is up to the task. Today, our security environment is characterized by more threats coming at us faster and from everywhere. You should think of more as the increased use of advanced, including autonomous weapons, but also the unbelievable amounts of data flooding the battlefield and beyond. Faster as in hypersonic missile or the other weapons which shorten our decision cycles, but also the effects of quantum computing will have on a whole range of vital issues, including encryption. And everywhere. Everywhere because, well, like the movie, Everything, Everywhere, and All at Once, it's a good descriptor of what the future battlefield will look like. When on the top of traditional land, air, and sea domain, you had space and cyber. You have what the military used to call joint, but on steroid. And everywhere also because just look at how strangling the flow of grain out of Ukraine causes food shortage and intense suffering a world away. Or every single one of you is already being bombarded with misinformation. The war for hearts and minds is going strong, and deepfake or chatbot-generated misinformation will only make it worse. At ACT, we are working on this and more. This is not time or the place to go into technical details, but in a few words, my job is to help NATO's country develop forces and capabilities that are able to cope and win in these new realities. That means forces that can understand better and faster and be stronger together through digital transformation, synchronizing across the traditional and new domain I spoke a moment ago, but also work with other instruments of power, with forces and infrastructure that are resilient. We do all that by working with our sister command, Allied Command Operation in Europe, and with NATO members, including on capability development. And to do so, we also work with civilian society, with industry, with academia, as we are today. We draw our strength from our ability to bring together men and women from all allies and partners, especially in a world where no one has a monopoly on innovation or agility. I mentioned ACT's upcoming birthday earlier. 20 years that offer another example of how fast things can change. When ACT was established in 2003, there was no iPhone, no Uber, or the large language models that make ChatGPT possible. Well, I wonder how many of you know what that stands for, GPT. Well, it's Generative Pre-trained Transformed, by the way. As you probably noticed today, NATO loves acronyms. We love acronyms. But they can be useful. And this brings me back to transformation and to ACT. An acronym that offers a good shorthand for what we do. A for anticipation, C for concept to capabilities, and T for talents. And in many ways, that last bit, talents, is the most important and the most challenging. You are all digital natives. Your younger siblings will indeed be the first generation that will have prompt engineers as an actual career choice. ACT, NATO, and your countries are going to need your smarts, your ability to understand the potential of these and other as yet undiscovered technologies. More than that, they will need your ability to challenge without fear to ask questions. Because that nothing is impossible attitude is going to make all the difference. That ability to be critical without being negative. I'm not here as one of these posters of old men with mustaches telling you they need you. Because there are many ways you can work towards making life better for your friends, your families, your communities, and your countries. But I do hope that some of you will come away from this day feeling that our great alliance is one way to do so. For some of you, like it was for me, that will mean wearing a uniform and flying fast and high. But for the others, it may mean working on data, for instance, like some of the fantastic young men and women I have on my staff. And yet others may find that being the best NATO prompt engineer is just that ticket. Thank you very much for your attention. And as a long-lived fan of rugby and the importance of teamwork, it remains for me to thank all those that make today possible in America and in Europe. Win as a team.
So today was about intergenerational learning, about the NATO alliance and our role in it. Earlier today, Brussels gave their thoughts on the top priorities facing the alliance, and now it is our turn to do the same. Please take out your phones and navigate to the WebEx app and open the poll. The question is, what is one new thing you learned today about security or NATO? And I'll give you a few minutes to do that, and then we'll read them off. Thanks. Oh, there's some good ones. NATO loves acronyms. That's funny. Yes, fighting disinformation, absolutely. Diversity, diplomacy, 100%. William and Mary did a great job. Oh my gosh. Thanks, y'all. OSINT, that's an interesting one. Absolutely. Absolutely. You should go to William and Mary? Yes, you should. You should. I'd like to thank you all. We know your priorities. We know our priorities. So my second to last official duty as your MC today is to thank all the truly wonderful institutional partners who joined NATO and William and Mary today. We would not have been able to make this such a success without you. The American Academy of Diplomacy, the Center for European Policy Analysis, the Center for European Policy Studies, the Defense Entrepreneurs Forum, Friends of Europe, globally and with the Young Professionals in Foreign Policy, the National Press Club, and the National Security Innovation Network. We also like to thank the many embassies, the think tanks, universities, and others who shared this opportunity with their young people. Oh, and especially the mighty team on both sides of the Atlantic, from NATO's Public Diplomacy Division and their network, to the people behind the scenes at William and Mary, and especially the Reeves Center for International Studies, the Whole of Government Center of Excellence, and University Communications, and so many others. We should give them a round of applause. Our network is bigger and stronger than it was 24 hours ago. That's special. And we are the future of NATO. It's something to remember. Let's keep this conversation going on social media. And again, hashtag NATO Youth Summit and through the WebEx app. It is now my pleasure to introduce William and Mary's Provost, Peggy Agoris, to bring this historic summit to a close. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Hello, everyone. It has been a great honor and pleasure and privilege to partner with NATO, for all of us at William and Mary, to organize today's Youth Summit. Over the last several weeks, as the event drew near, our two teams became one, a massive accomplishment on its own. I want to echo Colleen's and President Rowe's comments and thank sincerely everyone who dedicated their time to gather a truly incredible lineup of panelists who generously shared their expertise and community with us today. I'd also like to thank the titular youth in the room and online for sharing your interests, passions, and energy, and for the work that lies ahead. There was a question earlier this morning addressed to the Secretary General about the significance of youth for NATO. And I really want to reinforce the Secretary's answer and say it is the youth's dynamism and enthusiasm that plays the most critical role in actually re-energizing, mobilizing, and ultimately leading NATO into the future. So, as General Lavigne said previously, I too feel young. And even though, strictly speaking, I do not qualify as youth anymore, barely, I want to really say how much I feel the youthful energy and excitement that is in this room, and think of the future and about the tremendous potential that is around the room today, your potential to make the future something wonderful. Personally, and even though I spent most of my adult life in the United States, I was born and spent my formative years in Greece. NATO has always been a presence in our lives in Greece. One of the older members of NATO. Greece, as you know, and as the president of Microsoft mentioned, is a small country, but of historical importance, but also geopolitically important, with all the good and bad that comes with it. As such, we had our fair share of conflict. So growing up, I felt the presence of threat to my family, my friends, and my nation, particularly before all the years after the war, the Second World War, and before the collapse of the Warsaw Pact. Greece was the last European frontier, not only geographically, because of its location, but also figuratively as the only democratic nation in the Balkans, in an era of the Eastern Bloc. And so it was really, because of NATO that we felt comfort to know that Greece was not alone against the rest of the world. And you can understand the powerfulness of this feeling. We were a country within an organization that supported its members, and we knew that. I grew up humbled by NATO as an idea, but also by the visibility of NATO as an organization. There is great and important and personal power in the idea of NATO, creating a sense of safety and security that is necessary in many areas of the world, projecting stability through cooperation, and intrinsically promoting something which is both simple and profound: survival. Survival of the individual, survival of the nation state, survival of democracy, liberty, and the rule of law, both within and outside NATO borders. NATO and other organizations like universities, like us, to the European Union, all the way to the European Union, also generate a feeling of belonging to something bigger than one's own national borders. And belonging is one of the 7 explicitly mentioned, published, and practiced values at William and Mary. A belonging that encourages us to think bigger about shared challenges that affect us today and will define our world for generations to come. An example of thinking bigger is the challenge to protect our environment and combat climate change, and the complex issues of poverty, migration, disinformation, as we just saw, and artificial intelligence. In other words, the challenges you have considered today in this room and will consider in your work, your scholarship, and your daily lives. This feeling of belonging to something bigger stimulates us as compassionate partners within a group of diverse needs, resources, and peoples, thinking not only of our own interests, but considering the very personal interests of our broader global community. As I felt in Greece as a younger person, and as I feel now standing here at an event full of intelligent, passionate people, we are not alone. In reflecting on all of your experiences and what you have experienced today, I encourage you to ask yourselves, how do we really take this message and make it a part of our daily lives? How can this message comfort and at the same time drive us? How can this perspective that we are not alone influence decisions we make as we vote, as we educate ourselves, as we help one another? Because even as we consider the more narrowly defined interests of our own countries, there are consequences in our actions that affect others. And ultimately, these consequences will return to us. William and Mary takes very seriously our role in teaching and preservation of democratic values and international cooperation. It is the responsibility of higher education to provide spaces of belonging, of community and connection among students, faculty, global experts, local environments, and our communities in general, to gather strength and resources and to guide the potential of youth to extraordinary achievement. As the provost of William and Mary, I have the tremendous privilege of being the chief academic officer of our university. As such, my office connects with every corner of academic inquiry at William and Mary. From the GeoLab, a student-driven lab that works to create and promote vibrant global societies of data-driven policymakers, to the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, where critical expertise on coastal resilience and climate change predicts and plans for the future. The William and Mary community of undergraduates, graduate students, faculty, and off-campus partners are constantly pushing the boundaries of discovery, scholarship, and teaching, uncovering new possibilities, and even transforming fields of scholarship with a mindset of curiosity, agility, and innovation. Like the William and Mary students and alumni that have participated today, and there have been many, I'm sure that all of you have passions and cross disciplines, and that encourages and excites all of us at William and Mary. Because the university is a space of exploration, trying new things, creating new things, where you discover yourselves as young professionals, expand the boundaries of your potential, and transform that potential into purpose. Today, my faith in our shared mission of peace, cooperation, and ideation grew in bounds and leaps, because I see in you all, students, graduates, and young professionals, those of you who have been present in Brussels, very late by now, and here in DC, and many, many more who have joined us virtually. I see in you a remarkable community with transformative plans yet to be made. And since this has been a wonderful but long day, I will leave you with this. Ask impossible questions. Stretch beyond what you believe you are capable. And remember, we're not alone. Thank you. And on this note, our event concludes, and I'd like to invite you all to our reception.